always, got to keep it a little bit shorter than normal because, you know, building up to the 24-hour stream, I don't want to be done before that even starts. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, guys, check this out. Oh, I thought this was fucking funny. So I got, like, one of my first real comments. Check this out. It was like, the random guy was like, give up. I was like, true! Thought that was 111K. I know, right? Like, what a dick! So I subscribed to him. It's like, man, I could become a foot streamer and make a fuck ton of money. But do I really want to be known as a foot streamer? Not really. Because the commentary isn't going to be very long either. But I did want to bring up the clip for reference towards commentary. Because all the commentary, let's face it, guys, it comes from Asmon's stream. A series of events is not a story. Wait, what? What do you mean a series of events is not a story? It's not quite decision paralysis, but it's like he has like delayed decision making because he overthinks everything. It takes him forever to come up with a decision. But when he does come up with a decision, it's usually really, really good. But making him think on the spot, he makes the worst decisions if he can't think it through. Is the reveal of the Warriors of Light. Holthrin, you know what I've learned is the best way to write overpowered characters and stories over my hundreds of watching and reading action, shonen, and other medias? Nah, give them as little screen time as possible, because giving them a little screen time, then you're giving a purpose to their power. You are stating that the power is now needed for the plot to continue, because no means is possible. Like, for example, Kenpachi from Bleach or Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins. The only time they ever show up in the story is when someone needs their asses handed to them. Damn! That goes fucking hard, dude. Definitely way ahead of his time. Oh! Look, Arius! Look, Arius! It's Logarius! What? Dude, I am having such trip backs to try. We brainstormed the shit out of the book, though. We may have an entirely different viewpoint of things and an entirely different outcome of stuff. But we'll see how we can meditate on the beginning and changing everything. But hey, as always, guys, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Where there is the Higgs field. This is the Higgs field collapsed, which is a particle. And then this is the Higgs field after, like, you know, like, full collapse. And the only thing that can make this happen, as far as we know, consciousness is what causes the Higgs field to collapse, which causes particles to appear. So as far as this theory goes, consciousness is fundamental and consciousness creates reality because you need consciousness to collapse the Higgs field, and the collapsing of the Higgs field is what particles are. So far the stream hasn't freaked out, but I figured something out. If you press Control-Shift-Windows B, it resets your graphics drivers and your graphics card. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're trying to say. We were like, or be like, yeah, right, dude. I don't, like, now I understand the context for what you're saying, what you're saying, right? That's why I love talking to people.
I even covered biocentrism, which is the idea that the universe is made up by consciousness as we observe it. Basically what you're describing.
Yeah, and one of the things like that they originally thought from this is the idea that every particle knows where every other particle is, and that's the only way the interference wave came along. But then some other scientists in a different field came along and said, no, that's an interference pattern from waves. And they're like, wait, particles are how is a single electron, because they're firing a single electron, right? How is a single electron a wave. It would have to interfere with itself. This story is a prequel to my novel, and it is to show how the Adventurers Guild works. Basically, there is a 12-year-old named Duarte, the main character. His parents own basically a paper company inside of what's called the Crystalline Tree, and it's basically what everyone writes on, and it's made from the pulp of the tree, but the company makes just the best paper. Oh shit, thank you for the follow, Shadow Man Keith! Welcome, how are you? We're back at it, guys! Another fucking day, it's a StarCraft day! We got the match 1 of round of 8! Oh my fucking god, so excited!
Why are you smoking?
But how is everyone?
When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
We have some interesting things to talk about today.
The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it. Her 3-pack
I don't know if we're gonna get to it today, because by the time we get through this, I'm guessing. Yo, man, what's up? How are you, good sir? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I'm Intoxication, and here we do writing tips to improve your writing skills, as well as world building and commentary on social structures in order to improve world building techniques and incorporate real life concepts into your worlds to make them come alive, as well as StarCraft video games, a couple of other things in my own writing. So that interests you? Super glad for you to be here, bro. We also do, just random stuff like that. Fuck around. I really love you, stream. Why, thank you, good sir. I try, We're here every day, putting in our effort, doing our thing, getting her done. Something new every day to bring out something else. Love to join your next stream with some friends. Hell yeah, brother. I stream every single day at the same time, no matter what, and that has been consistent for almost 8.5 months now. Not a single day missed, man. We go fucking hard. Well, that's a one-way trip to the Shadow Band, good sir. Bye! But thanks for coming. I just gotta grab a drink. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm gonna get into this. So I was looking at some other things, like, hold on one second here, let me just, check in on this, make sure. Yeah, nothing hit. So yesterday we got some good hits, but today we are just dead in the water. That's how it always goes, right? You never find those sweet spots, and when we do, it's the wrong fucking sweet spot. Already forgot my fucking water. Ugh. Whoop, whoop, it is Barracks versus Mini. It's gonna be a game today, guys. Although, like, if Mini doesn't win, this is gonna be ridiculous. If Mini doesn't win, I could actually say the finals could be Barracks versus Soma. Like, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy, guys. I don't even... It's way beyond me, you know? Like... I didn't even think Barracks would get into the round of 16, and he's in the round of fucking 8. He might even be in the round of 4. But... You know... 3 strongest for this so far... Definitely Snow, Soma, and... Believe it or not, Barracks. So this is a very... very important series for Mini, or for Mini, because he needs to bring himself back up to that level around to 4 players. Like, he has just not been performing the last couple of, like, seasons. All right. Well, without further ado, let's just jump right into it. Oh my God, it's finally here. Gonna have that intro bit. Nope, they're just gonna start talking. Hell yeah, let's get into it. Bring on the taste-tosis.
Welcome to the ASL round of 8, day 1. This is Barracks versus Mini. And what a just insane entire lineup of round of 8 we have, Artosis. Very unexpected players all here.
Yeah, and it's crazy that we have 4 Protosses up here, 3 Zergs and a single Terran, and no one is who you would expect.
Yeah, fucking Barracks.
Our only Terran player will be playing today. Very tough matchup against a former ASL champion in Mini. But it's just...
Come on, Barracks, you can do it. We believe in you, man.
Feels like it's
you got this.
Upside down and backwards, and... it feels really
the entire season, Sulky's gone. What the fuck happened?
Yeah,
it's still such a shock to me.
We started this out in the round of 24.
6 Protosses with 4 Protosses.
They make up half of the round of 8. Only Barracks is here, which is insane, considering the other Terrans.
Light, fucking Sharp, Rush, Royal. What? JYJ?
Repping the Terran race.
What the fuck?
And, you know, who
That's
knows,
so
maybe
crazy.
Barracks actually pulls through and takes this whole thing, but right now,
oh my God, that would be such an upset, dude. He's like one of the youngest players. Such a young up-and-comer.
With the Zergs, not that these 3 Zergs that we have are bad by any means, but these are not the 3 standard Zergs you would expect.
Queen, Soul Key, Hero.
It's not Action, as an example here.
How about
who's
not Soul Key? That's who you're looking for, Taste. I'm like, he's going to forget Soul Key.
Not Soul Key, sorry, of course.
He's a champion.
Solky here as well. Solky, after winning 4 ASLs, was it in this? I mean, that's the biggest part of all here.
In fact, he got kicked out by Effort. Of all people, Effort.
I think, frankly, of the most solid Protosses, this is looking like it's probably going to be a very good season for Protosses. Could have some PvPs in the future, maybe even in the finals.
Yeah, it's...
Dude, if we get a PvP final, like Best versus Bisu, that would be so fucked. Or like Snow versus Best.
Some seasons and doesn't play others, and it's like, yes, he's one of the best, but you know, there's really 5 top Protosses with him being one, and we don't, you know, he's unreliable. But these 4 have been reliable for years and years and years and are playing fantastically. And the thing is, With the Zergs, it's like, it's not those that you said. And Queen has 2 championships, Sulky has 4. But you look at this lineup, Effort has a couple. You know, we have Soma.
Larva has one.
The finals. Larva has a championship. Like, these are killer Zerg players that are in here as well.
But everyone's just like picking their shit
guys,
up, man.
Go into our match here. Barracks versus Mini, a best of 7 to see who will move on to the round of 4.
The quarterfinals! Oh boy, the big ones. Let's just go through the group nomination again. Let's just get on to the interview. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to the first round of 8 match here at ASL Season 20, done in partnership with Google Play and Gravity. With the ever so fierce round of 16 wrapping up last week, the championship journey now takes us across this single elimination do or die bracket, and the first match of this bracket is a bout between Barracks and Mini. Let's have a word with our 2 players ahead of the game. Hello. Hello, hi. First up, we have Group A's first place finisher Barracks. With a round of 8 bracket forming the way it did as you run into Mini, things don't seem too bad for you. But the burden lies in having to play in the opening game of the quarterfinals. How did preparation go? I prepared for quite a long time, all things considered. I thought I would have less time, but I managed to play a lot of games. I think I'm fine. Preparation went well, is what you're saying. Yes. Can't wait to see it. Let's also say hi to Mini in the opposing corner. Having to play the opening match of the round of 8 will be tough, but things are all right nonetheless, you said. How did preparation go for you? It goes for him as well as for me, but for each other, we are the opponents we wanted to face off against the most, and so practice went okay, I would say.
Wow, that's
I
good.
seem to have done a good
Man,
job
I can't.
on the
Oh,
bracket.
if Barracks fucking wins,
Everyone
this is
appears
so
to be
crazy.
satisfied with it.
I don't know what to do, man.
I'm
This
so
is
glad.
this is
Looks
the
like you
season
will
of
win
upset.
interesting
So it's
matches.
like,
Now, 2
if
seasons
it's
ago,
gonna happen
Barracks
any
took out
season, it's
ASL
gonna happen this
finalists
season.
to make the round of 8, and seeing how this time around he defeated defending champion Sulky,
Yeah.
many fans will have high expectations.
Scary.
What's your take on this? Yeah, I did have to face off against extremely formidable foes, but I stayed relaxed and the games went well. Today I'm up against a formidable opponent as well, but if I play relaxed, I think I might have a shot at winning. If I
Ooh,
do
he's got
what
some
I hate
builds
to do,
planned.
I can win, says Barracks.
He just needs
When
to
it comes
keep
to
his
Mini,
nerve.
Many fans were concerned about
Hold
your
his
current form
mojo!
going through the round of 24, the round of 16. In the post-game interview, you mentioned there were things you wish had gone differently. Today, can we expect a performance that will put all the fans' worries to rest? I've only lost in the round of 8 twice, you know. People have expectations, and I will have to work hard to meet said expectations in the quarterfinals. I see. Now, what I would like to hear is what our players think the deciding battlefield in today's match will be, starting with Barracks. The first set is most important, perhaps.
Yep. Statistically, the person who wins the first game wins the series by like 8%. It's like 58%,
Tooth and nail to win today.
which is a significant amount.
Barracks says
Like
the
that's an
first game will
actual
be important.
like significant
Mini?
statistic.
I agree about the first match.
It's
Seeing
because
how
of
it was my
it's a
opponent
mentality
for the map
thing.
for the first set, but I am also prepared not to be shaken mentally by that first game in any case. I'll warm
Because
up
Minnie is the most
really
emotional
second
player in the
onwards.
entire fucking like
Even if I lose the first
pro
set, I can
scene
have
of
an
any
improved performance.
game probably ever. Like he gets tilted, he falls the fuck off. He goes from a triple S player to a C rank player, just from nerves. It's so sad to see.
4-2 or 4-3? 4-2 or 4-3? You're expecting a close match.
Very close,
And Mini?
very close. I think it's gonna be 4-3. I think it's gonna be 4-3 Mini.
If I end up winning, it will go long. Probably a 4-3 as well. Both players are predicting a dead even match. Lastly, let's close things out with our players' final resolutions. I prepared a lot ahead of today. I'll do my best to play a good match. Seeing I've already made it into the round of 8 after so long, I'll work hard and show a performance worthy of going to the round of 4.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
We've just heard from Barracks and Mini ahead of today's match. Thanks for the interview. This is ASL Season 20, done in partnership with Google Play and Gravity. Which of the two will stay alive and move on to the semi-finals? It's time to start the match between Barracks and Mini.
This is it, guys. Our first best of 7 is about to start. You can see our map.
Knockout, Metropolis, Litmus, Pole, Star, Dominator, Radion.
But I think Mini is definitely the favorite here. I think Barracks can win, and in a lot of ways, I kind of want him to win.
Yeah,
I don't
That'd be
want there
so
to be,
epic.
like, one Terran in the next several days of ASL. You know, like,
yeah.
I don't care what race you play or who you're a fan of. Like, you don't want the Terrans to be wiped out here now, but this could be it.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I think anyone would be a fool to say that Mini isn't favored here. I would put him down as overall like a stronger player, but like Barracks is rising into a new area of his skill, and I think we've been underestimating
He's literally
him.
getting
I think
like
we still
Super
haven't
Saiyan
seen
3
his
now.
full power right now.
But Mini
He's
is
always been
like
very fast. He's always been very good. But people are giving him the most insane builds. Like, we've seen this in the past. The first time he made round of 16,
Mini's like a
he said
fully
in the interview
formed
afterwards,
Super
like,
Saiyan
flashing
3,
him
whereas
the build, and he just like
Barracks is like
remember
just
asking
breaking
Gabe,
through
like,
that
this
level.
Is the craziest build I've ever seen. What in the hell is going on? And then he's like, yeah, Flash gave me that build. And in this last round to beat Sulky, True gave him the build and Calm helped him fix it up. Like,
That's insane.
He's the only Terran player, so he has like a lot of resources from players to help him succeed. And so I think he's going to come in with some teched out builds. He's super fast. He's very good mechanically. There is a shot here for him to take down Mini. Like, I know Mini plans really well and everything, but like Barracks is going to throw some wrenches in there, I think, with some really excellent build orders that, you know, I don't think he's come up with on his own, but that's not the point. You know, this
point is
like,
execution.
You know, like, it's like he's the Spirit Bomb from Dragon Ball Z. All the Terran players have their hands in the air and are lending him their power to try to take down Mini and keep him in the
Hell yeah, Dragon Ball Z reference. Let's go. Even Artosis picked up on that. That's some brainwave shit right there.
I mean, there's no other good Terran player that's got his own stats.
I've never heard him make a Dragon Ball Z reference. It's actually fucked up.
Like you were saying earlier, this
I love
guy's
it.
been the vessel for many other player build orders here. I assume he's just great friends with the other Terrans, and you know people like.
Yeah,
him.
he's a apparently he's a very personable guy. He's very outgoing, and he just he likes to make friends. He likes to talk to people, and he just loves the fucking game. So it does give you a lot to work with if you do that.
Moments where he just sort of plays a normal, boring game, and then times where he's super abusive and
4
cheesy.
fucking
It
Nexus
does
first
seem like he
openings.
switched a little bit away from Nexus first into a lot of Gateway expand openings, but that could change here in this series.
Yeah, you could just go 4 fucking Nexus first in a row.
Like that's actually a really good point because he has been such a Nexus first guy. He's part of the reason why Nexus first has really risen in popularity. Is that series?
You're like, Mini can pull it off.
Not sure exactly what we'll end up seeing from Mini's side. I am excited, by the way, that map number 2 is Roaring Currents. So we are going to see that island map in PvT, which is going to be really, really fun. I hope it doesn't just end up as like Proxy Gate or Proxy.
Yeah, they're like, this map sucks. We're just gonna cheese on it.
Because I could totally see that being a throwaway game.
Yeah, it's
but I'm
absolutely.
really looking forward to seeing what they prepared for that map.
It does feel like PvT can be pretty interesting with islands involved. You know, a lot of times when we talk about island maps, it has to do with the Zerg.
Yeah,
like
Zerg gets
with
fucked on
having
island
to
maps.
work
But if
not
it's somewhat,
work on
it's
that.
PvT or
But yeah,
PvT
there
or
could be
TVT
some
or
very-
PvP, it's fine.
Some very interesting.
Even
fun
ZVZ, it's
matches
fine
there.
because it's mirror matchup.
We'll see about that coming up.
So the map really has no effect.
These guys' records so far, I hadn't recognized that. But yeah, Barracks is
Oh,
not
wow,
bad
2-2.
in
Damn.
really any matchup. Like, I don't feel like he has a particularly strong or particularly weak matchup. And, you know, I bet you he's actually not even sad to get Mini, as crazy as that might sound when you look at this round. Like, right now, Terrans are having a harder time against Zerg than against Protoss. So, I don't know. I have some cautious optimism towards Barracks having a chance here to give us a really good series and possibly move.
Yeah,
to
like
the
he's
first round.
just on the cusp. 45, 48, 47,
That would be
47.
exciting. It would
He
be
just needs to
somebody
push it
fun
up to
root
like
for here.
once you hit like
but
49 to
it'll be a feat.
51%, that
If he
is
can beat Mini,
top
he's got a very good chance of taking
0.001%,
anybody else
right?
in the tournament. I don't think Mini is particularly worse at this matchup than the other Protoss. In fact,
And
I
he
would put him on
probably
the
like
stronger end of
completely
this.
raised that
You know,
this
kind of the
season
opposite of
because he's
somebody
been
like Best,
destroying
though,
people.
You know, you look at Best in PvZ, he's got so many crazy builds, but he has a very specific way in PvT of playing the matchup.
Yeah, that's for
right.
sure.
I think we're all familiar with it. Kind of just clobbering the Terran while he's on 4 bases, taking a late 5th, and Terran's trying to just get anything done on the map. Mini is approaching this in a very different way. He seems to want to do these big tech corner cut moves. Probably uses DTs more in PvT than any other
It's a
player.
56% win rate.
Yeah.
That's an 8% win rate, 9% win rate difference between them. That's
I
insane.
wasn't even really thinking about that, but he definitely is a DT guy in this matchup.
But that's how long Mini's
That-
been in it
sometimes you
versus
get really
Barracks.
great
Barracks only a
stuff
5-year guy.
with, like, a
Mini's
DT build, but
15-year guy.
overall,
So let's see Barracks' stats in 10
Terrence,
years from now,
when you
right?
get to a certain level, like to play against DT builds
Because
it's
he
like,
is a
as
young
long as you
up-and-comer.
hit Your timings for your
I think he might
defense, it's
actually
like,
be the
yeah, that doesn't
youngest
really do anything to me. Thank
currently.
you.
And
I'll
what's
just take
fucked
an
about that is
expansion now.
Mini used to be
Okay,
the
we're gonna go
youngest.
to knockout
He was
here
the
for
youngest
map
pro
number
gamer, and then
1.
TY was the
In
youngest
this
pro
reminder, it's
gamer,
best of
and
7. There was a period where these were all best of 5s. We've upgraded them to best of 7s here, so this should be.
yeah, I was wondering that because I thought they were going to be best of 5s, not best of 7s. But it allows all the maps to get played, and that's like the biggest part because then people can't veto maps.
To see who moves on into the round of 4.
GG! Throw it up.
Okay, we've got Terran here in the top left, Protoss in the bottom left, both players sharing this side of the map. And I'm very curious to see how the openings are going to go. I mentioned that Mini tends to veer away a little bit now from Nexus first, but he might do it here. But in some of the games I've followed of him playing, he seems to be back onto Gateway Expands. And there's a lot of ways to Gateway Expand, by the way. It does feel like this is something where
Go
you
Barracks, last Terran, hope!
how do I
Hope!
say it? It goes to
Come
these
on,
phases of the
Goku!
meta where one is really popular. Like we see with Forge Expand is popular, then it's back to Gateway Expand, then it's back to Forge Expand. So let's see what he does here now. And by the way, just while we're on the topic of Nexus first, you can counter Nexus first with double racks, but we don't really see it in ASL, even when it feels like
Mini the
Nexus first is happening
champion!
every game. I'm curious if, let's say we have a few games of that, will Barracks roll the dice on that and try that out.
The problem with the double barracks is it is like 98% loss against everything else. You have to get really lucky.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to hit it
Might be a
on
little bit
the
and
Nexus
win, but
first.
yeah, it's kind of weak. The one thing I wanted to mention is Knockout is a great map for Nexus first. Like, superb for Nexus first because that little divot. Like, if you just do the full wall against the rush that comes in, Terran's missing a ton of shots from that low ground. So there's not a lot of play at busting it. So I was going to say I would be shocked if he doesn't go Nexus first here.
Yeah, because it's got the little dip in front of the base to stop Zergs, but it apparently is. It didn't stop Zergs, it stopped Terrans, because Terrans couldn't push.
Knockout was his first choice.
So,
he chose the first map here.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they did it to stop Hydra busts, and they kind of fucked over Terran with
Probably
it.
the best TV player in the pool right now.
Because usually you do like 4 or 5 Marine push on a Nexus first with a wall, and you'd need like 3 extra Marines because of that.
Looks like the probe just missed the SCV there. Maybe he caught a glimpse of it because he turned it around. That was kind of weird. But anyways, yeah, I think it's a pretty good map for this matchup overall is what I'm trying to say.
So Mini's going to go with double gateway before gas. I have seen build orders where he goes Nexus, gateway, gas, gateway. But I guess this is always going to be better if you're in close proximity like we're seeing right now. So You know,
the probe versus the Marine. Who wins?
We've had a lot of experimentation with
The Marine
Protoss
wins with
going for one
fucking
gate expand or
5
4
HP.
expand. And it feels like Terran's got really good at basically shutting that down. This is a little bit of a safer way to play. You cut out a couple of probes, but you're much stronger versus rushes. But let's see what we could have here, because, you know, the truth is Barracks is as close as you're going to get on a lot of maps to do with some kind of
probe.
Right? These are very, very close travel distances.
I don't think he's going to get anything real done. Like, I think it was an 11 gas factory, so the Vulture's going to get down there before Dragoons are ready. But I don't know that he's going to be able to actually bust. Like, I think he might just go command center. Not 100% sure on that, but, like, it is... Oh, he goes second factory. No way.
2 fact.
That
Two
is...
fact.
Yeah, so this has to be some very special prep that he has, okay? Because
He knows exactly what he's going to
like,
do.
2 factory is considered hard countered by Nexus first because it just hits too slow. But he's going for the second factory here. I don't know exactly what the plan is. It's probably a siege mode based attack is my best bet.
Yeah, this is interesting. And that might...
Fuck yeah,
sense
get
sometimes
out
when
here,
you say Nexus
bitches.
first counters double factory, because double factory is rush and Nexus first looks greedy, but the fact that you've got to skip a pylon when you go Nexus first means that suddenly you're able to run 2 gateways continuously producing without being interrupted. You are, of course, getting your robo out late and all that kind of stuff. So right now, Mini doesn't know what's going on. He has to basically attack because he says, nothing's attacking me yet. He's going to run up here with the Zealots. Now, because there's not a Vulture here to defend this, he will be able to push in and see no command center, which should tell him everything he needs to know.
Yeah, from here you have to
Is he going
decide,
to go
like,
all the way up here?
do I get mass gateways? Do I try to DT tech? Do I get a shuttle out perhaps and go for Reaver? You know, there are a lot of options there on how he could end up playing it. I do love that he just walk across the map with these units. I think that this is a great way to kind of check what's going on. And if he pokes the ramp and sees that there's a siege tank, I think from there you might want to rush to DT. Like that could, it's like a little bit risky, but when you see a siege tank at this point and it did just shoot one of his units, it's like, okay, the only reason you go siege tank here most likely is for a siege, like a siege mode based attack.
Cool stream, love the
So,
energy.
yeah, like,
The
Barracks
shadow,
is super all in.
the shadow realm, you shall go.
Yeah,
Bye.
this might work. I mean, that's 3
To the
tanks.
shadow realm.
It's a lot of Marines to get in the way. Protoss has walled himself in temporarily with these Dragoons to basically buy time. He's throwing down shield batteries. He's going to try to snipe whatever he can. Oh, man, he really doesn't get anything done with that.
Those Dragoons have taken
problem
a
is,
lot. Like, this is... He's stopping the rally, which makes...
Oh, man, the mines.
But this push...
Dude,
like,
Barracks,
is
what the
scary,
fuck?
man.
Yeah.
Like, Mini's units are way out of position. There's the siege mode. He hasn't really taken damage on his siege tanks yet. This is looking pretty good by Barracks so far.
He sits in the low ground. He's like, fuck it, I don't
This is a
care.
lot of supply that's going to be denied here, so he's going to be supply blocked when this one goes down. Echoes another one finishes a second later.
Oh,
but
okay,
you
that's
get
so
the picture.
close.
It does feel very unwinnable if Protoss has to run up their ramp here. So he's going to pull these probes. He's going to attack the
Oh my
SCV
God.
that's up in the front making the bunker. And
This
if,
was
you know,
so
it's
bad.
Can
His
he get these 2 tanks?
the missed shots.
Wow.
But he's
There was
still,
no repair.
you know?
He had 2 SCVs sitting there and he wasn't repairing, so I think that he might have been like, he might be panicking a little bit.
But I think he's
like,
still-
when Mini attacked in there, like, Barracks is going to crush this. But Mini actually kills the tanks. There are more units coming, though, and he's got enough Vultures that he might be able to just force his way in here and get a bunch of damage. We'll see. Good hold from Mini
This is
so far.
wild.
Yeah.
yeah, I thought he put the tanks way too close.
He can actually trigger these mines and shoot them down.
Oh,
Remember, there's no second command center. My God, the 2 Dragoons and the Zealots are still there. You know, that was such a crazy moment in that game. I kind of forgot they were still there, which means they've probably killed off or damaged units that we're trying to reinforce. The Vultures can't do anything, by the way, as long as you have your entrance blocked. He's going to send this Zealot in here, maybe to eat up some mines. No?
uh-oh.
No,
I think this is bad now. This is really bad for Barracks. He doesn't have a second base up yet.
God, I'm looking at this game. This is so insane. So there's no second command center. A lot of probes are killed. Mini does still have the second Nexus. He will have Dragoon Observer. He has Dragoon range. What is to stop him from counter pushing here? And look at this. He can actually deny the commands that are being made. The vultures are going to
Vultures need to go back.
Area. There's not even that many probes down here at the natural expansion. He's just using whatever's come out of the Nexus. So he hasn't done like a transfer or anything even like that.
Yeah,
now
no.
The observer's here.
The observer's here.
Well, he's
my God. I think actually Mini can win this. This is crazy to me.
Well, he lost a lot of probes, but he broke the initial push. And if you don't kill the Nexus as Terran, like if you stay one base and you don't kill the Nexus,
you're fucked.
It almost doesn't matter how many probes you get because they get double probe production back. So it's like, oh, this is This is terrible. There's still some outs here for Barracks. Like he has a bunch of speed vultures on the map. Maybe he gets his opponent to run into some mines. Maybe he runs past and gets a bunch more probes. So there's still some potential. But it is definitely looking rough.
Well, he's going to take out this tank on the low ground. I think 3 on the high ground is going to be too much. He'll back up from there.
But Mini's just so far ahead.
This might feel strange. What Artosa says, he's got a second Nexus and get so many more.
The tank count is what's most important. So he needed to not have his tank so close like that. He wanted to hit the Nexus, but he shouldn't have.
Pretty quickly. So he's made a shuttle. He's going to go for reavers. This is pretty typical for
yeah,
Protoss to
that's
pick
unfortunate.
This avenue when they have a scrappy game like this. Is a lot of times you can just get out there with the reaver. You can snipe, vultures. You can at least force them to make turrets off a very late second base. All that kind of stuff is great. And a second ago we had that Stargate put down there.
Now he's got reavers.
Not a big surprise there for me. Like anytime Terran kind of screws up any sort of early attack, anytime that they haven't like really optimized towards economy and upgrades, carriers are going to be counter.
It's 10 minutes. He doesn't have a fucking second base.
Heavy Dragoon here with some reavers into the carriers is quite strong because it's like right now as Barracks, you're not like, oh, I need to get my academy up. That's not top of your mind. And even if you were to get it, you might not scan the carriers. So the odds of him knowing about that quickly is very, very low, which gives Mini a big window to possibly get out a lot of carriers.
He's going to move in with this shuttle now. And he's not going to get that much done. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't try to fire at a group of vultures back there. I thought that was a much more ideal target. He's going to drop the Zealot here and just see if he can get some shots off. I guess he is going to go for the tanks. I really thought it was going to be for the SCVs.
Gets pushed out, though.
Fleet Beacon on the way. Second Stargate going up as well.
Yeah, Mini's in so much control right now.
Enough tanks. Like when you see a Terran player like front loading all his tank production as opposed to adding factories, it means that they're setting up most likely for a timing attack. So I think we are going to see him attack, which is actually really important. If he doesn't try some sort of attack, if he plays this too passively, the carrier tech is going to really kick in for Mini.
Yeah, taking out the Barracks is going to be painful here.
He's having to rebuild that to build more factories.
Kind of an annoying moment when you're stuck on 2 bases to not be able to get any more factories out. Especially
yeah,
when you're just on what?
This is unfortunate for Barracks.
Okay, that's funny. He gave the command to start the factories before the Barracks was killed. So that will actually keep the tech, I guess you could say, unlocked. That makes sense?
Yeah, that's always a scary moment, by the way, when your Barracks is about to die and you give the commands. You're like, please, God, don't let anything walk in front of these SCVs. Like a tank pops out at the same time that it's going to start, and then it doesn't start, and you can't issue the command again. But he did get those started.
I didn't know that you could do that, actually.
Yeah. I
had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea either.
If I have a Citadel and they're killing it and I make a Templar Archives, will that start when the probe goes over there?
If you give the command, if it already has the command to build it, it will build it. This happens a lot in Terran versus Terran specifically, where your Barracks is about to die to Goliaths or something. You're like, oh shit, I have to make my factories. And you like cancel a siege tank and start an extra factory or something. But you just have to make sure you don't spend your money or anything. Nothing that can block it from doing it because you can't give any other commands.
That's interesting. I guess Protoss just don't ever have like a situation like that where you need to get the next tech out while they're about to kill this thing. I mean,
you learn something. StarCraft is so crazy. You learn something new every day. Because I figured it would be the same as if you didn't have minerals. You'd issue the command to be like. But then I've never heard of something saying, you can't build this because of tech reasons.
That's really the number where you can.
That's not even a. That's not even a line in the game.
By a couple of Goliaths, hard to kill turrets off. It can be done, but, you know, if they have anything on the map, it's much tougher. 4 carriers, especially when you have the interceptor upgrade and +1, you're looking a lot stronger.
So these speed vultures
Ooh,
are
that
really,
block.
really important right now. Like, he just scouted that there's no third, and he just checked the other top right main because he's like, wait a minute, where's your third base? We're at 12 minutes 30 seconds. Why don't you have a third base? So I think the picture is starting to come together for Barracks. He knows something nefarious is afoot.
And this is double shuttle. So this is a lot of Reavers to buy a lot of time. And all you want to do here is force the tanks to siege up. If you can get a shot with the Reaver as the tanks are sieging up. By the way, you can drop a Reaver as the tank sieging.
Here come the
Buy it,
carriers.
pick it back up if you're fast enough. If you're Snow.
Or
If you're Snow. Yeah. Only Snow can do
I'm
that.
just saying, like, you can see it actually happen when they're doing it. So he doesn't want to engage. He doesn't need to fight the tanks. He just needs to slow the tanks down. If the tanks aren't sieged up, then all he has to do is attack in. But the moment they siege up, and look, he's going to go around here, and he wants to basically camp outside and cut off reinforcements. He's going to actually go for a counterattack. This is going to cost him his observer, and he's going to move in. I mean, this is a little bit wild to me. Is this an overextension or not? He's actually got these scarabs connecting. Dude, you're unbelievable. Now, while that's still happening, the push is going to come down here. I only see two carriers here. That's not
Yeah,
gonna
okay.
cut it.
This
No,
is
2 carriers is pretty weak. Like, these Goliaths can fight those back, but as Mini starts to eliminate some of the Goliaths, it does give the carriers a bit more power. But overall,
okay,
Barracks
here we
has
go.
some
Come
nuts
on,
moves
we
here
got
across
this,
everything.
Barracks.
At the same time, those Reavers have done some damage over there. Barracks didn't lose a lot of SCVs. He did lose some of his army, but he killed off all the Dragoons. He's going to retake this base, and he's going to get his production going as much as he can. Now, this is the important moment. Mini has to stop him from killing his Nexus.
He needs to kill these Goliaths. It's Dragoons versus Goliaths, so that the tanks can ultimately, or so the carriers can ultimately win the fight. I think he's actually got enough. This is going to be such a clutch hold here. If he can pull this off, he's got to use.
Oh, and he destroys 2 more Goliaths coming down. That is so
The
important.
tanks might kill this Nexus, sure, but the carriers will kill the tanks. Remember that both of these games, they've been on one base from time to time, right?
Yeah.
He's got the ramp blocked. He's going for
Now
the
he's gonna run away, but he's gonna lose the
What
tanks.
he's got to do is target down the tanks and not miss a shot.
This was really a good attack overall, but with
Such a
Spark
good
Fighters,
game.
I'm
It's so
reminding me of
back
some
and
older Sport
forth.
games from ASL where it's like, yeah, you got him down to one base,
Yeah.
but he has a very playable amount of carriers right now. These carriers can get a lot done, as you see. Like, they are gaining so much value.
But he's
right
almost
now.
out of money.
Yeah, Barracks has twice the economy.
And he
but
blocked it with
sometimes you can
mines.
think about carriers as like an extra flying base. Like, they just get so cost efficient.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only 4. He does have a couple more on the way. 6 is so much better than 4. It's more than 50% better. You see 4 carriers as Terran, you're like, okay, I just need to make sure I keep like 12 Goliaths around and I'll be okay. But as he builds more, it's going to become very difficult.
Looks like he kind of messed up his interceptor unload there. He's just started his second Nexus, I should say, again. The carriers are strong enough they can win this fight, but if the turrets finish in time under here, it's
Yeah,
gonna
the
be
turrets
hard
are
to
what's the
actually
big
keep the fight
problem.
over on top of this. Now, there's still a Reaver out here, and this is something we maybe haven't talked about enough, considering how important.
Okay, he's
what's
trying
happening
to pull the
in this
carriers
game
away.
is that there's, oh my
Yeah,
God,
if he doesn't notice that and he pulls the
haywire
Reaver in and
here.
kills all the SCVs,
This
that's
actually
GG.
could go haywire here for Mini. He's got his 4 carriers on the map. He can try to play keep away. He's got to get that weak
Yeah,
one away.
he.
Good control so far.
I love how he moved his Reaver down through the rally point, by the way. Like, he's actually being really thoughtful about what to do with that Reaver. It's such a strange position. Good micro as well. Like, Barracks has the right idea of trying to chase that down, but is unable to do so far. And he's picking up kills with that Reaver.
Thing is, the carriers can actually fight Goliaths at a greater range here.
That fucking Reaver is a hero.
Keep the interceptors out. You can target them onto a Goliath and then pull away.
But man,
And
Mini's almost out of
not
money.
having to even trade shields here. Oh my God, he's gonna go for another shot. He's gonna get the second shot off. That means there's only one
Fucking
tank left. Now remember,
Reavers.
if there's no tanks on the ground, you think carriers are strong, put a couple of Goliaths in there with that. Or a couple of Dragoons in there, excuse me, versus
Against the
Goliaths.
Goliaths, yeah.
that's when it's going to be really hard for Terran to take fights, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. I think as good as the play has been by Barracks,
I think
may actually be able to take this fight.
Yeah, he's got so many carriers.
It's going to be like 1 or 2 tanks out. It's very easy to target that, like we just now see here.
Oh!
And then if you kill that off, suddenly, like, you know, Goliaths, you just literally never make them against Zealots or Dragoons. You might make them if you're
trying to kill one of the carriers. There's 2 that are so low.
Dragoons are just much stronger.
If you can get rid of those 3 carriers that are like super low.
They are so weak against those Dragoons, which is why he keeps pulling back. And you can't poke a tank out because that's what he's looking to snipe. Now look at this. He's killing off a lot of these turrets. He has that natural mining. Barracks is going to have to just jump forward at some point. It looks like he's choosing right now, but loses a tank immediately.
Yeah, I was wondering if he might try to target down the gas. That's another thing when you start to get carriers out like this. Just denying that other gas, since the gas is going to mine out eventually in a game this long.
This is crazy. He needs to get those SCVs out of there.
Up here. It's crazy, guys. They're both on 2 bases. We're at 18 minutes and 50 seconds.
This is so
How
insane.
many carriers are there now? Is this up to 8?
8 is on the way.
I don't know. I thought it was still 6.
It's still 6. 8's on the way.
Like
I
don't know if he had money to start 2 more. Carriers are somewhat expensive.
350, 350 as far as I know.
A lot of times you just have to save your minerals for making interceptors at this point. Because that's actually a valid strategy, is to just try to pick off interceptors nonstop until they're not full anymore. But yeah, he still has
it is just 6. But there's now 4 tanks in with the mix. 4 tanks, it's hard to snipe in time.
And the thing is, Terran can move the command center.
You rarely ever see in StarCraft 1. See it a lot more in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, so he's going straight for the gas.
But that's just how scrappy this game is. They're both taking 3rd bases right now.
And another tank down.
Take out. Big moment here. He's going to lose a decent number of interceptors. Goes back onto the gas. Remember that, you know, the main will have mined out. Or should be mining out here soon for gas. So if you can take out the 2nd gas, suddenly they just like...
Yeah, they don't have any gas production
anymore. Protoss, by the way, isn't mining at their gas at their natural.
This is like, it really does feel like it's going towards Mini right now. The carriers just,
the carriers are just
right,
too good.
Just cannot be picked off. Dragoon's now coming over the bridge.
Yeah, I think this might be it.
Siege count is really super low, and he's trying to enforce a victory here over these Goliaths. If he picks off the Goliaths, the game is over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, he can actually just shimmy the Dragoons over towards the command center.
And then another tank down.
Tank range.
And then he says the Dragoons take out the Goliaths. Yeah, that's GG.
A little bit further here. This is, I mean, being wedged in between the 3rd base and here, like where the main is, this is massive. He's going to snipe the tanks. This
is the problem. You can't let carriers get out. Oh, he killed one of them.
This is one of the craziest carrier games I have ever seen. Oh, the rally points are so painful here. His tanks come out.
Yeah, that's
if you
GG.
had a tank on the high ground, it would help a lot more. You can see when he can, he's trying to swoop in and just pick off those remaining tanks. Meanwhile, the Dragoons are just getting kills on everything. Like, the longer that they're here, this whole position's going to go down. He's going to instead try to target the remaining Goliath.
That was a great fucking game, though. But Barracks fucked up at the beginning.
GG. What an insane game. I cannot believe how tight that was.
That was
we basically never see anything like that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
If you cover up the IDs, I would bet my life that was Stork playing. That was such a Stork-esque type of game right there, where it's like, no, I have enough carriers. It's fine that you killed everything.
Yeah.
But that was really well done.
Carriers are...
It was very interesting to see Barracks chose a 2-factor.
Everything's broken in StarCraft.
And he even kind of chose the right
except
one,
for Terran. Terran doesn't have anything that's really broken, except siege tanks, but you need them in mass. And yeah, if you let them get picked off, you're fucked.
Doesn't quite work out for him, but you can see he has some really interesting prep that's not necessarily expected here from Mini.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I thought the game was going to end with that attack. It looked like Mini was in such bad shape. Another moment where you can see decision-making is so important. It's not just about micro, but it's about kind of knowing what you can do with what. And, you know, when you get these scrappy games... By the way, Protoss is about to mine out at the natural. Just to be clear here. Like, Protoss is leaning in as hard as possible with 33 probes versus 39 SCVs and just trying to keep making interceptors, to not make anything else until he absolutely has to. He starts the 3rd Nexus as this attack happens, and really the play is to just avoid the tank at the top right. It's kind of covered up by the resource tab, but those tanks are what will kill the Dragoons, and if there's no Dragoons, the Goliaths can run under and pick off the carriers. But with, I guess it's like maybe 10 Dragoons here, if he can just stay out of tank range and just hold the position over this expansion, he can take the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful game. Really a lot of fun there to start out this best of 7. I think it's going to be a great day. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, Island Map TVP.
Ooh.
Esports.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going into game 2.
Giveaways.
Well, that first game was just a pleasure. That was a lot of fun. I love how dynamic a Terran versus Protoss matchup really can be. I actually think it's the match probably in the best health right now in the game. But yeah, very much enjoyed that, and I'm just really looking forward to Roaring Currents and seeing what they have prepared, because that is the most prep-intensive map by miles, right? Like, there's so many.
Yeah, this is going to be probably the match-defining thing. If Barracks doesn't win this game, Mini might just 4-0.
It's going to be a very welcome map here. Kind of crazy how many moments it looked like it was down to the wire, where it seemed like one side was going to die out there. Unusual to see the 2-factory play used against the Protoss. I think he had a pretty bad position early on, but just seemed to kind of understand
36 to 64%.
Navigate through that matchup.
Yeah, Mini is definitely favored.
Like in those spawns, in those circumstances, going into carrier tech. And I like that you said it kind of looked like it was Stork playing, right? I had the exact same vibes. You know, we've had this in several seasons in the past years of ASL, where Stork is kind of able to beat anybody, and if he can get up to 4 carriers, even if he only has 1 to 2 bases. So that one's going to go down in the carrier history book.
Well, that can happen with these carrier plays, because like the carrier builds are the one thing that force Terran to attack. Like that's how you have to play, because carriers outscale mech. Like, as the supplies of both go up, carriers end up winning. So like you see the carriers, you have to attack, and it can make very messy games like what we just saw.
The Goliath's chasing halfway across the map. He needs to have Goliaths on the other side to trap and then run the carriers into the Goliaths, and then he can't pull the interceptors. He runs this way. Interceptors run this way. It's like you have to trap the carriers. Make their advantage their disadvantage.
Like 3 times in that game, but still was able to hold on.
Yeah, it's all about getting the right number of carriers and then trying to dissect the Terran army, isolate the units like tanks, and get them killed off.
I don't know why they're showing their phones like that.
People think about carriers and how many are there, but really the closing...
Oh, is that for the giveaway?
Carriers that you can fill it in with a couple basic ground units.
I'm so confused.
It could be Reavers, like we saw back there.
Or are they like promoting that these people won the giveaways?
Basically treat the Goliaths like they're Hydralisks.
For sure.
I have no idea.
It's a much later game, different type of scenario. Very hard to afford very much on these few bases while going carriers.
No,
but,
you cannot do it on low base like that. But the Dragoons alone are what basically allow you to then swing the game into your favor.
Dog, someone made fun of my name today. What did they say, Callie?
Carriers definitely could be strong.
What did they say about your name?
You know, like I said,
those bastards
do kind of outscale everything that Terrans got. So, like, if this turns into a big, prolonged game, this island map, carriers are.
I have no idea he was drunk.
Like, if we get into
it's okay. You're still a good boy gone.
Yet, so I don't want to like.
Your good boy is gone, Callie.
I think Roaring Currents.
Either that, you're a good boy, and you're gone, Callie.
Revolve around one Terran timing push. But we'll see. You know, these guys have had to prepare for this. They've had to think about this. Everyone's known about.
Well, how's it going today, other than that, Callie?
Some at least. And we're going to see what the best.
We just like one of the craziest carrier type games with between Mini and Barracks.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop into 6-fact or something here, or as well. I don't think Mini would throw away this map. It's a very good map.
This is gonna be a very interesting map too.
Well, I mean, yeah, let's see.
But I said he sounded like he was gawing on cum when he spoke. Gnawing on gum? Cum?
some features.
Well, there you go, Callie. You got him back. What did he say? What did he think about that?
Islands available. So I don't know
What did he think about that?
You know, there is the possibility that Terran goes for Wraiths if it starts to become a bit of an islandish map. Yeah, let's see, guys. We're going to go on into game 2 in this best of 7. Remember, right now, Mini in the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, I saw the craziest thing today, Callie. I saw the craziest thing.
We have Barracks here in the top right, Mini in the bottom left. Quick plug here, guys. Consider going to patreon.com.
The world is stranger than fiction, Callie. Either that or the world is scripted like a fucking video game. And fate, at the end of the day, is just your coding. Because holy shit, what the fuck? There's coincidence and then there's tinfoil hat coincidence.
But we hope that you would consider joining us in this. You know, there's all these different things going on where it's like, oh, the publisher changed, or oh, they're going to shut the servers down, or there's this new game out here, and you know, you can just sit here and trust that StarCraft 1 is going to be around forever, because if you made it this far, I don't think it's going to be stopping anytime soon. In fact, a lot of young people in Korea are picking it up. The viewership numbers for this show in English are very good.
StarCraft probably gets more views than Jimmy Kimmel.
So help us grow the Patreon if you would. We would very, very, very much appreciate it.
Totally. Thank you so much, guys. And the game is literally never going to die, because even when Blizzard did kind of stop helping out, just private servers pop up and everyone keeps playing. It's just, it's the best game, man. And like, I feel like I haven't had this much fun with StarCraft in a really long time.
The meta right now is so good. The maps are so good.
Obviously, pain as well is mixed in there, because I'm a masochist Terran player. But like, it's just it feels like it's in such a place, and I'm enjoying playing it enough that I'm like, you know what? I'm blessed to have found this game, and I'm sure a lot of you guys feel like that as well.
Hell yeah. Such an amazing thing. Nexus
it's
first.
Because, you know, I think
typical Mini.
I was in 7th grade.
As always.
So I guess 6th grade and below, it was like Warcraft 2 and Command and Conquer. And, you know, there was always something very special about StarCraft 1. And, you know, sometimes you go back in your mind, you're like, well, it was a different time in my life. But I have gone from 7th grade, however old that is, all the way to 41 years old.
Just coasting off of StarCraft.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, I dug up a clip from 2005 where I'm like, I want to play this game till I'm 50, and I'm like,
I'm fucking
not that far. Like, I want to play it longer.
8 years away. I think Artie is 42.
8 years, like that.
Yeah, 8 years.
That's not likely at this point. I'm pretty sure I know what I like, and it's this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support. That's patreon.com/ASL English. Now, just taking a look here, he just did like a very simple wall. You know, Marines can go in and out of there. I guess that stops like proxy gate zealot rush type of things. So that's kind of a.
But he went Nexus first, so I don't think it really mattered.
Yeah. From Mini, and this is the longest rush distance, and it's up a hill, so you can't actually break this. Like, think about how he couldn't break it on Knockout. This is 10 times.
Yeah, this is insane. You think that little dip fucks?
It's
like
you know, we were talking,
you don't have vision.
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I wanted to mention we've had maps with high ground naturals before, and they almost always become very Protoss favored because you just can't stop Nexus first. Like, they can just do that, and Command Center first is not something you can just do whenever you want.
Because then they just throw out a zealot and you're fucked.
If I were him, I would have gone for double barracks cheese.
Yeah.
Why would you not do that? They're gonna. It's Mini. He Nexus first.
Yeah,
already.
he's definitely. I thought for sure this would be the cheese map
in this series because he has done this in other matches online. You know, this would be a great map to just make 2 barracks there and do the cheese and get the free win, frankly, and stick that fear into the Protoss
Mini
heart, where he doesn't really feel so safe just taking a Nexus.
I'm afraid this is going to be a 4-0 from Mini.
The greediest Nexus first build I have ever seen. It's off of
that's kind of one of the big problems. You get tilted in a fight like that at the beginning.
He's greeded the hell out of it.
I don't know, man.
It's
Barracks
so
just
greedy. So that was the first Dragoon that just came out. But the Robo, I mean, it's hard.
We'll have to see, but
Now, I don't know if, like, you want to do a quick drop. I don't know if you just want to go into fast observers and just kind of see what game this is going to be. I think there's a lot of different ways to play this. But Mini's looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think fast observers makes the most sense by miles. Like, just check out what your opponent's doing. The rush distance is so far that you have time to tech into Reavers if you need or something like that. It is a drop ship that's going to be coming out by Barracks. So we'll see. Maybe he can get a vulture drop down that does a lot of damage or something. It's like a little bit predictable, but actually it's become less predictable because it was so, vulture drops are so predictable. Like a few years ago, if you recall, Tasteless, I'm sure it was happening to you a lot. That Protosses like always have Dragoons in place at this point. So like I dropped much less than I used to because it's like it feels like they always have their Dragoons standing right there, you know.
They're just like, there's one way I can lose, and that's not having my people in place, and so they just stick their people in place.
But yeah, just everybody was doing them all the time, where you kind of just default into having stuff ready to catch it. So this first drop's going to come out.
But did you write anything today, Callie? Have you worked on the chapter at all, or the book at all?
He's going to load up. Oh wow, you know this is so fun.
And instantly he's like, yeah, let's go make a third on the island. He doesn't even have a starport yet.
Okay, let's get a Dragoon and a probe and throw it onto the island.
What?
Oh. What?
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh,
so
I guess you can be dropped there.
Yeah. Well, that seems like those are built in so that you can actually kill those islands. Now here
I'm
comes
confused.
The drop, though. He's like committed all these units to an island.
He dropped down there, put down the units, and then left with the thing.
The probes will run away, so he actually has only gotten one probe so far. He will get a few more for sure. There's 3 probes.
Oh, and the probes came back. Why did the probes come back?
Big potential 6, 7. Okay, I mean, you can't complain about 7 probes. 7 probes is pretty solid.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a pretty good drop.
Okay, now he's got the starport. He's got
second starport.
Yeah.
Starport. What is that?
He's going for wraiths.
He is.
He's going to go for wraiths. I thought this might happen.
Oh, he's already got one out. Damn.
Play on maps like this.
That was so fast.
You don't do this, Artosis, but I've seen other Terran players do this sometimes on weird maps.
Yeah.
Where, like, I'm like, oh, I forgot to eliminate this from my map pool, and now I'm going to have to play a game on it. I'm like, oh, he got wraiths. So the idea is that, you know, wraiths, they're actually great units if they're not taking damage. But, you know, wraiths murder shuttles.
Yeah.
Right? Protoss,
but wraiths are made out of paper.
Observer speed, maybe the story's a little bit different. Ooh, seeing 2 wraiths is a little bit alarming. That could have still come out of just 1 starport, but the idea is you're going to get a couple wraiths with a cloak. You're going to have scan. You're going to take islands. If they try to come over there, you're going to scan and kill their observer, and then kill their stuff if they try to attack you. I don't think Terran are too terrible on some of these island maps if they get the right tools in time. I think a lot of times when people think about TVP, on an island map, they're kind of imagining, you know, 2 sides that have a ton of everything.
Yeah.
To the point where the game is already, you know, like 20 minutes in there.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, even like some bad players, I would include myself in this, you can throw a Protoss player off by just going for a couple of raids if they're not ready for it. A lot of Protosses don't get that many observers. So this is a pretty cool move. Now, Mini is double expanding. He's taking the island just around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it seems so fucking greedy by Mini.
Oh my god, here come the cloaked wraiths, Tasteless. And he actually kills that off so quickly. That had a bunch of probes in it. So I think what we just saw there was like 6 probes in a shuttle go down, basically, most likely. And now he's killed the dragon. Oh my god, these cloaked wraiths are killing it. What a smart play here from Barracks. And now he's got the tanks up here. He's got complete control of this area. He can siege that Nexus.
Oh my god.
Can you actually siege that Nexus? Well, not the Nexus, but the mineral line? It looks like you
can get the minerals.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Well,
Barracks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. This is like an old Lost Temple game before they took that out of the map pool. So, you know, this is
why I love StarCraft.
Well.
Every game is different no matter
really
what.
Hard. By the way, Protoss didn't even get practice against this. You know? Like 4 or 5 wraiths with cloak, and then you have tanks somewhere like in an area that can stop you from mining. Like, this is not, you know, you can play, you know, 30 days in a row and not ever be in this situation. So this is like already kind of awkward.
Oh, he almost got the shuttle.
And Barracks is proving he's got a Mutalisk level micro with the wraiths. keep in mind, the other expansion is to the right of this position that Barracks already has. Does Barracks not know about the base?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know because he would have sieged it already 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, denying mining there is amazing as well. But once he figures that out, that Nexus is going to be in a lot of trouble. So Mini is actually, I would say, in a pretty bad position here. But yeah, to your point about Wraith builds, like if you recall, when we had that map 76, Light had some insane Wraith builds on there. And I've actually seen Speed, you know, our other ASL.
Oh no, oh no, oh no!
Really good, even land map.
Oh, you got the Reaver out.
So. Oh, wow. Picks that right up. He actually saves the siege tank in there. Killed that shuttle off as well. But, he's thrown Mini for a bit of a loop. Now, I wonder, I feel like from here, you cut the fancy stuff and you go mass units and you hit a timing attack. I feel like that is the strongest thing you could do. You don't want to be
he's on 4 fucking bases, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's not time for fancy pants stuff. I think you basically go, I've slowed him down enough. He's not making more Wraiths, by the way, but these Wraiths can help shoot down shuttles if there's a drop or something like that, like the Reaver tries to come in. But I would just go for a 1-2 punch right to the third base into the natural. Now, Barracks might have an incorrect read on where he is.
Because of that base.
He might have the temperature off here.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's going straight down.
6 o'clock base.
Come on!
That's very true. He would have been able to kill it, but... yeah, didn't recognize that. Now, Mini coming up with his
I think this is good. Honestly, this is going to be a 4-0 for Mini.
Possibility of a pretty strong push coming up from Barracks. Barracks already to the bridges. Trying to get a drop off, but there is something in the way there, a cannon.
So he's pushing forward here. The problem is it's only Dragoons. I mean, the one tank is, one Zealot, excuse me, isn't going to do anything. Barracks is going to try to leapfrog the tanks forward. He's not far away from where this third base is. If Mini can stabilize, he might be able to fight this back. I don't see Zealots with speed right now. Again, a scan can kill observers. This is really important. You know, the observer is really the Achilles heel of Protoss.
That's the only thing that Protoss has to detect, besides cannon.
Kind of experience with this unit comp to know to just try to scan right now, because mines and tanks will beat just Dragoons always.
And I haven't seen a single scan from Barracks. Like, I feel like Barracks is just falling apart.
You know, where the threat of mines
this is
are,
so sad to watch.
Mines, all that stuff.
Yeah, I heard a scan, but it seems like it was probably for tech there. A few missile turrets coming up as well with this push. Always very important. And it looks like he's just going to get this Nexus.
But he thinks that's the third base, not the fourth base.
He does have that island base, and Barracks is only on 2 bases. So, like, if you end up deflecting this push, there's not generally a lot behind that for a 2-base Terran. This is like everything you see is what he has.
So Mini's going to try to get behind and basically intercept reinforcements. He's also, oh, never mind. He's going to go back up here. Well, you know, the problem is as Terran gets in this valley, it's going to be hard to ever take this out. It's hard to appreciate how.
And he's got the turrets there to prevent the observers.
On your side of the map is.
Yeah.
And DTs.
You know, it's hard to get surrounds here. It's hard to get flanks. I think this isn't going to be easy for Terran to push up into it, but I don't think it's going to be that hard either.
Well, the army quality is kind of low, but he does have Zealot legs now, so a lot of Zealots coming out here. That's going to help him a little bit here. The Wraith's doing a good job keeping that shuttle off from dropping everything. Goes after it once again. The
Gets
Reaver
the
gets
Reaver
caught in the middle very, very quickly there. And the siege tanks splattering goons, but here come the speed Zealots. Oh, God, he's going to hold this easily now.
Yeah, this is a lot coming up here. The Vultures in the back are actually doing a lot of great work here. You know,
yeah.
I think that Terran will still push through this, I think. He needs to scan and kill that DT. And that... Oh,
I heard the scan, but...
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to scan it now and see it. Yeah,
I think Barracks has just been really off with his scans, but...
it's hard
you know what? Barracks, Storm's out, but...
I think Mini's dead. I think he put up a decent fight. And
even with that extra base.
I kind of thought when the Zealots came down there, he should hold it, but... You know, when you have like 7 Vultures behind all that firing, and it's not like there was extra Scarab damage.
I mean, he's like, fuck, he's got a third too.
There wasn't storm damage. You know, eventually Terran just sits there long enough they can win this. Now, Storm's available here now. Let's see, maybe there's an overextension here from Barracks.
Possibly. If you attack up into Psy Storms, I could see things starting to go wrong. But, yeah. it doesn't
Oh,
seem like
no.
that's the case. He comes down the ramp, trying to get some storms off, so he doesn't get completely contained and destroyed. But
Yeah, no, this is
it looks like
this is
Barracks
not
is going
good.
to end up taking this map down, I think. I mean, we already called the attack down the ramp incorrectly. But I mean, how do you end up holding this with what Mini has? Mini is taking another island, by the way. So, like, he's still fighting. He still believes there's a chance.
Yeah, well, he can keep taking these islands. You know, Terran's
He's like,
not
just
gonna get
wear
that
him out,
situation.
wear him out. Even if we lose the game, just make him fight for it. Maybe he'll make a blunder.
Though, to finish off these tanks in the back.
Yeah, there's just too many tanks.
What a crazy game, though.
Yeah, that was great.
See this map and play.
Yeah, this was
Not a 4-0,
Barracks
not a
had just
4-0.
Really amazingly teched out
GG.
build there. GG. And you can see.
All right, and then Mini's tilted now.
Number one map choice. So they've both won on each other's number one map choice. And you know,
Mini's
that
so
has to be a bit
emotional.
frustrating, but I think the build from Barracks was really good.
And if Barracks had known that base was there, oh, the game would have been over way earlier. Both games could have been over in less than 10 minutes. Barracks has got to be like, he just doesn't have luck on his side right now.
Was brilliant.
He played extremely well. I love the drop on the area behind the base.
Fucking Mini.
It's
like, I'm listening to this goddamn pleb. What is this shit?
You know,
Fuck
that
this.
was a game where Barracks never saw that island base, the initial one that Mini had, but Mini just didn't quite engage correctly. You know, the Wraiths really will throw you off. I've even seen that done on non-island maps, and it's like, it's just really hard to be ready and then to recalibrate. Like, you kind of lose control of everything because suddenly there's this unit that can hit you that you have to be watching for if it's cloaked. You don't end up with your usual spread of observers in a moment like that. And it definitely tripped Mini up.
And Barracks didn't even really go for observers.
Let's see who takes the lead here on the map Metropolis.
Yeah. Metropolis being Barracks' second map pick, I find to be very interesting because I think Polestar, Radeon, and Dominator are all, I think, a little bit better for Terran versus Protoss, but that's cool. Like, I want
Maybe
to
just
see
getting
what
it out
his
of the
plan
way.
is. It might just be the fact that there's not that many bases on the map, so it's hard for Protoss to really explode macro-wise, but let's see what Barracks has planned here for map number 3.
Okay, Mini in the top right, Barracks in the bottom left. Cross spawns here. Will Mini go for a Nexus first again? Or are we going to see a deviation in that build?
Hard to say with Mini, man. Like, he definitely plans in a different way than everyone else, but it's funny because, like, we know that Mini comes up with his own stuff. Like, everyone kind of knows he sits in single player a lot for his practice. He's kind of creative.
Yeah, he's like Flash in
his
that
own
way.
Ideas about what's good and what's not.
Flash is the #1 player that plays single player. He just like nails timings.
Like, we haven't seen Barracks ever be like, no, I thought of that build. It's like other people are giving him these things, right? Like,
yeah.
The other truly is the vessel for so many other players' build orders.
That's right. They're living vicariously.
So
they're living vicariously through Barracks in his ASL run. Like, all these other Terrans that can't make it. You're like, yes, Barracks, do this build. You'll get them. But they've all been eliminated, right? So just kind of a fun little side.
Well, that's the thing. It's the difference between knowing the build and executing the build. You can be a genius when it comes to coming up with builds, but actually executing them, completely different story, especially under pressure.
And I think it's a great way to kind of...
And being able to adapt
I think we
when
lost
things
you there
go
for
wrong.
a second, Tasteless. But yeah,
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. You're back.
So I don't know what happened. I've been here. Sorry about that. I was just gonna say this is a good build to use. You know, if the Terran is feeling like they could be greedy this time, this is a much more in-your-face opening.
All right, we got some non-Korean StarCraft fans back there.
Yes.
Hell
you
yeah.
guys are going to be rewatching this VOD just to see how we react to this.
Standing room only
guys.
at the round of 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not enough chairs for us.
So it's going to be the gateway into gas. So there'll be tech behind this, but the whole goal here is to just make sure that Terran's up on the high ground, and then you throw down a Nexus.
Well, yeah, and I like this rotation into the forward gateway because, like, let's say that Barracks was a close spawn and he was trying something like a quick gasless expansion, or maybe he was trying even a command center first or something. Maybe you really screw him up with this, but Barracks has chosen to open with a factory expand, so like a Zealot is just not going to be any sort of issue for him. Should be completely fine blocking this and getting his own command center up.
One time Mini doesn't go greedy. What is this? That means Mini's tilted. Because Mini would just normally just drop down the Nexus, no problem.
Remember, the Marines never get to heal.
Which means he's actually scared of Barracks.
So any damage sometimes you'll have a Terran that's just
man, the psychology of this, specifically because it's Mini, is so fucked.
So the Zealot's going to run in now. This may prompt a Vulture immediately instead of getting an add-on. He might have wanted to do that anyways.
Yeah, that's the most common way to play currently. Oh, nice micro there. Oh my God, that's some good micro. That was some hot stuff there from Barracks. But Mini is still on top of these Marines, man, and he's using his probe really well as well. And he actually pulls the probe all the way back. That's interesting. I wonder if he has like a different plan for this probe, because it was obvious that he was going to end up losing the Zealot, but I feel like he might have been able to get one more Marine if he kept the probe there.
Yeah, probably.
So valuing that probe over an additional Marine kill, I guess I don't really have anything wrong with it. Just it didn't look like what I expected to see him do.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he wanted to do one more peek inside.
Well, he's going to lose it anyways.
I did see that there was an SCV that was going to be making the command center, which has just now started, by the way. So maybe that's what he wanted to do, is just see, are you going to expand now, or you're going to do anything else? I thought he was going to run and hide it, like you were saying, Artosis. But now we're going to be going into the Robo, and this is before Dragoon Range, I believe. I think, in fact, Dragoon Range just started when we left the screen. Yes, it has. So this is a little bit different, guys, than what we normally cast. This is him getting the Robo out a little bit quicker. You are a little bit more at risk of being rushed or attacked, but I guess he kind of confirmed that wasn't happening when he saw the SCV ready to make the command center on the low ground. Cool stuff.
Yeah, and it's cross spawn and everything. He'd already damaged some Marines. Like, the odds of Terran trying to pull the trigger across the map is pretty low, but you see he is sending his Marines and his Vulture. So this might be a situation where he's like, okay, the Marines will get up here and I'll have mines finished, and maybe I get a good mine, maybe I can push the Dragoons back and get some damage. I don't think he'll get too much out of this, but it's absolutely a fine thing to try.
So the SCVs are going to get transferred here. And will this be for quick reavers? By the way, Barracks is going to try to come up here, basically planting a couple mines. He needs to get a read on what can possibly be coming here as far as the third base goes. So he's just going to put a small amount of mines. You have to clear this with observers. When they put 2 mines on the high ground like that,
you can't see them.
Try to run anything up there like Dragoons. They'll get exploded immediately when those mines come out. And this is going to be a really well-rounded tech right now. It's going to be the second gas here with both the observatory tech available as well as the reaver tech available. And this is kind of a catch-all. It's always most efficient to get the shuttle first, and then you can have both of these 2 techs finish at the same time. And if you think you can make a reaver, you go for that. If you feel like you're surrounded by mines, maybe you go for the observer instead.
Yeah, the people are always shocked to hear observatory and the support bay, they each only take 19 seconds to build. It's actually kind of crazy. So, like, those things just appear out of thin air. I like this type of play personally. I feel like if I played Protoss, this is exactly how I'd play. But, like, yeah, you get the observer and the reaver and then the third base. It does slow that third down a little bit, but everything feels like kind of rock solid. You're not going to just die to anything that Terran does. You have a lot of options for harassment.
Yeah, I feel like Mini playing safe like this is... he's afraid of Barracks. He knows that Barracks should have won game 1.
Well. And you go, okay, well, we'll get a shuttle.
And he knows that he should have won game 2.
Okay, there's not DTs. We're going to have a reaver. We're going to try to take a fight. Maybe you expanded. Maybe you haven't.
Because Barracks didn't see the third base.
But it's kind of ticking all the boxes. Where, you know, a lot of
But he
these,
shouldn't
you
have
know, the
double
observer
expanded
always
like
made
that.
First. And then sometimes you even see like Shuttle and Reaver made after that, or you see Shuttle and Reaver made right away. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it.
And that's why he's not going greedy
and
now,
they
because
all
he
come
went
with
way
different
too
pros and
greedy.
cons. Like the way that Mini approached this, like you're not going to be cutting any corners, that's for sure, but you're safe.
Well, right now, the Reaver going to fly across. He has started that third Nexus at a really good time. Mini with a very flexible type of position that we see. And some more factories being added here. Is that a 5th factory? Yeah, it looks like it is. So he goes up to 5 factory relatively quickly. Doesn't have a ton of missile turrets, but does have a little bit to base this defense off of. Like, I don't think Mini will get too much done here. But, yeah, I only see the 1 missile turret up near the command center. So, like, he'll get a little bit done with this, I would say. Oh, gosh.
Oh, man, this is looking really scary. The Reaver unloads. Oh, my God. Perfect hit on the Marine, too. Now, remember, without the Marines, he's just lost all of them here. The shuttle can move with impunity.
8 kills.
That means he can take lots of shots. Oh, my God.
Dude, he's already done so much. He's already done so much with this. Oh, man. Like, I'm sure Goliaths are about to pop out. Some Dragoons did come down the map. Like, maybe he tries to combo them into getting some more damage. But, like, big mistake right there. Loses that Reaver to a mine.
Yeah. Gotta land that Zealot first and then see if the Reaver is safe. I hate this about this map, by the way. Probes always get stuck here. It's very hard to get things transferred correctly.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 3 base with 6 gates. He's going to get the Citadel, probably a Forge in a second here, too. And he's playing a pretty tight game. One thing Mini does not seem to be interested in doing is trying to mass expand. And why would he, right? I mean, he already saw that there's a ton of factories being made here. By the way, the Observer now sees the push coming out. So Mini needs to come in here, try to intercept this, at least force a siege, at best unload the Scarabs, I'm sorry, the Reavers, fire the Scarabs, and try to get
and then
some
just kind of...
kills.
Well, he's going for it right now. Unfortunately, this
bunny
Reaver,
hop across.
Is ready to start launching some Scarabs out. Dragoons come forward as well. Mini has to be careful here, though. There are a lot of Siege Shanks. Loses a few Dragoons at the beginning of this push. Barracks is going to continue to go forward.
He's going to regroup again. Going to come in like this. Unloads the Zealot first to absorb the shots. Gets a shot off onto the tank.
Oh, Reaver's dead. He's no Snow.
He loses the Reaver. I think that actually Mini's going to get trampled here. In
this
fact,
is
just, what is he doing? He needs to pull that back like
this is
seconds ago.
This is insane.
Was,
could Barracks win 4-1? Because Mini is so tilted? Oh my god, this is insane. This is insane.
Iconic laugh right now watching him try to control Reavers.
Snow.
Because I feel like Snow has dismantled this push. But Barracks is doing a fantastic job with it. Like, he has killed just about every Dragoon. Like, he should be able to just kind of go forward and win the game from here, I think.
I don't think that Mini has enough material on the board to fight this.
Yeah.
Like, there's so little that's over here. Keep in mind, if he can actually push up like this, he can drive a wedge in between the second base and the third base. He's going to probably do Zealot bombs, but there's no mines here. So you don't really care. He's going to drop that Reaver in the back. Not bad. He gets a kill on that tank. He's going to get another shot off in a second. A Goliath would be very handy in a moment like this, just because you'd be able to actually...
Oh, it has like 1 health.
This Reaver is so low. He's gonna run
but he's got the vultures in now.
Man, this is going to be messy. Zealot's walking in through these mines.
Oh, and he kills the fucking Reaver.
By the vultures. This is why you have to keep higher health on the thing. Some Dragoons coming down to...
Yeah, I think this is GG. Holy shit. Barracks is fucking coming in hard. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
It's such a great thing to base the push around.
Look at Mini's face! He's so fucked. This is Mini's ultimate problem, is emotions. He just needs to stay more calm.
Vultures no scope a second Reaver there.
The reason why he's so good is because he just takes gambles on greed.
And they just haven't done the type of value that you need them to do against this push. Another missile turret on the way, but he actually kills his own SCV there with splash damage. This one will be picked off by Mini, it looks like.
Yeah, this is
this
is over.
Those Dragoons that were killed off earlier. Those Dragoons that took so much damage. I mean, that was just devastating. And, you know, I don't think he's going to be able to break this. tanks, vultures, and turrets wedged together like this, the next target's going to be this base up at 12 o'clock.
Yeah. I might lay a couple mines forward, but not even too many. Like, keeping the vultures just clumped on these tanks are going to blow up things that get dropped on you. Look at this, the triple missile turret. Man, like, just a beautiful push
GG.
from Barracks, and Mini falls.
Oh man, this is not good for Mini.
But his
Mini is so fucking pissed.
Really good, and then he loses.
Look at Barracks' face. He's just like, yep.
No units nearby. Like, that's bad.
Keep calm. Do what I gotta do. Do what I gotta do. I got this. First game was just a warm up, man. We know about this.
Barracks was just able to push cross maps super fast.
He's just like, oh my fucking god, I'm so bad at this game. Why am I such an idiot? Why didn't I go Nexus first? Fuck.
You know, that's hard to hold. One Reaver, it's really hard to get that much damage when they're moving out really quickly. And then he also stayed with too many Dragoons. He lost something like 6 Dragoons after the Reaver was gone. The moment that the
moment the Reaver's gone, you gotta pull out.
The Dragoons are there to just force a siege so that the Reaver can unload and fire his Scarab, and then you gotta rinse and repeat. I think we're gonna catch that on screen now.
Look how all-in Barracks was. 37 SCVs against 57 probes.
Yeah.
Man, my God. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But you can see, like, look at that. He loses everything here. Why is he even fighting? He kills like 1 more tank for like 8 goons. Like, you have to pull back there. The control of Mini was off. By the way, one thing I kind of half recognized, I'm pretty sure he sent his probes to his third base super late. Because he started that Nexus at like 6:30, and then we went back after the Reaver drop near 9 minutes, and I saw probes going to it. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm pretty sure he was late on that transfer.
He was just too focused on other things.
So good. You just have enough here.
I don't know why he's dropping the Reavers so close to the vultures though.
Get the right snipe. Sometimes it did seem like Mini a lot of times shot on the edge. Sometimes with the Reavers you need to fire right into the center.
Yeah.
Take out vultures.
Right in the middle, just boom, 2 shots, blow up everything.
Flip an entire game that would have been lost onto
and then he just drops it here and gets it completely destroyed.
That was another mistake. You need to be very, very concerned about where you land a damaged Reaver like that.
Well,
so Barracks takes the lead 2-1.
That's impressive. Mini, you know, good
this
thing
is
for him.
crazy.
Go to commercial break, because I think he needs to calm down and take control of his mental here.
Yeah.
Because he is an emotional player, and if he doesn't up his control a little bit, Barracks might run away with this series.
Guys, we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Here, welcome, Sean. You are here to witness what could be the greatest upset next to Soulkey getting kicked out, which is Barracks knocking Mini out in like a 4-1.
Thank you for waiting. It's time to go into game number 4.
Because Mini is so tilted. But how was your day today? Gonna be AFK for a while though? Because I'm using the grill for pork chops. Alright, no worries, Sean. We're just watching StarCraft, so you're not gonna miss anything important.
Better shape, come out on top almost every single time. So Barracks is gonna have to keep it up. He's been doing a great job. I think he's brought superior builds overall to what Mini's brought so far, and his execution has been a little bit better too, I think. So Mini, I hope that he's calmed down a bit. We are going to go into Litmus, and Litmus, I think, is like a difficult map for Terran until they actually get a foothold on the map. And then the map is like, it's a kind of small and thin map, but getting to that position can be very difficult. There's a lot of different tactics that Protoss can use.
Queen, hello, how's it going? Welcome. It's a StarCraft day, the round of 8. And Barracks is kind of.
Terran right now.
He's
the entire round of 8. That means he's the only Terran left in the whole tournament. We have 4 Protosses. I mean, I love Mini, but man, it'd be nice to have a Terran advance here.
Yeah.
At least have one in the final 4. But so far, hey man, he's doing it. He's looking very strong. But this is a weird map. This is a map that isn't really like any other map. There could be some crazy cheeses coming out here.
Who cares? I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, Queen. I wish you were. I wish this was. You were one of the top 3 Zergs, but you know, sometimes the world just doesn't work out for you, right? I'm like the perfect example of that. But how was your day today, Queen? Just another day?
Okay, Barracks here in the top.
I saw
right,
some fucked
Minnie
up
here
shit
in the
today.
bottom right.
Yeah. So
I
you know,
love
this-
tinfoil hat
you've got
conspiracy
all these different
theories.
various ways that cheese
They
could
just
occur, but
didn't
you do
want
have
the
double
smoke.
gas,
They
so
wanted
you can
everyone to
always
have a
get your factory
chance.
going,
My day was normal.
pretty quickly here.
Sounds about right.
You know, I think the biggest part is trying to gain a foothold somewhere in front of your natural. Like, there's this unnaturally long corridor that you push down from your natural to, like, a central spoke part of the map where it goes from quite thin to quite wide. And that's oftentimes where you'll see Protosses, you know, kind of take the fights that matter, if that makes sense. Like, you know, try to slow tearing down in that specific area.
So this is actually scout after pylon, which is funny. We don't really see this anymore in pro play. Certainly not in this matchup. I mean, I guess you'd have it in a PVZ or something, but that's obviously a totally different beast.
Yeah, I've been playing No Man's Sky all day. Hell yeah, Queen. That sounds epic.
And, you know, normally when I see somebody do this, I would say they could steal gas.
Yeah, there's double gas, so it doesn't really make sense. I think it's just for micro, right? Like, just to harass with the probe. It's awfully early. It's awfully early to just harass with the probe. I was hoping against hope he wouldn't make the gateway and he would just steal both gases and we'd figure something out that, like, you need to put 3 gases in a main base. But
ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think something like that will occur here.
Mini, I think Mini's just tilted.
Yeah, that's interesting to see that he would be willing to send a probe out just to do that.
Well,
And
we're losing Tasteless.
I don't know. In my head, I think I don't want this probe to stay home in mine. And just check a little bit later on. Hasn't done that.
Arctosis is trying not to laugh.
Gateway, pylon
Okay, it fixed itself.
Which means
Tasteless, you gotta fix your shit, bro. What's going on?
A bit of pressure on, which again, kind of an interesting concept. Why exactly does he want to do that this early, and why on this map?
Also, I need to point out,
food and world building sounds like an interesting topic. Yeah, I finally get to talk more about my Dynamite leg spiders.
Having to repair and everything, so he couldn't time his factory out
The best food.
anyways.
And like food in ritual, food in festival, food in ceremony.
You can't put
Yay,
any sort of real counter pressure on.
ads!
It's more about just making sure that you're completely steady in this part of the game.
If only we could eliminate ads. The world would be such a better place.
If I need them to be able to take my natural.
So the zealot pressure can come up. Now, 1 SCV with 3 Marines can drive this away. That's the right number to have here. But yeah, there's going to be a second zealot coming up here, and possibly even a third.
Get
He definitely
ads.
wants to put that pressure on. And this zealot is actually doing a great job. Barracks a little bit off with the micro. I'm really surprised he didn't try to bring like another SCV. I think that would have been really, really helpful here. But he's going to get the bunker up, and that's really the important part. If you have that bunker
One
up,
day, I
that
swear,
centralizes
guys,
your
I'll
defense.
defeat
It's going to
ads.
kind of zone
I'll
everything
defeat
out.
the ads and
But Mini,
cast them into
he
the
has
shadow
that
realm.
stasis. He's going to go around and try to jump his zealots over the back wall.
Oh my God. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. By the way, I love the depot wall here. Just to block the Nexus from being made. So that's going to be forced to cancel. He's got to make sure he does this correctly. Oh, he does it perfectly on the first try. Beautifully done.
Wow, he's pretty good.
And there's no vulture being made.
Oh man, this is going to be
crazy.
painful. He might cancel the add-on and go vulture, which really everything has gotten slowed down for him at this point.
Oh, this is
I
so
can't
bad.
believe he got first try both zealots over. That's insane. Okay, well
It's insane.
yeah. These will do some damage. It's not like necessarily going to kill him or anything, but look, this Dragoon running by is brilliant. That was smart as can be.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to basically take the weak zealot and try to damage the SCVs. He
This
can
is
isolate
crazy.
the Marines here.
Oh,
He's actually
Oh.
good micro.
So far, Barracks is control.
Yeah.
and he just surrounds the
Sorry, go ahead.
Dragoon?
Well, excellent. I was going to say what you were going to say, Tasteless. I don't interrupt you. But yeah, that was really good blocking on the SCV.
This game
Worse
is
and worse and
crazy.
worse. I mean, he just continually running units by that bunker.
Oh no.
Well, here's the thing. When the tank comes out, he can kill that with the 2 Dragoons.
Yeah, 4 shots.
It well enough.
Yeah. That's so painful. That is so painful.
Oh, he surrounded it.
Oh my god.
I told a story.
Oh my god.
Attack.
So
Okay,
bad.
everyone
Yeah,
go.
it's going so
Fight.
forward right
Uh-oh.
now.
No.
Another Dragoon.
I'm out of here.
There's not even Marines inside the bunker.
That's what I got. Was that close, Queen?
Dude. There's another Dragoon up in the base now. Are you kidding me? This is getting so bad. He's going to try to drill. Oh, he actually catches it. So that's going to put an end to the bunker run by shenanigans.
Got my chapter posted today, so that's good. Hell yeah, Sean.
A better spot, I'd say. Like, that is a very annoying thing to deal with. Luckily, I think Barracks dealt with it as well as he really could.
Yeah, he handled it pretty well. Mini's going to go straight into Reaver Tech. I don't believe we even have an observatory here right now. Yeah, Mini could have maybe done a little bit better there at the end, but the point is he killed off Marines, he killed off tanks. He really slowed everything down. The counterattack might be devastating, though. This is one thing you've got to be careful about, specifically with these, like, delayed cybernetics core moves.
Yeah, he doesn't have good
Damage
range.
on your side of the map, if you overdo it, the counterattack will kill you.
This does have good potential, doesn't it? There's only a couple Dragoons here. He's going to be able to push through very quickly. Great micro so far, though, I have to say. Laying a couple mines, those are really, really important. The Reaver is not out quite yet. Good targeting on that siege tank. But I think Mini has he's mostly okay here. Still a little bit more pressure coming up with another Vulture. The probes having to be pulled here once again. But the Reaver should be popping out in like 10-15 seconds, I think.
Oh, he got an observer. Okie I'll be lurking and building. Sounds good, Queen. Next chapter is causing me concern, though. I have to deal with a girly, overexcited prince during a banquet surrounded by most of the nation's nobles. It's going to be fun. Yeah. Fun.
By the way, there was nothing about Mini that would telegraph that he was going Reaver from there. One might suspect it because that's how a lot of these games end up. But right now, it doesn't feel like Barracks is ready for this, does he?
I think he started his engineering bay. Like, generally, like you said, you expect the Reaver to be coming. Like, any sort of early pressure like what he had generally goes into a Reaver afterwards. Yeah, he has the engineering bay on the way. I don't think he'll have the turrets ready quite in time. But if he makes them kind of near his command center, I think he'll be able to hold this. Like, I don't think he's just going to straight die to the Reaver as long as he starts his turrets right away.
So we got to see where these Scarabs hit. We know that Mini is really good. By the way, this is a shuttle speed, so there's a lot more that he can actually do with this. Nice targeting.
But it was only one. It only hit one.
He does not have siege mode, or at least in any way that can actually be helpful right now. And the SCVs aren't fully pulled out. And I mean, look, you're happy to have these Scarabs, or sorry, these Zealots just kind of run interference here. Oh my God, he's so good. And that somehow connects on the tank. Are you kidding me? He can even drop Zealots out here.
Yeah, see, and then the tanks will blow themselves up.
Oh my God, oh my God. I'm surprised he didn't go for some of those SCVs.
Ooh.
Very good hit, very good hit. There should be a Goliath being made right now. One tank pops out. I'm surprised he didn't make a Goliath. Like, in these situations, you see that in your base.
Mini's finally using Reavers properly.
Shuttle back. But the speed shuttle going to fly to the left here. We'll see if he tries to hit anywhere else. There's only one tank down here. He could
had an interesting thought. If you have artificial gravity and inertial dampeners, would that affect the time dilation from traveling near the speed of light? Like the perceived time of the traveler would seem longer than the instant travel you'd expect.
You basically almost never see it done, but I guess he decided to go for a kind of a
I have absolutely no idea. It's an interesting thought there, Sean.
But, you know, Mini's recovered pretty nicely. He's in
the only thing I would say to that is,
down here at this location, so
how would you say this?
Command center over here very easily. And there's a lot of threats that are generated just by having these speed shuttles everywhere.
Like, we
I don't
know
if this is gonna be a
if,
double
like,
robo
you're
game,
on the
but we don't
ground
see
and you're
those
flying in
before.
a plane,
I don't know that
time
he needs to
goes
get into that. I think,
faster
like, if
when
he
you're
goes
traveling in a
8
plane.
plus zealot legs,
But there
I
is a
can't
difference
see
between,
Barracks
like,
ever even
coercion
getting
of
his third base until the game is
gravity
basically
at that
decided.
point. There's a
Look how
lot
big
of stuff
his
that goes
factory
into
adds are.
that,
We're at 10 minutes. He's adding factory number 3.
but
For
Yeah,
reference,
kind of crazy.
yeah, for reference, like the fastest factory adds after the first 2 are generally around 7 minutes 30 seconds. And if you're adding factories later than 8 minutes and 30 seconds, man, you're in a weird position or a bad position. So you see he's adding all these factories now, but again, we're after 10 minutes. This is a very tough spot.
Oh, this is so nasty. Ooh. He can just fire into the worker line if he wants. Yeah.
okay, I think this is going to be 2-2.
Here, the Dragoons are going to take out the tanks on the low ground, and Mini is looking so strong.
It wouldn't change how much time passes for the rest of the universe,
Basically comes in here and realizes, oh, all your
but
tanks
you're
are trying to
inside a
protect
gravity
me.
bubble where you
So I'll
feel
just run
completely
into the front.
stationary,
And with
so it
speed
might
shuttles, you can
just
totally
stretch
do
the
that. Now,
time from
there's a
your
crazy
vantage
factory
point.
explosion happening down here. This is going to get reclaimed, but Mini is looking so strong right now.
He's up 45 supply. He has his Citadel, so we know he has to be getting zealot.
Well,
legs. He's got like 6 gates at least right now. I think he's adding some more.
It's
3 bases.
I don't know if it's significant, but that's like the time dilation between being on a different planet. Because the planets are traveling at different speeds.
Really far ahead. If he just macros cleanly,
That would have
and
time
keeps an
dilation
arc out here,
effects.
I don't know how you would.
But you
ever
don't
push out
feel
and either get
the
an offensive
movement
gun or
on
even
the
take a
planet.
third
So is
base.
that the same as being in a gravitational bubble? That would be my only, like, thought process to be like how you could actually go about, like, mathematically proving that.
He's once again going to be able to break this. Now you got to be careful because you can overextend in a game like this.
Damn. Okay, Mini's bringing it back. Mini's bringing it back. 2-2.
Oh my God.
We knew it was going to be close.
So much damage.
Yeah.
And he's going to kill the barracks.
Terran being knocked back onto one base over and over again. It's not like Mini's got a ton of the map, but he certainly has enough to keep doing this over and over again.
Travel 4 light years. The ship sensors would indicate instant travel. The universe has progressed 4 years, and you experienced 4 minutes or something.
Terran wins, but instead he's just dropping right in here. And because there's such a fear of the drops in the main, he's able to then come in there and once again bust the entrance open.
Now, Barracks is trying to push out. He is still down that 40 supply, unfortunately. He's got a nice spread here, but yeah, Mini going to walk up, get it's another big Scarab hit. Going to drop a few Zealots out here as well. That was definitely a much, 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 much better trade by Barracks. I'm not sure why Mini is still trying to...
Damn, is Mini throwing?
Like, you were saying that it's easy to overextend into that natural. And, like, yeah, he killed tanks off, but it's like, man, wow, he has plasma shields first? That's weird. But, like, all Mini really needed to do here was just make a really big army. And he's trying to be fancy and, like, do finishing blows. And look at this. He doesn't have Zealot legs. He's had the Citadel for 100 years.
Oh, my God. Is Mini going to throw? Is this going to be a 4-1? I really feel like it. This is fucked.
It's time to make more bases and grow. And I feel like he was trying to force us out now. Dude,
DTs.
there are 4 DTs. And there are not that many scans in this game.
This
Had
is
not
really
even
smart.
thought about DTs up until now.
No, me either. So I guess he had a good plan anyways. But it felt like he was trying to throw there, man. Like, he's trying to be so fancy in every single way and have, like, the absolute coolest wins and stuff. And it's like, nah, man, just make a lot of gateway units and make it impossible for him to come out. But yeah, the DT's making a huge difference here, pushing him back. It's another good Scarab hit. His Dragoons kind of over pushing here. Great micro from Barracks to be able to pick all these units off is very impressive. But once again, looking at those supplies, he's down by 40.
Yeah.
I mean, Terran is going to keep trying, right? I guess if you can get up to the natural and seal that off, you can hit the 3rd and the 4th base and maybe make it work. I mean, Protoss does not have a ton compared to what Terran has.
Yeah, this is kind of
I do
scary.
think there's a world where Mini could still screw this game up.
Yeah. I really think it's going to be 4-1 Barracks now. Mini is just...
Yeah,
He is so tilted.
It's just like when you're up 40 supply, and now he does have the Zealot legs. Like, Zealot legs are the #1 thing in holding these earlier Terran pushes. Like, you have to have those Zealot legs to screw up everything Terran's trying to do. I guess there are some worlds in which he runs through mines and stuff, and
like that,
and just like that. that's a good one right there. But yeah, like
and like that,
really
and like
on
that.
the edge of defeat here. His SCV count is super low. He doesn't have a very high quality army. He's definitely not getting like great upgrades right now or anything like that either.
Terran can get enough vultures and tanks that if you don't have, you know, really good splash like Storm, I don't know that you can fight it. Reavers are handy. Okay, maybe he can take this actually. This looks like quite a bit.
There's no tanks at all.
Into this corner. It's gonna
he
be
trapped his tank. There's another DT here.
There's not a lot left here for Barracks. You can see he knows the DT's there. He can't even really do anything about it. Chasing him down. He scans now for the single DT, but there's a million Zealots in there as well. And the Reaver is actually just barely does that shot. But the Reaver actually doing a great job against these Vultures also.
Oh, another
his Reaver play last game was not snow level. This is snow level play.
He doesn't hit anything. Dude, I think Mini might actually lose this game. This is kind of crazy.
Well, he's up 50 supply now, so I don't think so. But like he's being so aggressive trying to win. I just don't get it. Like why he's playing like that. Yeah, maybe he just feels like there's no way to lose it. But like, really, if you just make a giant arc and go towards max, what is Barracks gonna do?
Yeah. Well, he just needs to get more stuff. I feel like sometimes he's fighting a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so just now the third base started. I think for this entirety of well, it's basically the second half of this game, Barracks was just trying to close us out. He was just all-inning. He realizes, okay, I am actually going to mine out here, so I should probably start a third command center so I can at least keep this kind of momentum going. It's not like Protoss has gotten a fifth base yet. But, you know, when tanks and vultures get high enough, it's really hard. It's really hard to make this work. He's done a very good job of running when the Reaver comes out, and that's a lot of times when the damage gets in there, but sometimes you got to know
and then there's the third.
Stick around. Mini's going to deny that command center. Some more great Scarab shots to come for sure.
And, you know, Mini, okay, I almost thought he would, like, attack into there. He's like, yeah, these Dragoons beat all those tanks. Because that's kind of the way he's been playing this game. But, yeah, he's got these 4 bases. He denies that third. You can see his supply continues to go up. He's up almost 70 supply now. So, like, he is making some progress over time. But he hasn't really... It's just some of the choices are weird. It's like, well, I mean, you could get Psystorm. That's a pretty.
Barracks
good
knows
right?
that he's
you
fucked.
Just kind of mass up for
he's just waiting for Mini to fuck up if he can. That's why he's been all in.
Something. I don't know what that was all about, but it's the guy is just like, dude, he's drinking tea with his pinky out this entire game.
Okay.
I think we're at the end now.
Yeah.
You know, eventually those 4 bases kicked in.
GG. Okay.
Terran started to lose too many.
Jesus, this is insane.
You know, actually, let me take it back. Shaky game.
Shaky game.
I shouldn't just shaky game. Mini had moments where he looked god tier, and then he got the lead. And you know, this is an alarming thing to see in a best of 7 because it could be a sign of what's to come. He had it won, and he almost lost it. He almost fumbled the ball a couple times. There was a world where Barracks just got a little bit further along, placed slightly better mines, and maybe Mini's Reaver hits weren't as good.
Maybe.
And Barracks wins that.
Yeah, the Reavers were snow level Reavers.
It's time to stop playing just attack. Because it's actually pretty hard for Protoss to attack into a 2-base Terran. Like, if you mess up, you lose everything. And that's how we saw that counterattack move across the map and almost close it out. So we're tied up 2-2 now.
You know what? I feel like I've just updated. Like, I've downloaded the new firmware for how Mini plays this matchup. He's really good at getting ahead or taking weird positions and outplaying his opponent, but he's not really good at finishing Terrans. Like, a lot of times that's where we see him go wrong, where it's like, oh, you're not... Whereas someone like Best, when he gets ahead, he's like, this is how you kill someone. You know? Mini,
that's a great point.
Yeah, Mini is very weak in that regard, but he's really good at getting ahead.
Yeah, I'll talk more about that in a second. Guys, we're going to Polestar here. Map number 5 to see who will take the lead between these two. Barracks versus Mini.
Cross spawn.
Cross spawns here, Mini in the top right, Barracks in the bottom left. I love what you said back there, Artosis.
Yeah.
Like, Best knows how to finish a Terran off. He knows exactly when to attack in, when to not attack in. He's had these games where it looks like a position is unbreakable, and he goes, no, it's fine, I got it. I think what Mini knows how to do is gain an edge that's really hard for the Terran to recover. But if you look at like how he took some of those fights, it was pretty rough. He was definitely attacking him when he didn't need to. He was definitely chasing the Terran army when it's like completely fine to pull back and regroup. And you know, look, a win is a win. A point is a point in a best of 7. But it did look a little bit scary there, and I think we are seeing some of the quirks of his play style.
And Mini's play goes like this as the games go on. Most players go like this.
What the builds are, or his cheese or timings come in at such a scary time that he's just in a great spot. Like the way he handled that game where he was behind but got the carriers up. He's like, no, we've got 6 carriers. I just know how to control this well enough that it's going to be a hard game for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
We're in the final Terran!
Chiefs.
Finally made it from Beijing.
You don't see that very often.
Damn.
Nice.
Hands in there, in the audience.
Yeah, no one's fans of the Chiefs, right? That's pretty uncommon.
I don't know if people know, but I am from Kansas City, so it's, every once in a while I meet somebody in Cruise from Kansas City. I'm like, what? That's insane. Nobody's from there. So this game, we have a gateway on the low ground. And this is similar to what we saw in Game 1 in that it's pylon, gateway, pylon. Not Game 1. What was it? Game 4, actually, what we just casted. Probably be gassed later on. But this Zealot can get there generally a little bit faster. I guess in this case they are cross-spawned, so it's much further away, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's see how Mini does here. And also, you know, does he overextend? Is he ready for a counterattack? That was maybe the most back-and-forth game we had back there.
Yeah, that was... it's wild. Like, I really enjoy this so much about StarCraft 1, where, again, you know, I say this a lot, but it's because it just keeps showing itself to be true that your strength is also your weakness. Like the way that Mini plays, these really technical engagements.
Agreed.
How he normally gets ahead in these certain ways. It's like, well, yeah, and that's how he starts to throw too, because he just keeps doing it.
Yeah.
You know,
he doesn't know
it's
when
like
to just
Best knows how to
plateau
finish
and
people.
cut
He
it
tries
off
finishing
and then
people
just
from
go.
minute 1 and that type of thing. And for most players, that's just the case where it's like, yeah, this thing that they're super good at, they actually do it too much. You should try to dial that back a little bit. But yeah, it's just kind of a weird thing about it that we've seen from Mini. Now, this Zealot pressure coming in, the 3 Marines being microed pretty well, he's going to be able to force that out.
Yeah, perfectly handled by Barracks. This is with the Nexus starting before range, by the way. Before Robo. If he can get an extra hit off here, you know, it's crazy. It is totally worth it if you can kill a Marine and damage one other one to make their counterplay that much worse. And this was not with a second Zealot that was jettisoned across the map. So the Vulture's going to be made. That has to go out and figure out what kind of game is this.
He's got Dragoon range
here, you know,
automatically on the way. Is he going to go straight for... Because
the
the standard game is you drop the barracks and then they have the goons come down and ranged attack on the on the bunker, and then you get like 4 or 5 dragoons and then they run away. Just to waste minerals.
So, you know, I'm hoping that we actually see, because we've had like very aggressive games, very micro-oriented games that are getting decided relatively quickly with pretty technical plays. I'd love to see these two in like one of these big macro games, you know, where like Mini's got 7 bases and Barracks is trying to get a 5th base or push his opponent down on 4 or something like that.
Yeah, like a
I'd to see that
175 to
between these two, see how they
200
match up
supply.
that way.
Same. I would love to see that. So far, everything's been kind of oriented towards quick wins and quick aggression and trying to really get in there and hurt the guy early on. But maybe that's kind of how they perceive their own strengths and how to take each other on here.
Mm-hmm.
It has not been a game where someone's really just on the receiving end of something. They both have kind of crazy explosive openers. It's going to be observers coming out now, and the counterattack's going to hit. Remember, these counterattacks are really scary for the Protoss. Protoss is in a very flimsy spot when they both get a Zealot out like they did this game and a Nexus before range, and then the counterattack comes. You know, the safe kind of super conservative version of this is that you would have just had 3 Dragoons with range, and range would have started before the Nexus, and you're kind of okay against everything. But these are not ranged Dragoons. Or it might have just finished, I think, actually.
Well, it's a pretty good push, but good micro back there. He whittles down the Marines, and as the Marines go down, you do kind of have to pull back. He lays a couple mines out in the front, which can be annoying for Mini. But look at how brave Mini is. He immediately walks out with those Dragoons. He wants to block a mine from going into his 3rd base location. So I think he is getting ready to take that pretty quickly. That, I would say, overall, very good parry there from Mini. And
oh, and he just gets hit by the... He had the observer!
Dragoon was rallied to the side, and a mine popped up and pulled it into 2 Dragoons, killing 1.
Sick.
Rally points are
that actually
scary.
Could change things, too, because this is a 2-factory after Command Center build, and he still has the tanks in the center. So it looks like Barracks is actually going to poke again, and he's avoiding the observer. It does see one of the tanks, but, like, after that mine hit, it killed a Dragoon and damaged another, and another Dragoon got damaged from the initial Marines. So, like, I feel like there's actually some potential with this push.
Nexus starts over here. He's going to try to hold up.
Oh no, Tasteless. We're losing you, Tasteless.
Yeah, and look at this. Okay, the Dragoons targeting down these siege tanks, but a great pullback right there, laying a bunch of mines. One of the Dragoons explodes.
Oh,
going
this is
after
bad.
The very damaged one. Very good targeting at the moment. Oh my god, that mine drag comes right in, and he kills every Dragoon. This
I think that's
3rd
GG.
base is looking like it's going to get canceled
Holy
out. And in
shit.
fact, a full wall went down.
Look at Mini. He's like, oh my god,
That
no,
Nexus is going to
no,
go down. This is
no,
a
no,
huge
no,
moment here
no.
for Barracks. Really immaculate pressure from him. And look at this. He's getting up here before the egg is gone, which means he's going to be able to execute another Dragoon. Is Barracks going to take the advantage in this series 3-2?
I'm
It
so
feels like
this
it, man.
this is gonna be crazy.
You know, that's-
Yeah, he just says fuck it. He just says fuck it. I'm out. Oh my god, match point. Match point for Barracks. Holy shit, this is insane. I want Barracks to win so badly. He deserves it so much.
Man, that's really risky. And that was off of a gateway on the low ground.
Oh man.
He's kind of playing with fire here, man. He is taking some pretty big risks. And I think, you know, what Barracks is able to do is basically have this straight up in-your-face skill check. Are you being too greedy? Well, here's how I can test it. I can try to get into a fight with you. If you're not able to handle the fight, then you're going to get overpowered, and that's exactly what happened. Another game that's shut down before it starts, Artosis.
Yeah, his pressure.
This series has been
really
so
awesome. That
fucking
one
crazy.
mine really changed a lot. Like that. Watch this. This is the really important part.
Here we go.
So it'll pop up. It's gonna pop out of the
This works
Barracks.
anywhere near as well if this doesn't happen. Like this actually would have made me want to go do it too.
Boop.
Look at that. You get a Dragoon kill and heavy damage on a second one. It's like, oh wait a second, I have like 2-3 tanks. Like if he's down a goon at this point and the other one's really damaged, this is a great moment.
And it was
And he saves the tank.
Yeah.
That's the
You don't have
biggest thing
anything.
is
You
most
don't
people
have
don't
arbiters for a
save the
long
fucking
time in a game
tank.
that's going like this. The
But
vault
having
was
saved the
actually
tanks
into
is the
Dragoons
huge
in here,
thing.
so then it became
He's
a
like,
mass
I'm pulled back.
execution. He didn't even kill one of the 3 tanks. This is a forced cancel on the Nexus as it's on as it's about to finish. So it could not have been a worse investment. And then this attack comes up here. I mean, he's going to go for the Arbiter tech anyways because he's kind of those are the railroad tracks his build order is attached to. But nicely done. Crazy games here, guys. There's hope for Terran. Right now, Mini needs to win 2 games.
He's got a blue toque on.
Crazy. Could we see
Mine's
that
better,
upset
though.
and Barracks get his first round of 4? We're going to see after this quick commercial break where Barracks is going to be on match point and Mini has to win.
For esports pros, awareness is essential. That's why the Black Shark V3 Pro is tuned in when...
I think Barracks is going to win this game. Because if
Welcome back, everybody.
there's only half an hour left in it, and 15 minutes of that is going to be the interview.
In my mind's eye, before we started.
Unless these games are like
sort of
2 cheeses back to back and Mini wins them
a
both.
little bit better, but some of these have been very interesting. They've been very poppy, very explosive games. And you know, frankly, a lot of PVTs, you don't see games like that at pro levels. Like what we saw in that last game, that was sheer greed. A crazy forward gateway, 1 Zealot rush into Nexus Dragoon without range. Super fast third Nexus. Like, you might be looking at that and being like, well, isn't that a little bit greedy? Yes. It's not safe.
Yeah.
It's there's a reason why. In fact, you know, someone much lower ranked than him on ladder could have just won with, you know, an attack that's sort of similar. But Mini tried to be crazy greedy. Why is he trying to do that later on in this series? I don't know. I'm really curious how this game on Dominator is going to go. What do you think, Artosis?
Well, I think that game was in many ways the most impressive from Barracks because you can't plan to finish a game like that. That was a lot of that was execution and just staying smooth with your micro and everything. Like the way that he pressured, like, you know, the 4 Marine 1 siege tank pressure to lay a couple mines to the front, that's not super uncommon. But when the mine gets dragged and you've been producing the whole time and your units are in the center and you're like trying to dodge observers and walk around and all that, it's really, really impressive that he was able to kind of pull that off and just get the win. Because I'm sure that he had like various plans for different game states that could occur, but you can't just be like, and then the 3rd tank comes. And
I have gathered courage, and I want your criticism. I've made the Sapphire Universe origin lore, and I want your take on this. Hell yeah, Hybrid. This should be the last game of this, so
you come up there,
we'll check it
see
out.
what they've got, and you know, you end up punishing it because, you know, right now in that moment, they don't have the right units for that balancing act. By the way, I think it's one of the harder things for Protoss to do. If they do that kind of aggro stuff with the Zealots, the defending game is really
Oh, I saw it there. Did you just delete it? I'm so confused.
Veer away from this play style. I think we got to go back to Nexus first or Crazy Cheese. I think that style for him is...
I went to click on it and it disappeared.
A kind of style that, frankly, I think Barrett...
Oh, okay. I was like, uh-oh. What did I do? Alright. This is the instant I clicked on it, disappeared. I was like...
Okay, we've got Mini here at the top left and Barracks here in the bottom left on our 3-player map Dominator. Real quick, guys. Go to patreon.com/ASL English or download the Patreon app. Consider supporting us in our endeavor here. We love that we get to kind of cover this obscure part of the internet. Hardcore, StarCraft 1, out of Korea. This is the
Hell
game
yeah.
esports. This is the game that is still the esport all these years to come. If you can't afford to sign up and support us on Patreon, you can just become a member. You can join.
Yeah, you can join for free.
For when the VODs are up and everything else like that. Maybe you're going to be in a place later on to support us.
Just to show support.
To have you be part of our Patreon. That's the plan.
Thank you so much, guys. I tell you, this series is really delivering so far. Like, very, very fun series. Pretty close, pretty back and forth. It really does feel to me that Barracks is playing better games than Mini overall. And now here we are on Dominator, and I think that Mini has to open really, really well here. I think the map is like even pretty fair, but like a little bit better for Protoss.
I think Barracks could actually win this ASL.
Get to late game, if the position isn't terrible for Terran, the map shrinks a bit. Thank you.
I'm getting chills. Fucking Artosis is saying, I'm getting chills.
Yeah.
in the YouTube comments. Cracks me up.
I was climbing Mount
by the way-
Everest, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, I got chills, and I knew that ASL must be on. It's like, okay.
So,
Green
I was
boots.
just spending all this time talking about how he probably shouldn't go
Green
for
boots.
the forward gateway pressure build. He's doing it again, Arto.
One of the greatest moments on Artosis' stream when he found out what Green Boots
map,
was.
Right? Because you have that high ground, so if you can force them down, sometimes you can kind of mess with them when you're playing from high ground and they're trying to break up. So, like, out of all the maps, this is one of the better maps for that. But so far, he hasn't really had good success. Like, Barracks has been very on top of pushing it back right away. And, in fact, having a lot of counterplay against it as well.
Do we have a Zealot that comes out with this?
Yeah, there will definitely be a Zealot.
It has to
coming
be, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you ever make that up there, if you don't make a Zealot, you're insane. But okay, so he does get the one Zealot.
Okay,
that's going to be out here.
Barracks is going to cheese here. Like, he went 11 gas for the factory.
This is so
and then he
good.
kept 2 SCVs on gas. So this is going to most likely. Oh, and then he pulls off. What is that? Maybe he's sending mixed signals here to Mini. I'm not 100% sure on it. But normally, if you leave SCVs on there, it's because you want to time out a second factory pretty quickly. So not entirely sure right now, but it kind of started looking like he was going to be aggressive.
Oh, weird. Is he going to let the SCV in his base now?
Yeah, I guess so.
That was so odd to see the Dragoon like attack it, and then it's like the Dragoon's like, ah, an SCV. Runs away. I guess he really wants to make sure he can dominate the ramp up here. I guess it kind of makes sense, actually. We were just talking about this, how controlling the high ground is so important. The thing is, Barracks is going to rush up here. He's got 2 SCVs and 4 Marines.
Easy.
And a Vulture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't do anything with Mini's army here. He shouldn't even be microing against it, most likely. Like, you're not going to win that fight. He is running away. You can see that, like, a lot of kind of free damage here because he's going to repair through his Vulture. Oh. Yeah, I actually like this build. And he's got the SCV there so he can do a drill. Like, he'll probably drill some SCVs and go for a push here because he made a second Vulture with no add-on. Because he sees that there's just, like, no range. Like, Mini is just skipping out on range so much, and there are punishes for that.
Mini.
Oh my
I think
God.
Mini's dead.
Oh, God. Oh, he's really boned right now.
And here come the SCVs.
Yeah, so this is...
He pulled the boys.
Real quick, guys, I mean,
This is it. This is the last game, guys. Barracks didn't fucking win.
It feels like forward aggression, but it's actually without Dragoon range.
He pulled every
And
single
it's not
SCV, I'm
exactly
pretty sure.
safe. Now, Dragoons are still strong, beefy units. They can gun down these units pretty fast if they get good pairings. Dragoon range, still not done for a while. I wouldn't even mind seeing a second...
And he used the SCV to drill them. Sent it? Alright, this is going to be the last game. This is going to be over super quick, Hybrid.
2000 with Slayer's Boxer
Yep.
or something coming in.
Yep.
The drill is insane. Oh.
Well, he's got to take down probably the shield battery. It looks like he's targeting the pylon for the most part, though. So the shield battery might still come into play as a very useful component of holding this. The probe's down, attacking everything. He's got to stop this bunker from going up for sure. He has so many probes in here, but most of them are actually not attacking at the moment.
Yeah, the probes are just not doing what they need to be doing.
I don't know how much energy is actually on this, but, you know, the Marine count's getting thinned down.
Oh, he's going to block it!
It's insane.
Oh my God. He's got to prevent those Marines from getting in the bunker, I'm pretty sure.
Nope.
No, you can't let those in there. And has Mini held this? I think he has.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, Mini wins this fight.
Yeah.
Now remember.
Oh my God, no way! What?
Close one. Wow.
This is last game.
Really worked out. We need to see a replay of that. There was a lot of stuff to break down.
Yeah.
That was
You know what? Mini might actually
he
win.
should have died, by the way.
Wow.
Twice now, Barracks has failed
The
to
wall
execute
was
those.
super important. I think that there were some mistakes there. Like Barracks, in my opinion, what you do is you pull the SCVs back a little quicker. You power down the shield battery immediately. And you can go 2 bunkers. Like, you can do a further back bunker to make sure you get one, and then a closer one.
Yeah, I think you
with
should have
range
built a
being that
bunker.
late and everything, and he had like 3-4 vultures. So, yeah, I think Barracks was slightly off on his execution of that push. I think you're right that Mini could have died there.
She's like, please let Barracks win! Please let Barracks win!
Chicks are praying. It's insanity. We're going to game
The
7.
lore behind StarCraft
Man,
is
I say,
fantastic.
What
Oh
an
my
insane
god.
game. Are we not going to get instant replay of that? That's crazy to me. I guess we might not, but
I don't know.
I would have loved to explore that a little bit further. The SCVs got the surround, but the Vultures and Marines were far away out enough. And I think you made a really good point, Artosis.
Why did he kill the pylon and not...
Should be killed before the pylon. The battery is actually the threat, not the pylon.
Yeah. And the pylon takes forever to kill.
For map 7. We get 7 games out of these two? Hell yes.
Nice.
I fucking
nice.
hope Barracks
Well,
wins,
that's
man.
the way
I
want it.
really
If
hope
Barracks
he
takes
wins.
This, perfect day. Perfect day.
Perfect day.
Get a Terran in the round of 4. Thank you, David Kim. That would be amazing. We'll see.
David
though.
Kim,
I
the
mean,
greatest
this is
balancer
as
in the
close as can be.
universe.
I really want Mini, though, to go into a longer game, man. Like, all these games are being brought to a head right away because Mini is playing so aggressive or so greedy. No in between.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
All right, guys, game 7, let's go. One of these two moving on to that final spot. Well, excuse me, one of the 4 spots, actually, in the round of 4 here, ASL Season 20.
And there's only like 20 minutes left on the VOD, so this has to be a very short game, because we still have to go into the interview and then the outro. So... This is so crazy.
Okay, this is it.
This is so crazy.
We've gone from Nexus first openings for Mini into the forward gateway play that has pretty much dominated the series. And there's a lot of... we almost never really talk about this. There's a lot of different ways to go for the forward gateway opening. It might not feel like it's a big deal to have a gateway on the low ground over the high ground, but it actually makes quite a difference, especially for when the first Zealot comes out.
Yeah.
So you have the ability to kind of get in the Terran's face in a way that you don't if you just went for Gateway and to Dragoon, or obviously if you went to Fast Nexus.
He's scouting the
he's
wrong
gonna go
direction.
for Barracks in the middle of the map.
Oh, my God.
Oh
I
my...
don't have time to unpack this idea.
Okay.
This is so ballsy, man. This is an
I
8 racks
can't
in the
believe
center. Is it going to be
he's-
double 8 racks? Is he just predicting a
I
Nexus
think
first?
it's double. It's double. It's double.
Oh,
8 racks.
you know what? He's doing it. He's doing a 2/3 proxy, double 8 racks, bottom center, and that makes sense because Mini always goes cross spawn scout with Nexus first. Now, is Mini going to make a gateway? If Mini makes a gateway, the odds of him going to round of 4 are very high.
Holy
If he
fuck,
makes a Nexus,
this is insane.
He's making a Nexus tasteless.
Oh my god.
I can't believe this. There's no gateway. There's no gateway. There's
Barracks
no gateway.
wins.
There's no gateway. This is crazy. And this lines up so nicely with what I was saying earlier, where, like, you know, if Terrans did this a little bit more often, Protosses don't get to go Nexus first.
Oh
So-
my god, this is the best day ever.
The audience is losing.
Best fucking ASL day ever.
Just hear
This ASL has been so fucking amazing. Oh my god, it's so
you know,
crazy.
You check that spot for proxy barracks.
No.
You know, it's a common proxy spot. So why would you make it down here at 6 o'clock just in case someone's wondering? Like, what if he was in the top left? Well, there's a 2 out of 3 chance that they're in the bottom. If you were
And he scouts it first.
So you flip a coin, but the coin isn't a 50-50 flip.
Oh my god. Oh
In
my
this case,
god.
he
Barracks
says,
is like,
"Oh,
alright,
I think I'm about to win. Now,
I think I got this.
probes are
GG.
very deadly when microed against.
Yeah, Marines are
It's
so
players
weak.
mess this up.
Yeah,
I should just
it's
say that as
possible.
well.
It's possible, but it's very
possible.
unlikely.
Yes.
He just has
So
to
he's
play
gonna come in here
right.
now.
Guys, we're at Zuck. All we have to do is just make sure we get through the shield wall.
Okay, now he's
We've
gonna
made
go
it through the
first.
waves.
You
We
need
just
have
need
a-
to kill
you
Zuck.
need to have a bunker up. Marines are
We've
not
been
gonna
through
cut it
triple
because there's
Jads.
2 gateways about
We
to
don't need to
finish.
worry about the
We
triple
need to know.
Jads anymore.
Remember, you cannot make the Zealots until the Nexus finishes, because when you do this build, you skip the second pylon.
Watch Mini's face. Watch Mini's head go to the side here. It's going to happen. He sees, okay, that is a lot of Marines. He's going for a bunker on the high ground. That is a big commitment. This makes it, like, very dangerous for an instant kill, but the probes have a little bit better shot at breaking
Oh
this.
my god,
okay, he's
no.
waiting for a great drill. He actually gets a pretty good drill off right there. The SCV, like...
Oh,
he's
but there's
not
so
really
many
attacking the SCV.
Marines. You got one in.
Oh, God, he's got a Marine in that bunker.
bunker's going to finish. There's a Marine inside, and there's going to be at least 2
Yeah,
more
that's
that
it.
get in there.
GG.
And these probes
And
take
Minnie's
that
kicked
home.
out.
Oh,
And
my
Minnie
God.
just stinks into his chair.
He's like, what?
One of the best Nexus first players got hard countered.
Who did? You were calling this at the very beginning of the day as being a build that might need to be used, and you couldn't have called it better because this
Holy
is winning
shit.
Game 7. This is going to put Barracks in his first round of 4 ever in his career. The Zealots trying to sneak their way by. Barracks is 2 on top of it.
I don't know if it's just me, but it kind of warms my heart to see Terrans win. Yeah, given they're supposed to represent us. Yeah, it feels really good.
Could not have been closer. The rush could not have been stronger.
Oh my god. If Barracks wins this fucking ASL, this is gonna be the biggest fucking upset in all of ASL history. Besides even Larva's fucking 4-pool set Game 7 ASL win.
That will just stop it. If everybody's going Nexus first, or you're very confident they're going to do that. By the way, we said he probably can't go for that forward gateway stuff anymore.
And Barracks, like, could have won 2 of those other games. This could have been a 4-0 for Barracks. Like, that's how close this shit was. That's so insane. So yeah, now we got a Terran in the round of 4. That's all that matters. He's and what's great about it, Hybrid, is he's the only Terran in the round of 8. So he just made it in. He represents us among everyone else. HYU.
For a Nexus first in one of the bottom 2 spawns. So like in ways he got lucky here, there's no doubt, but he outthought Mini in this regard. You know, Mini did save Nexus first. He used it the first and last builds of the day. Won with it the first one, lost with it this one. Against the hardest of hard counters that Terran has.
What a great day. Do you realize it was like...
That guy's crying.
What a day.
He's like, we find out that's actually like Barracks' brother.
What was I saying? You realize this was like 7 PBT.
That would be crazy if it was like he was like related to Barracks and he was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
that's so good. Chills.
We didn't have anyone even max out.
Look at Artos.
Because
I love it.
Terran versus Protoss is the second longest matchup in the game. Like,
yeah, these games were so fast.
They both
this
play
is
really
crazy.
styles. Looks like we are going to look back at this previous set that we saw.
Hey, take a look at this. He actually makes the battery really far out on purpose. I didn't notice this. It actually is like a whole building size south of the pylon, and then he makes another one here because he wants to basically plug this up.
He should have gone for the battery. Why did he not go for the battery?
As Terran has probably tried to kill the battery. But the fact that these SCVs...
He attacked the battery! He just stopped!
Crazy.
Oh my god. Okay, that was the thing. He split.
Well, he started on the battery a little bit, and then he refocus fired onto that. Also, I think that you can see that he's controlling everything at once. He has all the Vultures and Marines on the same hotkey.
Yeah,
I
this
found
is
that
bad.
You generally do a bit better if you just let, like, some units auto attack and then grab a couple units and target. Like, for instance, if you have 2 Vultures and you just focus fire down probes.
This was the redemption. To go back-to-back cheeses.
But this was perfect. The way that he microed his SCV, the way that he waited for 4 Marines and then went to the top of the ramp. Because, you know, if you spend too much time killing this Nexus, sometimes they hold the top of the ramp. And they get Dragoons out, and they can micro, and the game can get really, really messy then. So he waited for the 4, and he just went for the kill here, and it was really well done. Mini actually did a good job here of pulling back and waiting for the Marines to go to the south, because that was the only place he could drill through. But he screwed it up. He attacked too quickly there. He should have drilled a little bit further before.
Yeah, he should have hit the ramp and then gone up.
That SCV. So this execution was a bit off. I think he still loses, even if he executes that a bit better. But you never know. Every little aspect of it can make a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
that's insane.
Barracks definitely made the right call.
Oh my god, I'm so glad Barracks won.
Pushing the gateways here because there's no way to get anything out. It's an easier play. The Zealot run by, I mean, we've seen this before. I don't think it's going to work anyways because too many probes were killed, but at this point in time, Mini's going to do everything he can to try to come up with something. Even the Marines stepping back and getting the Zealot to 0.
So it can't go and get reinforcements?
Crazy. And, yeah, You know, not all games are created equally, but the reason why
Yeah.
best of 7, stuff like that, is because a good player has to be unpredictable. They have to have a bunch of different builds. And by the time you get to game 7, you've basically got a very good idea of what they're probably going to do if they're losing. And Barracks predicted it perfectly. We're going to have an interview now with Barracks and see how he's feeling. He's moving on here into the round of 4.
Which means he's seeded into the next ASL. Like, that's the biggest thing about getting into the round of 4, is you're just automatically seeded for the next season. You don't have to worry. You don't have to play the qualifiers. Which means you can put all of your focus into working with those 24 people that you think you're going to be into the tournament. The 24 top.
Thank you.
Which is fucking huge for next season.
On your 11th appearance in the ASL proper, you finally succeed in becoming a seeded player. How do you feel? I can't believe it.
It's crazy. Next season he's gonna have a fucking star on his fucking... Oh my god. I actually want him to win more than I want Soma to win. And I want Soma to win just to show that you can come back from the military and fucking destroy. Because so many people are like, once you go to the military, your career's over. Because they have compulsory military service in Korea. And you can't make money, which means you can't play in tournaments and stuff like that. So... you know, you don't get the true experience of playing StarCraft, so you tend to fall off.
In that first set, you showed terrific force in sets 2 and 3. First, with a prim and proper timing on Roaring Currents in Game 2, you opened with 2 starport, and it seemed like you understood the characteristics of the map very well. How did you prepare that one? To be frank, whatever build I used when preparing for Roaring Currents, I just ended up losing. I figured I can't win. I thought, let's just tank one loss. And then yesterday I came up with a build that felt like it might work. I tried it and my win rate was good. I thought, hey, I can actually win on Roaring Currents. Yeah, that was it.
Such a fucked up map.
A good
There's always one fucked up map in the ASL to give like dynamic to it.
Game 3. How did you feel at the time? To be honest, Litmus is also a difficult map. I was very conscious of the possibility of a proxy gate. Let's just win this one. Let's win the early maps, I thought. And I ended up losing it. But now that I've got some experience under my belt, my psyche doesn't get shaken.
Yeah, it's so crazy how volatile Mini's mentality is compared to everyone else.
As you said yourself, you did lose that 4th game, but once again claimed victory in the 5th set this time. You played very aggressively in the 5th game. All in all, your approach today was focused on aggression, and this aggression came in many different styles.
And what's kind of fucked is I said luck isn't on Barracks' side, and as soon as I said that, luck was on his fucking side. With that one mine, and with the spawn location in the 7th game.
Similarly, I was aiming
That's all he needed was a little tiny bit of luck.
But seeing that, the Dragoon dying, in that moment I gained conviction that the game could end. But still, you know, if my micro failed and the tanks got killed, I would have been stopped. But my micro went well, and I was able to win that map easily with a bit of luck.
Yep, all he needed, a little bit of luck. A little bit of luck goes a long fucking way.
6th set that ultimately ended up in a defeat. Once again, you were furiously aggressive. It seemed you had faith in that play. What was the reasoning behind it? To be honest, I did not practice that one even once. But seeing what he did, I got angry. He built a forward gate, and I thought, oh, I gotta take advantage of that. I forgot it could have been something he had prepared, and only then did I realize, oh, he practiced this. I just took it all in calmly and prepared myself for the next game. And as you both expected, it was a fierce match that went all the way. With a victory in the 7th set, you finally succeeded in making the round of 4, but honestly, that 7th set was also a very radical choice from you. You won with a BBS. You chose 6 o'clock as your building location. Did you have conviction in that 7th game? Honestly, going into the last set, I was going back and forth about what to do. Last night, in the early morning hours, Khan told me to stay composed and recommended BBS.
Barracks supply, which is 2 barracks.
Also, I just talked to Flash and Kakao, and it gave me the conviction I needed. Do it, he said. I trusted what the two said. I put everything on the line and went for a BBS.
So
This faith
fucking
was the
great.
deciding factor, it would seem. The winner of tomorrow's match between Snow and Effort will be your round of 4 opponent. Who would you like to see advance to the semi-finals?
It's gonna be a crazy effort versus
I haven't
Snow.
thought about that. I have a similar take on both. Effort plays really well in tournaments, and when I played against Snow that one time, I felt how good he is.
Snow
Does that mean
Reavers.
you are confident
Yeah,
against
like
whoever
Mini would have destroyed him if he had Snow
Winning
controlling the
today does give me
Reavers.
that confidence.
Like even Mini had
Wow,
such
winning
good,
today, I'm
like that
feeling
one
confident
game with like
in
Snow
Barracks.
level Reavers.
You have
But
just given
that's
us
just
the
average
instruction,
Snow.
but
Imagine
I'm sure
a
many
like
people helped
insane
Effort
Snow.
today. And indeed, many fans showed up to give you their support. By the way, did you see people crying after you won? There was a person crying. They cheered for you so hard, seeing you win. They were so happy. We even caught that on camera too.
That was so great.
Please address them. To be honest, it felt I was about to cry myself. Thank you so much. Thank you to that fan. Because it wouldn't do for me to cry. Honestly, the reason I was able to advance was the help.
Yep. Well, I'm getting support from other people. Oh no, is he gonna cry?
All right,
He's
let's give him
crying.
a round of applause, shall we? Take your time, Barracks. I'm very thankful to the fans as well, and the colleagues who were so diligent in helping me practice. Right, Barracks had so many people help him get ready for today. He is fighting back the tears. So grateful for the help he received. It's okay, take things slow. Guys, another round of applause, please. I did not make it here on my own. It's because I had people who helped me.
The greatest people rise from other people helping them. Supporting other people is the greatest thing you can do.
Stalk. Motive, Paralyze, Ruin. YSC. That's who helped me. And Calm and KOP for staying up.
Dude, if
until
he
6 in the morning.
it's gonna be such an underdog story if he fucking wins the ASL. I'm so excited.
And you know,
Every year the ASL just gets better. It just fucking gets better and better. I don't know how. It just does.
He is my teacher. I want to say how thankful I am. And almost all of our university team members showed up today. Being able to see you guys up front, it gave me the strength I needed. Thank you for your support. I think that's the reason I was not nervous. I'm thankful to everyone who cheered for me, and you just said there was a fan who burst into tears. You waited for this a long time. You believed in me for so long. And so many fans here today. Yeah, there is so many of them. I think they're also here because of our team. This is such a source of strength. Please keep cheering for me. It motivates me to work very hard. I'll show you more good games. So many fans will be genuinely happy seeing this. Once more, congratulations on advancing to the round of 4.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah, man. Greatest game
And that
ever
does it
made.
for our interview with Barracks, the first player through to the semi-finals.
The emotions are flying, Artosis.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, that's round of 4 is like, that's insane. You get a seed into the next season, you get to control a group. You know, you get a huge leg up going forward. And I mean, beating Mini, that's a big one. You know, he has potential to go. He has potential to go farther. We'll see who he's going to end up facing, because I think it's like, isn't it Snow versus Effort on the other side of him right now? So like, if I can't imagine the type of way he played tonight beating Snow, but Effort may be doable for him. I don't know. Like maybe there's a finals run. Maybe there's a victory somewhere in here for Barracks at the ASL.
That'd be so crazy.
I do feel like you got to take it one opponent at a time and one game at a time. And you were correct. That's going to be so
Like if Larva knocks out Bisu, Best knocks out Soma, and then Larva knocks out Best, and then the finals is Barracks versus Larva. 100% Barracks can win. 100%. And even then, freaking, if Larva won, that'd be another underdog story too, because Larva doesn't participate as much. And when he does, he just fucks shit up.
Scariest Protoss, but he hasn't really gotten that finals yet. You know, he hasn't gone all the way, you know?
Yeah, he doesn't have that victory, but like the people he loses to are generally the champions. Like it's Sulky eliminated the last 3 tournaments in a row. So it's, and he was really close last time, you know, like he keeps on having better and better matches. So, you know, Effort is a different beast than Sulky, and I would say in many ways just as scary, in some ways even scarier. But I think Snow has the right skill set specifically to stop Effort. So I'm looking forward to that match. I think it's going to be a great one. Can't wait to see who's going to go to the round of 4.
I look forward to it very much so. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hell
what
yeah.
a treat that we actually got 7 games out of that best of 7. What a crazy
So
way
crazy.
Artosis, any closing thoughts?
No, that's about it, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next one.
Hell yeah. And the next one will come out, should come out in a couple of hours or so. So, all right, let's figure this out. Whatever this is, let's just download it. It's a lot easier to do it that way. Bring it up in here. This. Do I have you on here? Yeah, I do. All right. All right, you still there, Hybrid? Are we ready to go? All right. Let's do this. The creation of the Sapphire universe. In the beginning, there was nothing. No light, no darkness, no breath, no time. Then came the shattering. What mortals call the Big Bang. Yet it was not stars or worlds that first awoke, but 4 beings of immeasurable majesty, equal in power, equal in purpose. They were the first flames, the pillars of existence. Oh. My bad. Fucking ads! Of course. Of course. Alright. Creation of the Sapphire universe. In the beginning, there was nothing. No light, no darkness, no breath, no time. Then came the shattering, what mortals call the Big Bang. Yet it was not stars or worlds that first awoke, but 4 beings of immeasurable majesty, equal in power, equal in purpose. They were the first flames, the pillars of existence. I am returned to the keyboard. Welcome, welcome, Sean. So Barracks won, Sean. Barracks is in the round of 4. Fucking absolute underdog fucking story. He cheesed the last 2 games, lost one, won the other one for match point. It was fucking crazy. It was so crazy. The Grand Celestial, Lord of Radiance, who bore the first light. The Void, Keeper of Silence, who gave shape to darkness. The Elusive Fairy, Weaver of Secrets, who carried wisdom between worlds. The Cosmic Rainbow, Giver of Life, who birthed breath and beauty. Together they wove the tapestry of reality. Each took their charge. The Grand Celestial kindled the sun, blazing beacon of all things. The Void stretched the endless space, the silent halls where worlds would drift. The Elusive Fairy scattered the stars, guiding fires in the dark. Cosmic Rainbow set in motion planets, moons, and comets, and upon them, life. When her siblings beheld the spark of living beings, they marveled. Why do you breathe such frailty into the void, they asked. And the Cosmic Rainbow answered, because the universe is empty without voices to sing in it. Her answer pleased them, and they proposed one more gift. A world not only of life, but of magic, the echo of the gods themselves. Though hesitant, she yielded, and thus Earth was formed, the only cradle of mortals who could channel divine essence. The 4 rested, and the world returned. That's fucking epic. I love that, Hybrid. Holy shit. That's a great epic origin story of the universe. The overcrowding of man. Time flowed, the humans multiplied, swift and cunning, and the elusive fairy grew troubled. Calling upon his siblings, he said, "This race will overrun all creation, their hunger has no end." The gods conspired. To cull humanity's numbers, they stirred hostility into the hearts of beasts, forging predators to stalk humankind. Yet the humans endured, for wit and fire are weapons of their own. Frustrated at her brother's demand, the Cosmic Rainbow proposed another way to ease the culling of human population. She crafted the succubus, unknowing of how cruel this creation would be. They were demons cloaked in beauty, ever female, ever hungry. They stole men and seeded their own kind, corrupting human seed so that no child born was ever half, only full demon. A race of predators, parasites, hunters of man. And yet, even this was not enough, for in time monsters learned new magics, new ways to torment humanity. The Cosmic Rainbow sorrowed at the suffering of her favored children, chastised her brothers, and vowed to set the scales right. Thus, she gifted humanity with magic. The first to awaken was a farm boy, powerless and desperate, begging for his father's life as the succubus dragged him into the dark. His rage ignited his hands with flame. With a single blow, he roared, "Let my father go," striking the monster aside. From that day, humans too bore the touch of divinity. Not all, but enough. And with their new strength, they waged war against the succubi and all the beasts who hunted them. The struggle lasted centuries, until at last humankind carved its place upon the land. The 3 gifted. Yet balance was not yet found. Ages later, the gods turned their gaze again and saw that among mortals, women were scorned and left out, despite having magic themselves. Their worth diminished. The elusive fairy proposed a remedy. Let us grant them gifts so that none may call them lesser. The Grand Celestial, the Void, and the Cosmic Rainbow agreed. Thus 3 new callings were born. The priestesses, daughters of the light, healers and keepers of radiance. The witches, mistresses of shadow, makers of sweets, of sleep, of the beauty of darkness. The sages, seekers of wisdom, who gave mankind scrolls, martial arts, and the dance of footwork. Together, they were called the 3 gifted, proof that mortals of both genders could bear greatness. For a time, there was peace. The First War of Sisters. Peace ended when continents drifted and cultures met. A priestess named Sylphia and a witch named Rowena crossed paths and became inseparable. Some whispered they were lovers, but whether sisters of spirit or more, their bond was deep. When their secret friendship was discovered, Rowena was seized and Sylphia was forced, trembling and weeping, to strike the killing blow herself. Her beloved's body was returned to the witches. Enraged, the witches declared war, priestess against witch, with sages and men caught in the storm. The world bled. Damn, these are some really inventive, creative fucking stories. And they're like, to the point, super quick, just, that's what fucking happened. I love it. The Great Flood. The four gods looked upon the carnage. The elusive fairy proposed a flood to purge their creation. The cosmic rainbow resisted, but at last she too relented. They sent signs, omens, and miracles, warnings without words. Those wise enough prepared. Among them was Noah and his wife, Nama, a priestess. They built an ark so vast it spanned nations. But Nama, filled with scorn, forbade witches from boarding. Some sages and sympathetic humans carved secret passages to hide them, but most witches were hunted and burned when their presence was discovered. Their screams marked the ark with a curse of vengeance. The flood came. For 150 days, rain unended. Seas rose, land sank, and humanity was made fragile. When the waters fell, the survivors believed the witches extinguished, but a few remained, nursing grief, rage, and patience. The Second War. Centuries later, vengeance came. Noah and Nama were found butchered by witch hands. War ignited anew, fiercer than before. Witches, priestesses, and sages pushed their power to heights undreamed, leaving ordinary gifted magicians far behind. The struggle spanned ages, and though peace eventually returned, the scars endured. The gifted withdrew to separate lands, swearing bloodshed if ever they crossed paths again. The birth of the awakened. The ordinary magical humans, cast aside as weak, endured torment from the gifted for centuries, but their suffering did not end them, it awakened them. Magic consumed their bodies and spirits until they surged with power to rival even the gifted. From them rose the awakened, chosen of the cosmic rainbow, whose domain was freedom itself. It was they who invented the craftsmanship, forging weapons and armor. Legends speak of Samson, who slew his treacherous lover, Delilah, a gifted sage, with the jawbone of a donkey, one of the first weapons crafted by gifted humans. His tale spread, and the awakened rose to reclaim their dignity. The gods rest. The rise of the awakened, balance returned. Wars shrank from world-rending to mere contests of territory. At last, the four gods withdrew their hands. Let them rise, let them fall, they say. Their story is now their own. And so the gods rested, leaving the world as it is. This is the birth of the Sapphire Universe. Damn, bro. I fucking love it. That is crazy. I love how it perfectly works into, like, the real world. And now you can throw, like, all of the things from the real world into it. Like, how modern is this story? Like, where does, because that makes me think, like, where is, let me know what you think, if there are any problems or strengths, and what you like the most. What I like the most is the realistic fact of, like, just some small thing happens, and that fucks everything up, and then it just gets way, way, way more out of hand, and even fucking more out of hand. But definitely the best is the two lovers and having to fucking kill her, and then that sparking the war. It's like, well, who's in the wrong here? It obviously looks like, you know, it wasn't the witches. I might say that. It might have been the priestesses. So I love that backwardsness where you assume the witches are bad, but it's the priestesses that were the ones that killed the witch that caused the war to happen. So that's probably my favorite part. It gets it really down and personal and human. I love it. It's like you work into the world, then you bring the people into it, then you work back into the world. And then it just leaves you, where are we? The mindset of the priestess is based on real life corruption of priestess in real life. Priests in real life. So like the fanaticism kind of thing, when they see something they don't like, they deemed blasphemous. They just execute it. Yeah. It's like the corruption of power, where it's like we don't care what the truth is, we only care what we want people to believe about us. Zealots are among the most dangerous creatures in the universe. Yeah, Sean. And I love, like, the fact that there's, like, it's not just about humans. And I'm wondering, what about the monsters that hunted men? What about the succubi? Are they completely wiped out, or are they going to be part of the story? So I love how they've, like, fallen into the background, but there should always be in the back of your head, even after the flood and everything, maybe they still exist somewhere out there. And it's like those are the stories of, like, you know, there's like maybe 3 succubi left in existence, but that's enough to spread them across the land kind of idea. Just like how there was like probably just a couple of witches left after the Ark, right? And I love the description of the Ark, like the size of nations. Like it's like 100 miles long. The only part of the story what the humans did was carve their spot in the land. This is based on humans destroying forests in favor of crafting buildings and homes. So it's a very man versus nature kind of thing. I love that. And like the element of magic as well, kind of adding it in, especially using, like, throwing biblical names in there to connect it to the real world. That's a super amazing way to get people to fall into your world, because then it adds the entirety of the real world into it and adds this fantastic story of the origin of our world that you can latch onto. Those are the strongest ones that I find, that connect in some way to the real world. And it's just, even if it's just names as in the Earth, right? The supposed Ark had an official guard who must stay in the room with the Ark at all times. Every single guard had ever been elected has gone blind within a very short time. You mean the Ark of the Covenant, Sean? If you were to score my origin lore, how would you score it? Like, if Brandon Sanderson and George R.R. Martin are 10, it's like a 7. It's better than mine. It's more concise. It's more personal. Mine just follows a single person across 10,000 years. Damn, and mind you, I'm a beginner. 7 means I'm on the right track. Thank you so much. No worries, Hybrid. Like, the imagination, the thought, the ages, the fact that it's so concise and nice and easy to read. Like, this is an amazing prologue. And it's like, it doesn't even have to be a prologue, but it could be a prologue. Like, that's crazy. Just one thing I would say is make sure that you keep... that's not the full version, by the way. The full version will have pictures describing such events, so be prepared. Oh, I'm super excited for that, Ninja. Fuck yeah. It was a very well-written creation story. Yeah, see, even Sean's like, I'm not just glazing you, bro. That shit's crazy. See, all you need is a little bit of... what do you call it? You just need to take a little bit of things from the real world and tie tiny things into the real world, and it does so much for it. I knew you weren't glazing me the moment you gave me a 7. That means you know it's not perfect, but it's on the right track. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, is it a 6 or is it a 7? And I'm like, I think it's a 7 because it not only does it add characters, but it gives emotion to the characters. And it's not just like humans, it's other species. And it gives reasoning for those species to be in. But, you know, honest score beats dishonest score, made not to hurt someone's feelings. Exactly. It's so hard to get anyone to give honest feedback, which is frustrating. How are you meant to keep motivated if nobody talks about your work? Exactly, Sean. That's why I like to be extremely positive, but extremely, like, actionable in what I say. I'm like, this is the reason why, and then if you do this, I think that would fix it, right? Exactly. It took me a lot of courage to send that text to you, Talk. I understand that it takes a lot to put it out to other people, because other people will, like, glaze you up and then laugh at you behind your back, or people will just cut you down because they're jealous of your work. Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, Ninja. It's all what you think about it. Right? Do you like it? You can judge it on a scale by using other people, but at the end of the day, all that really matters is, do you like it? I love it. That's fantastic. Yes. Because I have certain qualms with, like, my timeline and stuff like that. Because it's my creativity put to life. Exactly. Exactly. It feels good to have that. I got some faithful readers on Treehouse Isekai, but aside from you, the only comment I get is thanks for the chapter. So irritating. Yeah, Sean, I want to comment more, but, like, I am just, like, I'm doing, like, 4 million things at once. I'm trying to cut as many fucking corners as I fucking can. But I don't like leaving comments that don't give any input. That's why I usually don't comment on things. Because unless I'm, like, actually... I'm not like, oh, thanks for the story. I'm like, this is what I liked about it. This is what I didn't like about it. This is where I think the story is going. Like, when I was doing The Frost and the Flame, I tried to comment on every chapter. Being like, oh, this is what I really like. This is what I think where the story is going. I liked how you perceived this. I liked your ideas that you brought to life, right? And I try to be more like that. Because every comment I see is like, thanks. Oh, that was so good. I loved it. Yeah, thank you for sharing. But it's like, nothing's like... You know, 3 paragraphs of, like, I absolutely love this, was fantastic, but these things, you know, I was kind of a little bit skeptical on this, I didn't know where this was going, this was doing this. Callie, welcome, welcome. Honestly, I dislike generic responses. Yeah, because it's like, why are you responding? Like, you don't need to put a comment, just like it, right? If you're just, the like itself is that, thanks, right? And then you're just clogging up the comment section with useless shit. It's almost like it's full of bots. So that's why I try not to do generic comments. Which means I take like 10-15 minutes to like write out a solid comment. And if I'm writing out, that's like 3 hours of writing out comments a day with all the stories that I read. So I prefer, it's better to like comment on the overall story when I'm done instead of doing each chapter and then giving it a review. Although the ones that I've read so far haven't finished, so I haven't been able to give them a review. I'd usually say something along the lines of, nice hook, let's see if you can keep me on the line. And then I might ask why that rock was glowing. Yeah. Yeah. And this doesn't leave anything open to interpretation. Like, this is, it tells you exactly what's going on, and it doesn't drag on. It's just like, yep, this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, that's why this happened, and that caused this to happen, so then that happened, and it doesn't feel, nothing feels forced. It feels like this is the only way that it could happen, right? And it's like, that's the story driving itself, not the plot driving the story, right? And that's like the characters, which would be the four gods. They're the ones driving the story through their creations, through humans. It's not like some plot thing that's like slowly driving it, like some sort of coincidence. It feels like everything is, it could have only happened that way. And I love when I see that in stories. But thank you again so much for sharing, bro. But since Sean's here now, let us go straight to Treehouse Isekai. And Callie, again, did you write anything today? Yeah, when making Origins, I didn't want to make it open to interpretations by the reader. I want it to be direct, such as why do priestesses and witches hate each other. Simple, it's because this happened. And it's like, whether they remember it or not, there's that ancient grudge that will always be held for eternity, right? Through these stories that are told, whether people believe them or not, that's where that hatred will always come from. Today, I wrapped the pork chops in foil with a whole onion that I sliced with garlic pepper and a hint of buffalo powder. So tender and juicy. Damn. Sounds amazing, Sean. There's tacos downstairs that I should have eaten before the stream. But I'm like, we'll have a midway break through the stream. I can go make some tacos. Next time I give you an update, it will blow your mind, because not only are you going to see text and pictures describing such texts, you also see artworks of the devastating ritual. The 4 devastating rituals. Ooh. I like dark, fucked up, twisted shit, and that sounds, devastating rituals definitely gives it that vibe. There's always something hiding in the background, right? I left the Yukon Gold slices too long, though. Oops! I don't know what Yukon Gold is, Sean. Not quite sure. A type of potato. Oh! Oh, like a golden potato. Okay. Can you leave potato? Was it like? Is it like a twice-baked potato or something? You've given me valuable feedback. Thank you greatly. No worries, Ninja. It's what I strive to do, man. Hope that everything that I say can give you more insight and more direction, more motivation, you know, whatever it takes to get people to write more, to just embrace their creativity and go out there and share with the world. Because like I said, I'm not, like some people are sticklers for like language and like sentence structure and grammar. All I care about is the idea. Is the idea cool? Did the idea work? Okay, that's all that matters. I sliced them, seasoned them, and tossed them on the grill. By the time I checked them, the first one was black. Still good, but not as good. Ah, I see. Alright, well, here we go. This is Treehouse Isekai. This is Sean's story. Cora had retired from her position as a city guard. Vanessa had stated it made more sense for her to become a personal guard of Princess Nyla, since she was a sister wife to her. Thus, instead of being paid, she would get an allowance from the crown. I had inquired if Marta could get the same treatment, and apparently the Queen agreed. This in turn allowed the primary guards to return to the capital in favor of guarding a more visible personage. Rather than my wife, who now lived in the middle of a forest with a tree ant as a neighbor, not many would cause trouble next to a tree ant, apparently. Nyla was quite happy with this, being able to be herself much more often. Having only the family to deal with, and not stuffy nobles. Tessa, too, was quite pleased with this arrangement. She and I were tending to the seedlings on the lower deck, while Cora was emptying and resetting the Valdrock traps. Cora stopped mid-motion and bolted for the bathroom. Soon, I could distinctly hear the sounds of retching. Is she sick? Asked Tessa. I shook my head in amusement. I doubt it. Not more than 3 seconds after Cora stepped out of the bathroom, Tessa bolted the bathroom herself. Then there were 2. I smiled. Even though I felt bad for them being nauseous, soon Marta came out looking at the bathroom door in panic, then simply leaned over a railing and let fly. Only when she was finished did her eyes lock onto mine in abject horror. You too, huh? Wonderful. My smile stretched broadly. Marta's expression turned a little irritated. What's so wonderful about 3 of us being sick at once? I laughed. Maybe because none of you are sick. Think about it. Didn't your mother tell you any stories about when you were yet to be born? That moment, Tessin finally emerged from the bathroom, only for Nyla to bolt inside right after us. Holy, all 4 of you at once? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but still, no more combat training. You can do strength and stamina training, but no more combat training for any of you. Not for at least 9 months. Tessa couldn't really be upset about that, but Marta and Cora both looked fit to tear me apart until they saw Tessa's eyes pop in surprise realization. Oh, no, it can't be, maybe, but. I took her into my arms in a fierce hug, kissing her head with all the tenderness I could muster. It's gonna be fine, love. Only then, when Nyla herself came out of the bathroom and saw the interaction, only to join us in the hug, did Marta and Cora realize what I meant by no combat training. Are you sure? Yeah, I mean, if the 4 of you actually got actually sick, there's practically no chance I wouldn't have caught the same bug. This isn't even my world, so out of the 5 of us, I'm the least well defended from any illness in the world. Sisters and James, we must inform our mothers post-haste, Nyla said empathetically. First, we need to inform our carpenter friend. We can postpone any further work on the expansion until after we have bassinets made. Unless we'd rather have, like, I don't know, a 6-compartment crib? Diapers. We'll need diapers, Cora stated, giddy with anticipation of our incoming babies. Swaddling, too, Tessa added. Perhaps the seamstress can make some onesies, I added, causing everyone to look at me. It's a simple piece of clothing that fastens in the crotch area so you can easily change a diaper without having to remove the whole outfit. At least you can fit their poot. At least if you can fit their poot. At least if you... Jesus Christ. At least you can if their poop doesn't shoot out their back anyway. Up their back anyway. Is it like an undergarment then? Asked Nyla. I nodded my head. Yes, though it's often made in such a way that it can be all the wear aside from a diaper in hotter weather. It's very important that babies don't get overheated. It can cause seizures or even death if a baby is too hot. If the weather is extremely hot, it's best just to have them in a diaper and nothing else. I'm glad you had this place designed with babies in mind, but how will we safeguard them in the expansion? We won't have access to those metal meshes, and anything we could get made would be larger and rust. Oh, that's easy. We're turning the segment of the railing we're cutting off into a gate, and it's already been designed to function as a baby gate. It made the smith quite happy to make the hinges and latch pieces. Oh! Sacrilege! We don't believe in ads here! Ads do not exist! You talk about ads, we will banish you to the Shadow Realm! The word itself should be banned in chat. You cannot say ads because ads do not exist. They are not real. Sit back and watch the ads. Will you realize that ads are not real? Well, your subconscious absorbs the ads, and the next thing you know, why do you want McDonald's? Why do you want DoorDash? Why do you really want that? Oh, it's because of that thing that doesn't exist. It's in the back of your head. It's telling you what to do. Oh, the subliminal messaging is true. It will definitely find you, and the next thing is a dream. of nothing. How can I buy ads if I got no monies? Because ads don't exist. How can you buy something that don't exist? But I want it to exist. Well, here's the product. You wanted it to exist, and now it exists. I thought you said it didn't exist. Well, it didn't until you wanted it to, but now that you wanted it, it's here. So, here's your product. It's air. Exactly! Well, all this is good. We should make our way into town. Oh, James, is there anything you need to make gentler soaps for the babies? Tessa asked me hopefully. Here's your sign! LC sign. Go to Tony at LC sign. You guys want a sign? Get a sign from LC sign. Yes, madam. Gentler soaps and shampoo, as well as mineral oil if I can find it. I'd love to find something similar to lavender as well, something that can calm the babies just by breathing the scent. I had saluted, causing curious head tilts. What is that gesture? What was that gesture, Nyla asked. My country's version of a military salute. We arrived at the manor to see more royal guards. Naylene called Nayla excitedly, causing an older-looking version of herself to smile broadly. The two embraced warmly, which did my heart good to see. I also saw a slightly younger girl missing an arm. She took one look at me and scowled. Dear sister, it's well to see you looking so happy. You're absolutely glowing. Wait, are you? The one-armed girl whipped her head to stare wide-eyed. This is so unfair. He cost me my arm. And now my younger sister is pregnant and I don't even get to try anymore. Noreen, is it not his fault that you lost your arm, nor is it his fault you were disinherited. It's entirely your fault. Nayla looked at her middle sister with horror. What? Why? As soon as she heard that Mother was acting on intelligence from a man, she stopped caring, considering it a fool's errand, since in her mind men can't possibly have anything important to say. That their only use is for breeding. Because of her own idiocy, she lost her arm and all but two of her party. Since she was there on a man's intuition, she didn't even act as if there could be bandits, let alone foreign soldiers. She'd been banished here, under Lady Vanessa's eye, to hopefully find some sort of employment. Also, you now have a new lady in waiting. She looked panicked for a moment. What? Why? Because with Noreen being disinherited, you're now the second princess. And as such, the contract that bound Noreen's lady in waiting is transferred to you. Sorry if it bothers you, brother-in-law, but you'll have to breed her too. I chuckled. I'm not the one who should be bothered. It's my other wives, including your sister, who have the right to be bothered. A fox-kin woman, somewhere in between Nayla and Noreen's ages, approached. It is good to see you again, Princess Nayla, and a true honor to meet you, James. Your intelligence allowed us to discover the hidden magicite mine. I do hope you'll accept myself into your delightful bond. She bowed deeply. The look in her eye was smoldering, and I could tell that the transfer to Nayla... is that supposed to say Nayla? Or is there a Nyla? A Nalia? The transfer to Nayla was very much an improvement in her eyes. Well, if you want in, no more bowing. Legally, we will be one person, which means there is no legal difference between our individual stations. Your children won't have the misfortune to be counted amongst the royal heirs, but you, technically, will become a princess yourself, even if you only an honorary one. That got everyone's attention. I don't think Mother accounted for that when she suggested I become one of your wives. Still, it doesn't actually change anything, does it? It does, but only when attending or hosting parties. Mother's staff will sort that out and send you a detailed set of instructions for how to treat the other houses going forward. I think it's more important, though, to tell her the news I'm sure you've intended to communicate with her. I'd suggest not delaying any longer. We can talk more later. James, might I be permitted to indulge in a hug from my new brother? She seemed quite timid about the request. By all means, sis. Hugs are free. I took her for one brief, but genuine hug. Then, surprising Noreen, I pulled her in for a hug as well. I don't care what you thought or what the laws say about your station. Your family. Deal with it. For perhaps the first time in her adult life, Noreen, the former princess warrior, burst into tears. Your mother undoubtedly chose Vanessa as your minder, because due to my marriage to your sister, she and Deborah are both your mothers. Her disinheriting you was out of legal obligation, not a lack of maternal love. I'm sure it actually breaks her heart, even if it does both of your sisters, even as it does both of your sisters. They put up a brave front, but I know they're hurting because of this mess. Tentatively, she wrapped her remaining arm around me and returned to the embrace. Nice. He's gotta be the bigger man, right? That's what it's all about. Get more women into the harem! Make the harem bigger! And he's already proved that he can breed! So it's like now he's just gonna get even more bitches. Fuck yeah. Now I can't remember if we've read this or not. It's one of the disadvantages of being the author. You autocorrect what you see, so I'll have to go in and fix that little oopsie. Yeah, it's just, it happens once in a while, right? Okay, let's see here. Fuck. Okay, so if I think this is holy shit, right? Oh, that's Goblin Girl. Yeah, okay. So these two are this should be fully updated. Let's just see if, just in case, you never know. No, still an hour. Hour till the release. Alright, so... And then, is there a new one for Catgirl? Chapter 9. Okay. So they're all good. I don't think there's another one for whatchamacallit either. Alright. The plains outside the town were littered with a gelatinous corpses of slimes which shimmered in the morning light like the puddles of melted candles. Brain-eating amoeba girl evolution has been quite good so far. Wouldn't think it. I mean, the MC is a microorganism. Damn. That's an interesting one, Sean. I gotta get working on Stoner Girl Evolution, but we probably got 2 more days of editing the banquet, and we'll be finished that, and then we can get straight to Stoner Girl Evolution, and I have literally the entire first 5 chapters completely planned out, and then, like, somewhat the next chapters after that. Given that you read literature from multiple people, I can tell you're having a blast. I love it. I love reading people's works. I love being, you know, exposed to other people's perspectives. Because most people I meet in real life don't have the creative aspect to even come up with fucking a response to what I say, let alone their own content. So, it's really nice to see people that have more vibrant imaginations than me, and I'm feeling like I'm the one at the bottom of the barrel, scraping my way up to kind of be on the same level as you guys. Which I fucking love, because there's nothing worse than, like, knowing that you're better than someone at something. Like, for instance, like, if you're playing, like, a video game that has, like, a ranked system, and you're, like, gold, and you're playing with someone who's bronze. And, like, you know, looking up to that person and being, like, trying to push them to pull them up to your level, right? Like, kneeling down to look up to them. And it's another thing to, like, looking up to someone actually, like, lifting you up, right? And it's so cool to be, like, on the other side of that. Tuinia, thank you for the follow. Oh, well, you just got a one-way ticket to the Shadow Realm. One-way ticket to the Shadow Realm.
Are you smoking?
Bye-bye.
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying.
And it's like I think about it this way, you know, some people are like, well, why do you read different stories? Like, wouldn't you want to stick to one story? But it's like, dude, I could watch like 20 or 30 different anime at once. Like, because I can keep all of it in my head, because I delete it until, like, it's in the forefront, and then I bring it. And it's just like, oh, it's there. It's like it's in a zip file or something like that, and then I unzip it, and all of a sudden I have all the information at my disposal. It's like, that's just how my brain works. So it's like, jumping from different stories for me is actually, like, helpful. That's why I do so many short stories. It's actually hard for me to stick to a single story. That's why I like to binge. If it's a single story, I'll just binge it hardcore, and then I'll binge something else, and I'll binge something else. But usually I like to take pieces and pieces of things and mix them all together to make it more variety, right? But I'm glad that comes off, because that's not something that I'm trying to portray. It's just something that naturally comes out organically, right? Which is, I'm glad that it does. Celisa walked alongside her new acquaintance's party. She wasn't sure yet. Kellen stretched with a groan, sword balanced across his shoulders. 70 down, 30 to go. With you along, we'll definitely clear it today. How much do you have left? Celisa gave him a slight smile. Or at least she tried to. Yeah, about that. I'm already at 90. Three heads swiveled toward her. Kellen's brow shot. 90? How the hell are you that far ahead? Celisa froze, words clogging in her throat. She could practically hear the countdown to her exposure ticking in her skull. Before she could stammer out an excuse, Talia folded her arms and frowned at Kellen. It's kind of a personal question, don't you think? She said. Reese chuckled, adjusting the dented shield strapped to his arm. She's right, isn't it a good thing a really good player joined us? And besides, you never grill me about my progress or level. It's because you're always under-leveled, Kellen shot back at Reese. Then he turned to Celisa. But seriously, 90? Celisa scrambled. I played a lot of MMOs before this one. Guess I've still got it. Huh. Internally, Celisa was cringing beyond relief. Still got it. Ha ha. Who the hell talks like that? Talia smiled kindly, diffusing the tension. See, nothing weird about that. The conversation shifted, though Celisa could feel the suspicion lingering in Kellen's eyes. She took the chance to slip into the fight, joining them against another cluster of slimes. She held back, swinging with just enough effort to look convincing while letting the others land most of the finishing blows. Still, every time Kellen missed a timing or Reese's sword slipped, she'd manipulate aggro just enough to keep them alive. Man, if Snapped Sword were here, we'd clear this in seconds, Kellen muttered. Between strikes, Elisa's heart skipped a beat. Reese groaned. You never shut up about him. 'Cause he's my idol, Kellen said, slamming his blade down on the slime with a squelch. I wish I was that good. Selisa bit the inside of her cheek to keep from grinning. She could feel her lips tugging upward anyway. And then she looked up. Talia was watching her closely. You agree? Talia asked gently. Selisa forced herself to nod quickly. Of course, I admire Snapsword too. Who wouldn't? She tried to inject just enough fan-like admiration in her tone. Kellen brightened. See, finally, someone who gets it. Selisa managed not to choke on her own laughter. Barely. Then Reese piped up, lowering his voice like he was sharing forbidden knowledge. Speaking of legends, I heard a rumor. People are saying there's a shadow priestess in town. Goes by Wisdom Hands. Selisa almost choked for real that time. Talia perked up. Oh yeah, I heard that too. Supposedly she's been giving out buffs. Kellen snorted. Fake. Sounds like one of those groundless rumors noobs pass around to kill time. Selisa coughed into her fist, recovering fast. What kind of buffs? She asked, forcing her voice to sound casual. What was it again? Like general agility and strength buffs, I think? He said thoughtfully. I heard she's some kind of event NPC. It's a quest line that'll return on the third floor. Quest line that'll return on the third floor, huh? Selisa murmured, beads of perspiration forming on her cheek. The second floor. What do you guys think it'll be like? That subtle change of subject sparked eager chatter. Kellen imagined dragons, and Reese guessed more goblins, while Talia wondered about desert landscapes. Everyone knows Act 2 in every game is a desert. Selisa walked with them, a quiet smile tugging at her lips. Not only had she managed to keep her cover, she'd also managed to keep the conversation going naturally. For once, she wasn't the loner on the edge of the party. She was a part of it, and inside she felt strangely warm. After clearing the last of the slimes, Kellen wiped his blade on the grass and turned to Selisa with an awkward grin. So, we should probably invite you to our party, he said, scratching the back of his head. We, should have done it earlier. Totally our bad. Selisa raised an eyebrow. You should have, she echoed, feigning mild surprise. I had a feeling. So these noobs don't even know how to add someone to their party. Talia tilted her head, smiling. Sorry about that, Selisa, Reese shrugged. Better late than never. Selisa's heart skipped when the party prompt flickered before her eyes, a small, semi-transparent window asking her to display her level and gear. Panic surged. The last thing she wanted was to reveal her maxed out level. A single glance at those stats and the group would immediately connect her to Snap's sword. She clicked hide level and gear. The system blinked in acknowledgement. Kellen's mouth fell open. Wait, what kind of newbie hides their level? Before he could launch into a lecture, Talia raised a hand and shot him a playful, scolding glance. Helen, give her a break. Everyone's got their reasons. Maybe she just isn't ready to share yet. Selisa scrambled for words, her fingers tightening around the straps of her sword. I don't feel secure about it yet. I'd rather not show it. Lie hung in the air. Half-truthful, carefully balanced between secrecy and plausibility. The group exchanged looks, shrugged, and accepted it. Kellen muttered something under his breath. But Talia's eyes met his, and he didn't press further. Selisa let out a small breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Inside, a quiet marvel bloomed. For once, she was trusted without anyone seeing proof. She kept her gaze fixed ahead, walking with them toward the next area, thoughts blazing, thoughts buzzing. So this is what it feels like to be accepted with almost no suspicion. Part of her wondered how long trusting people would last, in a world where levels and gear literally dictated survival. Sometimes hiding your card was the smallest way to survive, smartest way to survive. She caught a glimpse of Kellen arguing over which path to take, Reese complaining about slow potion regeneration, and Talia laughing at both of them. Of course, Selisa was laughing with Talia. For the first time in a long while, Selisa felt like she belonged, if only for this small, fragile moment. Before they knew it, they'd completed the main quest together and had begun to venture deeper. The group entered the Goblin Forest, and the difference hit them instantly. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Trees loomed overhead, their shadows perfect for ambushes. Careful, everyone. I don't think these are slimes, Kellen muttered, scanning the foliage. These things move. Smarter. Selisa nodded silently, eyes narrowing as she observed the goblins leaping around the trees. Unlike the slimes, these were very fast, coordinated. A trio of goblins dropped from the trees in a well-timed ambush. Panic erupted. Reese swung his longsword and shouted, trying to taunt them, but one goblin stepped aside and sent him flying straight into a bush. Sidestepped and sent him flying into a bush. Kellen took off next, his sword swinging wildly, only to find himself cornered. Selisa reacted instinctively, cutting the goblin down before it could land a vital blow on Kellen. That was a close one, she muttered casually, keeping her tone light. Talia tried to take command, waving her hands and calling for formations, but her strategies were clumsy and contradictory. Flank left. No, wait, stay together. Salisa is Celica? Celica. I fucking hate. How the fuck are you? You love it when the same letter makes two different fucking sounds. It's so dumb. Because English is BS. Yeah. Chaos ensued and goblins darted between the party, and Reese untangled himself from the bush. Kellen was panting and Talia was still clearly flustered. Celica quietly directed minor adjustments, subtle nudges in position, exploiting the goblin's attack patterns without revealing just how much she was carrying the fight. After a messy, exhausting skirmish, the last goblin fell. The group collapsed to the ground, panting and exhilarated. We did it, Reese asked, blinking. I don't even know how. Talia frowned thoughtfully, then turned to Celica. You seem like the only one of us who wasn't overwhelmed. For the next fight, could you guide us? Kellen choked on nothing. Wait, what? You mean like a leader? Reese shrugged, still catching his breath. Honestly, she saved me back there. I'd follow her advice. Oh yeah, I guess she did save me too, Kellen muttered, rubbing his jaw in disbelief. Celica hesitated, but ultimately nodded. Alright, don't overextend, Kellen. We need to play off each other as a team. Try to keep a wide line of sight. Talia. And don't tunnel vision. As a leader, you need to see everything. Reese, remember, they're just code. Even though it's AI, there's attack patterns you can learn. And also, I don't think you can taunt by shouting. You need a taunt skill, she thought to herself, but she wasn't going to say that. After all, that was only unlocked through job changes on the second floor. Something she couldn't possibly know about right now in normal circumstances. Talia's eyes widened. You got all that just from that fight? You're a genius. Reese grinned, slightly embarrassed, but happy to hear the advice. Yeah, she's right. I'll remember that. Kellen nodded, slightly disappointed, but eager to improve. Got it. For the next hour, they continuously fought through the forest, grinding and testing their tactics. Celica made small adjustments on the fly, always careful not to reveal the true extent of her capabilities. Slowly, the group began to improve. By the end of the session, they had hit level 11. Friends request pinned across Celica's screen. Talia, Kellen, and Reese. Celica paused, seeing the names. Memories of her past life flickered. Countless unanswered friend requests, connections never found formed. A small smile tugged her lips. She clicked accept. The group set up a small camp on the forest edge, tossing logs into the crackling fire. The night air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, punctuated by the occasional hoot of an owl. Kellen rubbed his arm where a goblin had grazed him and muttered, I almost died back there. Who knew goblins could jump like that? Reese snorted. Yeah, I've got leaves in my hair from 3 different bushes. I'll be scrubbing them out for an hour. Talia giggled. You were lucky we were there to pull you out. Celica sat quietly watching, listening. Their laughter reminded her of long nights spent with her old guildmates who had been equally flawed and equally new to the game. She poked to the fire absently. If they ever see what I'm truly capable of. The group's conversation drifted to goals. I want to be famous, Kellen said with a grin, tossing a stick in the fire. To be a legend of Earthphonia. No, of all the realms. I just want to be a top 10 tank, Reese added proudly, flexing his arms. I just want everyone to survive, Talia said, staring into the fire. Her gaze was earnest and steady. That's it. Celica tilted her head, considering. She gave a vague answer, something non-committal about exploration and enjoying the game, careful not to reveal too much, but the warmth from the fire and the warmth from sitting among people who didn't expect perfection gnawed at her defenses. It's nice to pass time like this every once in a while. 5 days passed in a blur, full of goblin fights, tactical missteps, and awkward banter. Celica had spent the days quietly guiding the group, subtly shaping their combat sense without revealing just how much she could do. By now, all three were level 15 and moved with confidence through the forest. They paused at the edge of a clearing beyond the tree line. The goblin dungeon loomed, a dark arc of moss-covered stone, its mouth yawning like a challenge. Kellen's eyes gleamed. That's it, the dungeon! We have to go. Talia's shoulders tense. I don't know, it looks dangerous. We're not ready yet. Reese shrugged, eager. I say we peek inside. Just see what it's like. Talia turned toward Celica, as if silently asking for guidance. She considered the question, weighing the pros and cons. The goblins were a huge step up from slimes, right? What if the dungeon is another step up? We could die, lose XP, even drop some of our items. I don't think it's worth the risk. And we might be too low level as well, Celica said, her hesitancy obvious. Trio nodded reluctantly in agreement. They swore they'd attempt a dungeon once they had leveled more and improved their teamwork. Agreeing to wait until floor 2 or 3, they didn't have to worry about clearing it to move on. After all, Snap Sword had already gotten the first clear. Celica's inner monologue lingered on the dungeon's ominous entrance. I could carry them through it easily, she thought, but that wouldn't solve anything. The risk, the coordination, the mistakes, they needed the experience, to experience it themselves. She wanted them to grow and not rely on her every step, and she didn't want to expose her true identity. As the moon hung high, they finished their grind for the day. The forest echoed with the sound of slaying goblins, and the last rays of light glinted off their weapons. In a few hours, the time limit for the main quest would expire. Alright, and this is a really short Goblin Girl evolution chapter. I discussed the nature of water with Akane when the lights flashed. I didn't even have time to react. One moment, I was in a ramen shop with my family, trading insights. And the next, there was nothing around me but scorched earth and twisted corpses. The man responsible hovered above me, hard features and a permanently disdainful expression, thin white hair in perfect order, robes of pristine white. I hated him on looks alone, never mind what he'd just done to me. So you are the cursed Wu cultivator disrupting my perfect order. How fitting that you were nothing more than a monster. Takes one to know one, fucker. And if the world as I've seen it is your idea of order, it's far from fucking perfect. Such language, unacceptable. I flipped him off and launched a salvo of entropic bolts at him. Sadly, I wasn't surprised that he was completely unfazed by it. Entropy is just the ultimate order. This guy's cultivation scripture seemed to be a twisted reflection of my own. Doubtless, he felt the same. We were not going to be friends here. To kill you is not enough for the indignity you have wrought upon this world, but I might yet refine your key into something I can use to transcend it. Go to hell, you bastard. Your wife make that green hat, or your daughter, or maybe it was a gift from your poor old granny. Flash of irritation in his eyes. Good. Meant that suggesting every woman in his family was fucking behind his back while he was jerking off alone actually hit. The smirk, not so much. Hell is a very real place, and funnily enough, I was just about to send you there. May you spend eternity trapped with the souls damned and flesh-devouring demons. A hole in the universe opened up and I fell away. Okay, that was random. That came out of nowhere. Not sure about that one, if that was a mistake or not. I don't know, we'll see, I guess. Oh, God. Alright, we're back. We're back! Pool I woke up in this time wasn't warm, and the sensation of touching wasn't pleasant or friendly, but a quick slice across the face? And the lump of flesh was just something else to eat. Kind of taste, kind of nasty, really. All grease, pus, and regret. I have to start working on feeding off Key soon. After that, I got out of the puddle of gunk I didn't want to think about, rinsed myself off with some water Key, and sat down to let things sink in. Gone. Everything was gone. Akari, Shoko, Ako, Wendell, Michiko, everyone I'd come to consider family or a friend, and I was under no illusions that the white bastard was going to stop there. Everything I worked hard to build up, he'd break down because it wasn't what he wanted. Could feel his cultivation now that we'd met, and we were totally anathema. Where I wanted unlimited freedom, he wanted to take all freedom away. Where I wanted to give people a chance to truly live, he wanted a static world of little gray boxes. And his influence, now that I knew what to look for, was everywhere I'd ever been. This guy had been sucking away all chance at things getting better for centuries and stunting anyone who could potentially challenge him at the top. Yeah, fucker had to die. But as I was, I couldn't even touch him. Fortunately, his weak little brain couldn't understand what he'd just done. I wasn't trapped in this literal hell with souls of the damned and flesh-devouring demons. They were trapped in here with me. And I could see a few of them that already looked familiar, freshly dead, confused, and quite upset. Hey, Akari. Sorry I can't give you a hug right away, because I desperately fucking need one, too. Mind picking up where we just left off? His name was Shan Yuji, the true son of heaven. He was the oldest being in the world, and he was feeling rather satisfied with this purge. Even if he was annoyed that the necessity had required him to leave closed-door cultivation a decade early to deal with that vermin and the consequences of her awakening. He alone was to ascend to godhood. All others were but stepping stones and cultivation resources who should know their place and stay where he put them. Even his oldest and most useful friend had been getting uppity of late. Well, no matter, Emperor Gaius was still mortal. For all he was an elf. He could rule over the southern lands for as long as he wanted and would keep the design in place until he was ready. And the sudden crop of rogue cultivators even made up for having the sex all disappear as he banished their souls to his hell prison cultivation pill. He was now the only cultivator left alive, seeing a former student of his among the Wu cultivators' village, round-bellied and clearly teaching brats his secrets, told him that he considered a desperate choice at the time was in fact the correct one. No one could be trusted. No one could be allowed to gather more power as a united front, not as cultivators at least. He feared no mortal, but nothing of mortal could harm him. Mortal make could harm him. But now was not the time to indulge in his genius. Now was the time to return to his personal cloister, where he would meditate upon the foolishness of free agency and cultivate to bring it to an end. All would be in perfect order under the true sun, as he willed it, as he planned it, as it must be. Demon meat tasted foul, and hadn't even gotten to touch my boar ramen before mighty Whitey sent flashing and went and flash cooked everything. Still, there wasn't much here but chaotic Ki and horrible abominations of mindless flesh. I was the only thing in here that could both think and exert my will. Everything in here had a mind with a single cry upon their lips, even as they whispered to me all they knew. Kill Shan Yuji. I smiled as I sat preparing to use his little trap in a way he never could. Hell was my bitch now. And we already read this one. I don't think there's a new chapter. Nope. Let's check Fox Girl Evolution. Nope, still nothing new for Fox Girl Evolution. Which means it's about that time, guys. It's book reading time. So again, we haven't really decided. Do you guys like... Whoops, not that one. This? Or this? Like, do you want to see the bitches, or do you want to see me reading? I mean, I assume you want to see the bitches, but I want to give you guys options. Chapter 6. My vote was to keep switching, but ensure it's always huge during the full moon. That's right. And yesterday we did bitches, so maybe today we do me? So, like, 1 in the chat for bitches, 2 in the chat for me. How about that? And for now, we'll just leave it on bitches. So this is, again, Book 1, Wheel of Time series, The Eye of the World by Robert Jordan. We're on Chapter 6. The Westwood. In the moonlight, Rand could not really see what he was doing, but Tam's wound seemed to be only a shallow gash along his ribs, no longer than the palm of his hand. He shook his head in disbelief. He had seen his father take more of an injury than that and not even stop work except to wash it off. Hastily, he searched Tam from head to foot for something bad enough to account for the fever, but the one cut was all he could find. Small as it was, that lone cut was still grave enough the flesh around it burned to the touch. It was even hotter than the rest of Tam's body. I am pretty much done for the night. Made it a little later at least. Got a full belly and it's after 9 p.m., which is later than yesterday. Alright, Sean, take her easy, man. Have a great night, good sir. We'll see ya in the next one, brother. Have sweet dreams and great imagination come to you so that you can write that next chapter that you have to. And get that tone just right. And the rest of him was hot enough to make Rand's jaws clench. A scalding fever like that could kill, or leave a man a husk of what he had been. He soaked a cloth with water from the skin laid across Tam's forehead. Tried to be gentle about washing the bandaging and netted the gash on his father's ribs, but soft groans still interrupted Tam's low muttering. Stark branches loomed around them, threatening as they shifted in the wind. Surely the Trollocs would go on their way when they failed to find Tam. Tam and him, when they came back to the farmhouse and found it still empty. He tried to make himself believe it. But the wanton destruction at the house, the senselessness of it, left little room for belief of that sort. Believing they would give up, short of killing everyone and everything they could find, was dangerous, a foolish chance he could not afford to take. Trollocs. Light above. Trollocs. Creatures of a gleeman's tale coming out of the night to bash in the door and a fade. Light shine on me, a fade. Abruptly, he realized he was holding the untied ends of the bandage in motionless hands, frozen like a rabbit that's seen a hawk's shadow, he thought scornfully. With an angry shake of his head, he finished tying the bandage around Tam's chest. Knowing what he had to do, even getting on with it, did not stop him from being afraid. When the Trollocs came back, they would surely begin searching the forest around the farm for some trace of the people who had escaped them, the body of the one who had killed would tell them those people were not far off. Who knew what a fade would do, or could do? On top of that, his father's comment about Trollocs hearing us was as loud as hearing was as loud in his mind as if Tam had just said it. He found himself resisting the urge to put a hand over Tam's mouth, to still his groans and murmurs, some track by scent. What can I do about that? Nothing. He could not waste time worrying over problems he could do nothing about. You have to keep quiet, he whispered to his father's ear. The Trollocs will be back. Tam spoke in hushed, hoarse tones. You're still lovely, Kari. Still lovely as a girl. Rand grimaced. His mother had been dead 15 years. If Tam believed she was still alive, then the fever was even worse than Rand had thought. How could he be kept from speaking, now that silence might mean life? Mother wants you to be quiet, Rand whispered. He paused to clear his throat of a sudden tightness. She had had gentle hands. He remembered that much. Kari wants you to be quiet here. Drink. Tam gulped thirstily from the water skin, but after a few swallows he turned his head aside and began murmuring softly again. Too low for Rand to understand. He hoped it was too low to be heard by the hunting Trollocs, too. Hastily, he got on with what was needed. 3 of the blankets he wove around and between the shafts cut from the cart, contriving a makeshift litter. He would only be able to carry one end, letting the other drag on the ground, but it would have to do. From the last blanket he cut a long strip with his belt knife, then tied one end of the strip to each of the shafts. As gently as he could, he lifted Tam into the litter, wincing with every moan. His father had always seemed indestructible. Nothing could harm him, nothing could stop him, or even slow him down. For him to be in this condition almost robbed Rand of what courage he had managed to gather. But he had to keep on. That was all that kept him moving. He had to. When Tam finally lay on the litter, Rand hesitated, then took the sword belt from his father's waist. When he fastened it around himself, it felt odd there. It made him feel odd. Belt and sheath and sword together only weighed a few pounds, but when he sheathed the blade, it seemed to drag at him like a great weight. Angrily, he berated himself. This was no time or place for foolish fancies. It was only a big knife. How many times had he daydreamed about wearing a sword and having adventures? If he could kill one Trolloc with it, he could surely fight off any others with it. Only, he knew all too well that what happened in the farmhouse had been the purest luck. And his daydream adventures had never included his teeth chattering, or running for his life through the night, or his father at the point of death. Hastily, he tucked at the last blanket around Tam and laid the water skin and the rest of his clothes beside his father on the litter. With a deep breath, he knelt between the shafts and lifted the strip of blanket over his head. It settled across his shoulders and onto his arms. When he gripped the shafts and straightened, most of the weight was on his shoulders. It did not seem like very much. Trying to keep a smooth pace, he set out for Edmund's Field, the litter scraping along behind him. He'd already decided to make his way to the quarry road and follow that to the village. The danger would almost certainly be greater along the road, but Tam would receive no help at all if he got them lost trying to find his way through the woods in the dark. In the darkness, he was almost out onto the quarry road before he knew it. When he realized where he was, his throat tightened like a fist. Hurriedly, he turned the litter around and dragged it back into the into the trees away, then stopped to catch his breath and let his heart stop pounding. Still panting, he turned east toward Edmund's Field. Traveling through the trees was more difficult than taking Tam down the road, and the night surely did not help, but going out onto the road itself would be madness. The idea was to reach the village without meeting any Trollocs, without even seeing any. If he had his wish, he had to assume the Trollocs were still hunting them, and sooner or later they would realize the two had set off for the village. That was the most likely place to go, and the quarry road was the most likely route. In truth, he found himself closer to the road than he liked. The night and the shadows under the trees seemed awfully bare cover in which to hide from the eyes of anyone traveling along it. Moonlight filtered through bare branches gave only enough illumination to fool his eyes into thinking they saw what was underfoot. Roots threatened to trip him at every step. Old brambles snagged his legs, and sudden dips or rises in the ground had him half falling to his feet as his foot met nothing but air where he expected firm earth. Or stumbling when his toe struck dirt while still moving forward. Tam's mutterings broke into a sharp groan whenever one of the shafts bumped too quickly over a root or rock. Uncertainty made him peer into the darkness until his eyes burned, listen as he had never listened before. Every shape of branch against branch, every scrape of branch against branch, every rustle of pine needles brought him to a halt, ears straining, hardly daring to breathe for fear he might not hear some warning sound. Or for fear he might hear that sound. For fear that he might hear that sound. Only when he was sure it was just the wind would he go on. Slowly weariness crept into his arms and legs, driven home by a night wind that mocked his cloak and coat. The weight of the litter, so little at the start, now tried to pull him to the ground. His stumbles were no longer all from tripping. Almost constant struggle not to fall took as much out of him as it did actual work of pulling the litter. He had been up before dawn to begin his chores, and even with the trip to Emmons Field, he had done almost a full day's work. On any normal night, he would be rested before the fireplace, reading one of Tam's small collection of books before going to bed. The sharp chill soaked into his bones, and his stomach reminded him that he had nothing to eat since Mistress Alvere's honey cakes. Muttered to himself, angry at not taking some food at the farm. A few minutes more could not have made any difference. A few minutes to find some bread and cheese. The Trollocs would have not come back in just a few more minutes. Or just the bread, of course. Mistress Alvere would insist on putting a hot meal in front of him once they reached the inn. Steaming plate of her thick lamb stew, probably, and some of that bread she had been baking, and lots of hot tea. They came over the dragon wall like a flood, Tam said suddenly, in a strong, angry voice, and washed the land with blood. How many died for Laman's sin? Rand almost fell from surprise. Wearily, he lowered the litter to the ground and untangled himself. The strip of blanket left a burning groove in his shoulders. Shrugging to work the knots out, he knelt beside Tam, fumbling with the water bag. He peered through the trees, trying faintly in the dim moonlight to see up and down the road, not 20 paces away. Nothing moved there but shadows. Nothing but shadows. What are we watching? Hellcat. Well, the decision was we could either watch What's My Background, which is just a bunch of, like, anime bitches, or we could have my face. Hentai girl. Yeah, some of them are pretty provocative, right? But I mean, it's better than my face, right? I mean, it was what chat voted on. All of them are? I don't know, I pulled the images off of a YouTube video. A music video. I like your chat. Well, we all know what they're doing right now, so that's why no one's talking. So, it's all good. But how's it going, Hellcat? How's your day today? Just started at work. Good times. I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me to think I'm halfway through my 2-month vacation, stalking hentai bitches with you. Yeah, can't you tell? Like, it's actually out of the corner of my eye. I'm not actually reading the book. I'm actually staring at those tits. Oh. Fumbling for the water bag, he peered through the trees, trying vainly to see the dim moonlight. Bah! Exactly. Good distraction for today. Yep, That's what it's all about. Gotta get you something that gets you pumped in the day. Some motivation, right? It's like, in like the 90s and early 2000s, like late 90s, early 2000s, when I was like a kid, it was like the, you know, like, yoga girls, like yoga milfs, and like doing like jump rope and like yoga and like jogging and shit like that. Oh, you can sit on my face any day of the week. Yoga is sexy. Yoga is fucking crazy and so relaxing. I saw this chick who was like doing the splits on the wall. Like she was using like the couch to push herself up against the wall, and then she did the splits on the wall. And then like lowered herself down to the floor, and then like folded her foot over her head. I was like, that's some technique, man. Tried, man, I give up. I'm so inflexible. That shit is tough. Yeah, like you have to spend so much time on it. You spend like 3 or 4 hours a day like stretching. That's fucked. How do you do that? Dude, I just had the fattest deja vu. Holy shit, the fattest deja vu. That's insane. Looks easy, but it hurts your head. Yeah, I believe it. There is, you know, it's dedication, right? There's some things I'm dedicated to, but I'm not that dedicated to that, right? I'm not trying to be a supermodel or anything like that. I can't even touch my fucking toes. Yeah, it takes years. Like, you can become... Like, the amount of time it takes you to become buff as a dude is like half the amount of time it takes you to become flexible as a chicks. My friends do it for, like, mental reasons, for, like, meditation and stuff like that. Like, a heavy mindset, right? It gives you a good routine in your day, an escape, something you can go do with, like, your friends, a social activity, and it's like you get to break away from the real world. More like breathing exercises. Yeah. To cope with anxiety. Yeah, I could see that. 100%. Trying vainly to see the dim moonlight, to see up and down the road, not 20 paces away. Nothing moved there but shadows, nothing but shadows. There isn't any flood of Trollocs, father. Not now, anyway. We'll be safe in Edmund's Field soon. Drink a little water. Tam brushed aside the water bag with an arm that seemed to have regained all of its strength. He seized Rand's collar, pulling him close enough to feel the heat of his father's fever at his own cheek. They called them savages, Tam said urgently. The fools said they could be swept aside like rubbish. How many battles lost? How many cities burned before they faced the truth? Before the nations stood together against them? He loosed his hold on Rand, and sadness filled his voice. The field at Maratha carpeted with the dead, and no sound but the cries of ravens and the buzzing of flies. The topless towers of Cairhien burned in the night like torches. All the way to the shining walls they burned and slew before they were turned back. All the way to... Rand clamped a hand over his father's mouth. The sound came again. A rhythmic thudding, directionless in the trees. Fading, then growing stronger again. The wind shifted, frowning. He turned his head slowly, trying to decide from where it came. Flicker of motion caught the corner of his eye, and in an instant he was crouched over Tam, who was startled to feel a hilt of the sword clutched tight in his hand. Most of him concentrated on the quarry road, as if the road were the only real thing in the entire world. Wavering shadows to the east slowly resolved themselves into a horse and rider, followed by up the road by a tall, bulking shapes, trotting to keep up with the animal. The pale light of the moon glittered from spearheads and axe blades. Rand never even considered that they might be villagers coming to help. He knew what they were. He could feel it, like grit scraping his bones, even before they drew close enough for moonlight to reveal the hooded cloak swathing the horseman, a cloak that hung undisturbed by the wind. All of the shapes appeared black in the night, and the horse's hooves made the same sounds that any others would, but Rand knew this horse from any other. Behind the dark rider came nightmare forms with horns and muzzles and beaks, Trollocs in a double file, all in steps, boots and hooves striking the ground at the same instant as if obeying a single mind. Rand counted 20 as they ran past. He wondered what kind of man would dare turn his back on so many Trollocs, or on one for that matter. The trotting column disappeared westward. Thumping footfalls faded into the darkness, but Rand remained where he was, not moving a muscle except to breathe. Something told him to be certain, absolutely certain they were gone before he moved. At long last he drew a deep breath and began to straighten. This time the horse made no sound at all. In eerie silence, the dark rider returned, his shadowy mount stopping every few steps as it walked slowly back down the road. The wind gusted higher, moaning through the trees. The horseman's cloak lay still as death. Whenever the horse halted, the hooded head swung from side to side as the rider appeared into the forest, searching. Exactly opposite Rand, the horse stopped again. The shadowed opening of the hood turned toward where he crouched above his father. Rand's hand tightened convulsively on the sword hilt. He felt the gaze just as he had that morning, and shivered again from the hatred, even if he could not see it. That shrouded man hated everyone and everything that lived. Despite the cold wind, sweat beaded on Rand's face. Then the horse was moving on, a few soundless steps, and stopped until all Rand could see was a barely distinguishable blur in the night far down the road. It could have been anything, but he had not taken his eyes off it for a second. If he lost it, he was afraid the next time he saw the black-cloaked rider might be when that silent horse was on top of him. Abruptly, the shadow was rushing back, passing him in a silent gallop. The rider looked only ahead of him as he sped westward into the night, toward the mountains of mist, toward the farm. Rand sagged, gulped air, and scrubbed cold sweat off his face with his sleeve. He did not care anymore about why the Trollocs had come. If he never found out why, that would be fine, just as long as that it was all ended. With a shake, he gathered himself, hastily checking his father. Tam was still murmuring, but so softly Rand could not make out the words. Tried to give him a drink, but the water spilled over his father's chin. Tam coughed and choked on the trickle that made it into his mouth. Then began muttering again as if there had not been any interruption. Oh, toke break during the ad. Toke break during the ad. We take a toke, 'cause fuck ads. We don't want you guys missing out on anything while we do the ad spectacularly, we want you to enjoy the anime, bitches, without having to worry about ads. Ads can interrupt your goon session. We don't want that. We want you to have a nice, long, comfortable goon session. Only thing better than ads is 4 ads. Only thing better than 4 ads is 8 ads. Only thing better than 8 ads is your mom. I wasn't ready? Oh, I'm sorry, Queen. I'm so bad. I'm just autopiloting taking the toke. I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry, Queen. How can I make it up to you? I could take another toke. I'll just take mine late. In some world, it's a sync toke, because it's like maybe like the delay for the stream. Gotta take that into account, right? Where the fuck am I? Rand splashed a little more water on the cloth on Tam's forehead. Which would mean we are never in sync. Exactly, Queen. We never actually have a sync toke because there's a delay on the stream. Well, there isn't a there's not purposefully a delay. Like I don't have a delay set, but it is definitely like it's just there's always like a 10, 20, 30-second delay. Rand splashed a little more water on the cloth on Tam's forehead, pushed the water bag back in the litter, and scrambled between the shafts again. Shadow Man! He's in the Shadow Realm. Goodbye. Peace, motherfucker. Started out as if he had had a good night's sleep, but the new strength did not last long. Fear masked his tiredness in the beginning, but though the fear remained, the mask melted away quickly. Soon he was back to stumbling forward, trying to ignore hunger and aching muscles. He concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other without tripping. In his mind, he pictured Edmund's Field, shutters thrown back and the houses lit for winter night, people shouting greetings as they passed by. They passed back and forth on their visits. Fiddlers filling the streets with Gemma's Folly and Herons on the Wing. Harald Luhan would have one too many brandies and start singing The Wind in the Barley in a voice like a bullfrog. He always did, until his wife managed to shush him. And Sen Bui would decide to prove he could still dance as well as ever. And Matt would have something planned that would not quite happen the way he intended. And everybody would know he was responsible, even if no one could prove it. He could almost smile thinking about what would happen, what it would be. After a time, Tam spoke up again. Avende Sora. It said it makes no seed, but they brought a cutting to Karen, a sapling, a royal gift of wonder for the king. Though he sounded angry, he was barely loud enough for Rand to understand. Anyone who could hear him would be able to hear the litter scraping across the ground, too. Rand kept on, only half listening. They never make peace, never. But they brought a sapling as a sign of peace. 500 years it grew. 500 years of peace with those who made no peace with strangers. Why did he cut it down? Why? Blood was the price for Avendoraldura. Avendoraldura. Jesus, words. Blood, the prince of Le Mans' pride. He faded into the muttering once more. Tiredly, Rand wondered what fever dream Tam could be having now. Avende Sora. The Tree of Life was supposed to have all sorts of miraculous qualities, but none of the stories mentioned any sapling or any they. There was only the one, and that belonged to the Green Man. Only that morning, he might have felt foolish at musing over the Green Man and the Tree of Life. They were only stories. Are they? Trollocs were just stories this morning. Maybe all the stories were as real as the news the peddlers and merchants brought in the Gleeman's tales and all the stories told at night in front of the fireplace. Next, he might actually meet the Green Man, or an orgier giant, or a wild, black-veiled aleman. Tam was talking again. He realized something, sometimes only murmuring, sometimes loud enough to understand. From time to time he stopped to pant for breath, then went on as if he thought he had been speaking the whole time. Battles are always hot, even in the snow. Sweat, heat, blood, heat. Only death is cool. Slope of the mountain. Only place it didn't stink of death. Had to get away from smell of it, sight of it, heard the baby cry. Their women fight alongside the men, sometimes, but why had they let her come? I don't. Give birth there alone before she died of her wounds, covered the child with her cloak, but the wind blown the cloak away. Child blew with the cold. Should have been dead too, crying there, crying in the snow. I couldn't just leave a child, no child of our own. Always knew you wanted children. I knew you'd take it to your heart, Carrie. Yes, lass. Rand is a good name, a good name. Suddenly Rand's legs lost the little strength they had. Stumbling, he fell to his knees. Tam moaned with the jolt, and the strip of the blanket cut into Rand's shoulder, but he was not aware of it either. If a Trolloc had leapt up in front of him right then, he would just have stared at it. He looked over his shoulder at Tam, who had sunk back into the wordless murmurs. Fever dreams, he thought dully. Fevers always brought bad dreams, and this was a night for nightmares, even without a fever. You were my father, he said aloud, stretching back a hand to touch Tam. And I am. The fever was worse, much worse. Grimly, he struggled to his feet. Tam murmured something, but Rand refused to listen to any more. Throwing his weight against the improvised harness, he tried to put all of his mind into taking one leaden step after another. Leaden step after another, into reaching the safety of Edmund's Field. But he could not stop the echo in the back of his mind. He is my father. It was just a fever dream. He's my father. It was just a fever dream. Light. Who am I? Damn. Damn, man. That came pretty quickly. I like the way he definitely dropped the lore like that. That definitely hit hard. You can do dreams well, right? Although it technically wouldn't be called a dream. Okay, let's see if it's out. No, it is not out. Okay. Alright. Someone liked my video. Hell yeah. So, we're gonna go get some food. So I figure we watch this. Always good to get some Oompaville in.
Surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. Do you have Whiplash yet? The story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein continues to change as the Trump administration.
I'll be right back. You guys enjoy the Oompaville.
Seems to be another attempt to try and sweep this whole thing under the rug, maybe potentially. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just a guy who sees patterns and can do basic math. The incumbent administration is doing whatever they possibly can to confuse people. It seems like confuse people, get off the tracks of this Epstein, this pesky Epstein thing, except for a representative from Kentucky called Thomas Massey, who is trying his absolute best to rally everybody together and get all the votes necessary to release the files. I'm starting to think they might kill that guy. The last Epstein video posted on my channel was on August 5th, over a month and a half ago. And the fact that there's enough to talk about for another hour-long video should tell you everything that you need to know in regard to the situation. The list has still not come out, guys. And on top of that, this whole situation is being handled currently by people who campaigned on the truth of these messages. Politics is all about lying and sleight of hand and manipulating people to control and gain power, is what I'm learning. That's why I'm wearing Sumptarn right now. Okay, guys? What began as bold promises of transparency regarding the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, financier, these acts transformed into defensive dismissals.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it?
So if you were able to, you would be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it.
Calls for complete investigations have morphed into ignoring survivors and even calling it a hoax, a Democrat hoax.
From what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given, but it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president.
How could you ever say, it's a Democrat hoax? Don't you think they would have done it when the Democrats had all the power? Like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Nothing has made sense since this happened. By the way, help what we do on this channel, go to gump.club to watch behind-the-scenes footage. I have an entire mockumentary show coming out very soon that's going to be really fun on my second channel. I've got all kinds of channels. Go in the description down below. Also at Candy Company. Also, I'm making a video game, releasing another video game in like a couple weeks. There's a reason I'm only posting once a week now. It's because I'm having fun doing what I love and trying to actually make content that I can be genuinely proud of. So I hope you guys enjoy, and if you don't, I understand. But if you do, press like, hit the subscribe button, and let's continue fracturing America. Speaking of fracturing, all of this Epstein stuff has resulted in a fracturing of Trump's own political coalition, the coalition of the MAGA, okay guys? All the while this apparent Democratic hoax exposing a pattern of entire institutional failure that spans multiple administrations. The Trump administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files has resulted in a 67% public disapproval, which is so up. All this in spite of releasing 33,000 pages of documents to Congress, which 97% of which consisted of already public information. Only 3% of the information is new, while approximately 67,000 pages of the estimated 100,000 total remain withheld. Why? And get this, controversy reached its peak when House Speaker Mike Johnson, funny little guy, claimed that Trump was an FBI informant in the Epstein case.
When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. A
bombshell? That's so crazy to say that he retracted within 72 hours, dude. It's unbelievable. The inconsistency in story changing around every single facet of this story is enough to make a motherfucker's head spin, and it doesn't stop. It never ceases. The truth continues to be more and more obfuscated, if not blatantly denied, buried, and suppressed. This is a bipartisan thing. Like, nobody wants pedophiles to, for one, exist, and for two, we give our money to a system that is apparently housing quite a few. You know, our tax dollars that if we don't pay, we go to jail. You know that stuff, those dollars. I think it's very important to approach this entire topic as rationally as possible and as unbiased as possible, because it is far more important than just politics. People that make up politics are just people, and they have past, they have histories, and they have beliefs and thoughts, and obviously what they run on is almost never what you actually get if they become elected. And you know, people thought for years that Trump and Epstein were friends. It's been said many times. It's on video. It's photographed. It's common knowledge at this point. But the idea, for some reason, I guess, has just been, well, he never actually went to that was Bill Clinton. That's why none of this stuff ever came out under Biden, is because Hillary wouldn't let it out. And then there's all this campaigning on it. And then now that Trump's in the administration, hey, bud, let's see. Let's see it. I want to see all these freaks. I want to see them all get their day. You know, and I want to see the victims get their day in court, most importantly. It is very important to know and be as rational as possible. The leader of the free world was friends with a legitimate serial pedophile human trafficker, like genuine friends. And the leader of the free world does not want that information regarding that to come out. Of course not. That's bad. We need to see it, though. If you believe that America has a future even a little bit, then this is what absolutely has to happen. Anyways, Trump, Epstein, they're absolutely friends, but they had a falling out at some point. That is what the primary narrative has been. And it's the nature of it. Not exactly sure how it happened, if it actually happened. It's a story that's changed year after year, day after day now at this point, thanks to Mike Johnson. That dickhead. If we go back to the end of July, we have Trump answering questions in regard to Epstein and him contradicting himself in less than 30 seconds, as well as seemingly contradicting statements that he's made over the years. A reporter asked Trump if some of the workers that were stolen by Jeffrey Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago spa were young women.
Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Trump's first response is that he doesn't want to say. He rambles for a little bit, saying, everyone knows that people were taken and the star's pretty well up there.
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there.
Which you can't just say everyone knows what the truth is and then that just becomes the truth. But then he says yes. So much for not wanting to answer the question. He just cannot help himself.
And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
What did they do?
In the spa.
The spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago.
The president appears to be simply stating that these young women who worked for him were essentially poached from his business, one of the best businesses in the world, to work for Jeffrey Epstein, one of the best human traffickers in the world, which the president warned Epstein not to do.
When I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
But when it happened again, that's when he ousted Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. So Epstein was taking Trump's girls, and then, I mean, that's what it seems like. And that is a story that he was running with for a while and continued to give the answers.
Stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place.
But beyond that, the clip has even more serious implications. In the next few seconds, a follow-up question from a reporter asked if one of the women that was stolen from the spa was Virginia Giuffre, which, if you didn't know, Virginia Giuffre was one of the most outspoken victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and she claimed to have been trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein's friends like Prince Andrew and more. Trump says, I think she worked at the spa. I think so.
Did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her.
So we have that, and that's not exactly breaking news, as Virginia had been claiming she'd been a teenage spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago before she was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell, who hired her to be a masseuse for Epstein in 2000. So it seems really odd to just talk about this type of thing like that, but billionaires do what billionaires do, and it isn't exactly Trump's fault if an employee takes another job, but it's a different reason than has been credited for Trump and Epstein falling out than we've seen in the past. That's the key here. Another stop on our trip down the rabbit hole of changing stories goes to 2020, when a book called The Grifters Club claimed that they'd accessed the Mar-a-Lago resort registry, where they saw that Epstein had been a member until October 2007. So this was until it's alleged that Epstein was kicked out after hitting on the teenage daughter of another club member. So this has seemingly been confirmed recently when White House Communications Director Stephen Chung made a recent emailed statement that said, "The fact is that the president kicked him out of his club for being a creep." So that adds up. Okay. Also, very important to note that these are things being said about Trump rather than being said by Trump himself. But still, when the White House Communications Director assigned by Trump is one of the people making these statements, I would consider that to be credible, because that is an instrument of the administration. That is the mouthpiece, if you will. So we have another example of a story that contradicts what is being said now. Did he throw him out over stealing club employees, or did he kick him out because he's a fucking creep? You have to pick one of those things. You can't just mix business with pleasure. But even the old statement contradicts other claims that had been made up until that point. The New York Times on July 9th, 2019 cited a Trump Organization official for stating that Jeffrey Epstein was never a dues-paying member. He only came as a guest of a guest. So if that's the case, then how come he's in the club registry and that shows an account for Epstein that was closed in October 2007? Also, if 2007 is the year that they had their falling out and their friendship of the ages came to an end, then that in and of itself is contradictory to statements Trump made multiple times in July 2019 when he claimed that he hadn't talked to Epstein 15 years or more, which would have been 2004.
And I did have a falling out a long time ago. The reason doesn't make any difference, frankly, but I haven't spoken to him in probably 15 years or more.
So our timeline is looking a bit wonky. I'm gonna be real, guys. Timeline looking. So 2004 is another year in which they had their potential infamous falling out, and when they
Sharp, yo, if you're still there, bro, we back with food. How's it going, Sharp?
Become bitter rivals after a bidding war for a mansion that had been auctioned off by a bankruptcy court. Trump ended up winning the mansion for $41 million, but it drove a wedge between the two. That is, Donald Trump and convicted sexual predator, pedophile, and human trafficker JeffreyEpstein. Or at least that's how it seems to be painted. Not all the pedophile human
I'm here, kid. How's it going, brother?
I'm talking about their bitter rivalry and how the auction
have you written any more, Sharp?
Breakout. But who really knows after how many times the story has changed? But wait! When Speaker Mike Johnson recently claimed that Trump was an FBI informant, he also changed the story again. He said that when Trump heard the rumors about Epstein, that's when he kicked him out of the Mar-a-Lago club.
It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
So there are multiple stories behind their friendship ending. Did they fall out after Epstein stole a Trump employee? Did they fall out after Epstein hit on minors at Trump's club? Did they fall out after a bidding war that pitted them against each other? Or did their friendship end when Epstein's crimes began to become public knowledge? There are multiple stories about Epstein's Mar-a-Lago membership. He wasn't a member, he just came as a guest. Or he was a member, which the registry allegedly showed that he had an account that was closed in 2007 as a result of him flirting with a member's underage daughter. Or also he was a member, but he was kicked out after rumors of Epstein's crimes became public around 2005 or 2006 when the media started covering the story. The big Epstein is a gigantic pedophile story. So that's on top of all the other story changing that's been happening over the course of this story unfolding this year. They were going to release everything. They were going to release it in phases, with phase 1 being released to media pages. The client list was on Pam Bondi's desk, that bitch. Then the client list didn't exist. Then they were going to fully investigate everything and everyone involved. Then the DOJ, FBI puts out a memo that essentially says the case is closed and we're not investigating anything or anyone else and we're not releasing any more documents. Anyone who wants the truth is stupid and misled. You are all sheep for believing a Democrat hoax. That's where we're at right now, guys. And I've got to say, the government has done a lot of stuff to make me not trust it. I mean, here's a short list. This one, though, is really making me feel like a dumb fool. Has there ever been a trustworthy statement ever? Has there ever been? These are, I mean, what is even, I can't even think about it. I can't even think about it. It makes me angry. It makes me a little upset. Makes me want to break my holy relic. Needless to say, you've heard a lot of this information. This is mostly stuff you already know, but there are things that we're going to be covering in this video that you probably don't know, you probably haven't heard of, because they're things that I hadn't heard of until doing research for another video, because there is so much to this and it is so deep. It is a sick rabbit hole. The rest of this video, we're going to keep focused on things that we haven't yet covered in extensive detail yet. Like, for example, how the government terribly misrepresented the raw footage we were given of the night that Epstein died. There's actually a great video on CoffeeZilla's channel put together covering the top 5 lies in the Epstein footage with a complete rendering of the cell block he was held in that shows just how misrepresented and misled the public.
India also has a Mr. Ballin, by the way. Really sharp. Put the link in there. I want to see.
We did not.
Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death.
There was only one camera! There was not. There were 11 cameras, but only 2 of them were recording.
There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier.
Footage showed that no one was there except Epstein. Someone is widowy seen going up the stairs towards Epstein's cell after lockdown.
There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs.
And we were gonna get the raw footage, man. The raw footage, the raw, highly edited footage to misrepresent an entire situation. What? Are you dumb? We also got the lie that we could see anyone walking to Epstein's cell, but the camera only captures the very edge of the staircase, so anyone hugging the right side of the staircase wouldn't be visible. For example, if you just did this right here, watch. You're gonna see this is Epstein's cell, okay, guys? This is Epstein's cell, imagine that. Okay, now this is me, and I'm the guy who's gonna kill Epstein on behalf of all of the elected officials, apparently, in our government. Coffee even made the 3D rendering they created of the SHU Epstein was held in available on his Patreon. You can check out his video and see the rendering for yourself by subscribing to his Patreon. The biggest revelations we should talk about have come in the wake of a scrapbook album from Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003, which was released and contained photos, letters, and poems from his closest friends over the years. Some are handwritten, some are typed, many are signed, and many reference his proclivities for being a freak. They're sex related. Epstein's 50th birthday book. The birthday scrapbook is something we've been hearing about for over a month, and back in mid-July, the Wall Street Journal put out an article titled, "Jeffrey Epstein's Friends Sent Him Bawdy Letters for a 50th Birthday Album." One was from Donald Trump. Very, very, very provocative title. Now, of course, you need a subscription to the Wall Street Journal to read that full article. And I'm not gonna do that because now everything's public and I don't need to pay a access fee or whatever to see that shit.
Yeah.
You can listen to 2 minutes worth of the article and hear that it eventually is described as a letter from Trump written in a hand-drawn naked woman's body. It reads like some kind of bizarre fan fiction that Trump himself allegedly thought up. It's super weird. I will read this, and I don't really understand what's going on, but this is a transcript. I'm not sure it's a transcript that's written and then Donald Trump drew. Trump allegedly, I don't know. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald Trump, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. And then the most confusing looking signature of all time, Donald Trump's signature. It's crazy. This article was a big enough deal that
Mine's
Trump
worse.
filed a defamation lawsuit against Dow Jones, who is the parent company behind the Wall Street Journal and its owner,
Daniel John Don! What is going on? How's it going, good sir? Welcome, welcome. We're watching some Oompa while I mouse some food.
Because I don't like it when people lie about. Are you even allowed to sue people as the president? Isn't that like the whole point of being the most powerful dude ever? Is it that you just have the First Amendment? People are just gonna be like, I don't like you, and then make cartoons about how dumb you are and shit. And you just so happen to be really good friends for a long time with one of the world's most prolific evil guys, and then you just expect people to not talk about that and expose you and stuff. Like, what are you talking? What? Anyways, he posted to social media that it was a powerhouse lawsuit to take down the fake news media for the people.
Hell yeah, Don John.
Dow Jones made a statement to the BBC,
Don.
Big Black Cock, standing by the accuracy of their reporting and would defend
Never
it
watched
against any
Oompaville?
lawsuit. A follow-up article was released by the Wall Street Journal on July 24th, detailing more of the contents within the birthday book without fully showing their hand. And this one was titled, Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book included letters from Bill Clinton and Leon Black. And this article's focus is on how the biggest name in the book at the time
Are you a
was
writer,
created
John
was
Don?
past president.
Are you a
Bill
reader? Are
Clinton,
you a purveyor
not
of
Donald
words?
Trump.
Do you
Again,
enjoy
you can't
creativity and
read
imagination?
without being a Wall Street Journal member,
Are you
but
an
you can
explorer
listen to
of the
1.5
world
minutes
of
it and
words?
hear it quote Clinton's letter, which is the following. It's reassuring, isn't it? to have lasted as long across all the years learning and knowing adventures, and also to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. So much for a Democratic hoax, dude. Seems like that is the Democratic cabal there. And that's why they didn't release it. That's why Joe Biden wasn't allowed to release it, is because of Hillary and the Clintons and how they have so much control over shit, and Obama and stuff. I don't know, is it? I'm not sure. I just want it to come out. I don't care about the sides. I don't like the idea of living in a free country and having this just be like something that's being held over our politicians' heads. You know, I don't like that. I don't like that. Are you telling me that our politicians can be blackmailed?
That's not good.
Are you telling me that in spite of 99.9% of the entire United States of America wants something to happen, politicians will not do it because they're blackmailed by a single guy? Are you telling me a single guy has, even after death, every politician's nuts in his hands? Both sides, not just the right or the left. It isn't about that. It's about vulnerability, and it's about foreign adversaries, and it's about blackmail. And apparently that's just how everything works in the world.
It's fucked up, right?
I live in a small world, apparently, because I've never blackmailed anybody or ever...
What? You've never blackmailed anyone in Deville?
Any of this stuff is like. It's crazy. Probably because I'm just a
Humans to be blackmailed? No way.
I'm not a master of the universe. Sure, I have an Arnuki beast, and that is pretty cool. In fact, let's see what this little... What do you got to say? He didn't say shit. Praise up to the Arnuki beast. This is a new holy relic here, guys. Let's look at it. You know how grocery shopping always feels like it takes way too long, and half the time I end up with random stuff that doesn't actually make a meal just because I'm hungry. And that is the reason why I have been using Hungry Root for a very long time. I'm very glad that they decided to sponsor my channel. Hungry Root is basically my personal shopper and a nutritionist in one. I tell them my preferences, like high protein meals and dairy-free snacks, because they hurt my belly. And Hungry Root starts filling up my cart with recipes and groceries that actually make sense for a little white boy like me. The more you use it, the smarter it gets. Plus, with Hungry Root, I waste way less food because everything that shows up gets eaten. No more sad, wilted spinach in the back of my fridge.
All done here for you, little spinach man.
So if you, viewer of Oompaville, have been wanting to make eating healthy easier, take advantage of the offer that you are afforded from watching my channel. That is 40% off your first box, plus a free item in every box for life. Click the link down below or go to hungryroot.com and use code OOMPA. That's hungryroot.com, code OOMPA for 40% off and free gifts for life. Wish I had this code when I first started using it. I actually use it, by the way. A spokesperson for Billiam Clinton supposedly refused to comment on the leaked letter from the birthday scrapbook and referred to a statement that was made about how Bill Clinton had ended his relationship with Epstein more than a decade before Epstein was arrested in 2019. Supposedly, he didn't know about Epstein's crimes. Bill Clinton, whenever he's asked about Epstein's crimes, I didn't know. Yeah, sure. Didn't you rape a woman in the White House? Isn't that like a whole thing? Didn't you also kill a guy in the 90s? Now, we have full access to the infamous Epstein birthday book, and that became available on September 8th when the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform released the records publicly after issuing a subpoena to the Epstein estate for the book on August 25th. The PDF of the leather-bound birthday book is 238
Food is
pages
done.
long. Within it
Oh
are pictures
yeah.
of Jeffrey
That's
Epstein
all about.
throughout his life with friends and family.
Love me
and
some
girls,
taco
and also
burritos.
with many faces and
Burritos
names
with tacos
redacted
inside
throughout.
them.
For example, some of the important people in there, especially victims. A lot of victims are redacted, which is good. But surprisingly, little of it is hidden, relatively speaking. Pages 2 to 4 are a table of contents saying who has included letters written to Epstein specifically for his birthday, including the following names, which we've talked about in our past content. Leon Black, who stayed friends with him and kept him rich, piece of shit. Jean-Luc Brunel, the only other person who faced charges aside from Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein before committing suicide in a French prison. Rest in piss. Dumb. Bill Clinton.
Rip Bozo.
A lawyer accused of sexual assault by Virginia Giuffre. Donald Trump, Leslie Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret and man foundational in Epstein's early wealth, and the signs of coercion and manipulation of girls.
The shit is fucked up, man.
Sexually are
if this didn't break America and like the world and shit, I have absolutely no faith.
Shared past with Epstein. On page 57,
absolutely no faith
about picking up girls on a beach and taking them out on a boat where, with a knife in hand, the girls are told to take their suits off. It is non-ironically almost the implication scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's art, life, mimic. Some saying it's up.
Think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I going to do? Say no? Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not going to say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Horrifying story on page 62 about making a rabbi's daughter do terrible things. It's disgusting. And these stories come from a section of the birthday book that's centered around what appears to be 4 lifelong friends going back to school days. Warren Eisenstein, Terry Johnny Boy Kafka, and Michael Buchholz. Pictures of the 4 begin on page 49 and continue through page 72 with letters and stories breaking them up. There are pictures of public transit passes, driver's licenses to drive taxi cabs, pictures of public school classes, yearbook photos of the 4, recreated pictures from young adulthood to later adulthood, wedding photos. These were bros, close bros. There's no telling how familiar these 3 friends were with the activities of the 4th, who is Epstein, but it seems there are signs of pressuring girls to get nude or perform sexual acts even way back then, whether these are early examples or not. It is extremely uncomfortable regardless. Where a lot of the focus around this birthday book lies is in the friends section dedicated to his powerful friends, beginning on page 114. But before we jump ahead to that, one picture jumps out to me on page 98, which is a picture of Epstein in a suit next to a woman wearing all black with her face redacted that has the caption, "He is the boyfriend of Redacted. We think he works for the CIA." Now, it's interesting because conspiracy theories have been circulating that Jeffrey Epstein was working with the CIA or maybe even a foreign intelligence like Israel's Mossad, and it seems like most of these theories stem from Epstein's girlfriend and partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, being the daughter of Robert Maxwell, a man highly suspected of working for Israeli intelligence, a Israel super spy. I mean, yeah, seems like there's a lot of evidence there, to be honest. But what does that have to do with having control over U.S. politicians? Nothing at all! But these are conspiracy theories that are largely dismissed as yet another Democrat hoax. They are often seen as having no merit by everyone who is friends with Jeffrey Epstein. But it's interesting to see that this birthday book from the early 2000s having images and quotes referencing an association between him and the CIA. I think that's very interesting. Is this evidence that it's true? Nope. Probably not, but who is the censored woman? With theories referencing his closeness to Robert Maxwell when Ghislaine Maxwell was his girlfriend, then would Ghislaine be the censored girlfriend in the birthday book? I'm not totally sure. I don't think so. Her name and picture are uncensored throughout the book, even right next to redacted faces like on page 104, or when her and Epstein are naked in a pool together with bodies redacted on page 107. So why would it be redacted there? Probably because it's not her. Now I want to jump to the letters and writings from Epstein's powerful friends, all conveniently collected in this disgusting birthday book. I want to go on record saying my birthday was pretty recently and nothing at all like this has ever happened to me, and I don't understand how this is normal, or maybe it's just because I'm homeschooled or whatever, but there is pure, true evil out there, and it seems like some of them we elect to run our country, which is pretty crazy that that's just something.
Isn't that the fucked up part of the world, eh?
In this section is a poem written to Epstein by Leon Black, the man who helped keep Epstein rich after his arrest, conviction, imprisonment, and release. A real dickhead. He is the co-founder of Apollo Global Management, an asset management company that oversees $377 billion in assets. And his note to Epstein begins on page 118. It goes as follows. A VPFC is something to be. A VFPC is something to see. A liver, a lover, a Jeff, a Jeffrey. Let's all give a cheer for today he's 50. 5 decades L or half a century. By Bird and by Bucks, C's and M's are his key. Blonde, red, or brunette spread out geographically. With this net of fish, Jeff's now the old man and the sea. The letter ends with Leon calling Epstein a dear friend and signing it with love and kisses, comma, Leon. And he says that VPFC means Vanity Fair Poster Child, but I'm more curious what the C's and M's mean. A line about birds and bucks precede that, and birds could be describing girls as an offensive slang term, you know, like what people used to say all the time, bird, I guess. I don't know if it's offensive slang. I don't know, dude. Seems weird though. Given the fact that Leon
definitely fucked
Epstein
up
is a freak and a criminal, continued his friendship with Epstein after the conviction, I will say that it allegedly means, maybe, I've heard this, I've seen this, I don't think it's true at all. It could mean children and minors, or it could mean cash and millions. I don't know. Neither one of those things are probably true, but who knows? One thing that is totally true is that it's a poem that reads ominously with hindsight and retrospect, knowing what Epstein is guilty of. Though, of course, it's all speculation as to how familiar Leon may have been with Epstein's crimes. He didn't seem to be disturbed enough to cut ties like many others, so who the f knows? Leon seems like kind of a weird guy. So what did Leon say about all this coming out? Reportedly, a spokesperson for Leon Black has declined to comment on the letter within the birthday book. Because it's weird and looks bad. Immediately following that poem is a letter from another friend.
I mean, it's the best thing to do is just not comment on it.
And table of contents for the birthday book. It's a letter to Degenerate 1 from Degenerate 2 with a redacted name. Still, in the poem, the line, "So many girls, so little time," appears while describing Jeffrey as always grinning like the mysterious, mischievous lad you are. It's under the friends section of the book, so if names like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are unredacted, who could this person be for it to be one of the few censored lines in the book in this part, when most of what is censored are names and pictures of victims? So, Degenerate 1 and Degenerate 2, who is this freak that's still out there and has enough power to have this redacted, not even being a victim? Maybe it's a, I don't know, another FBI informant. Whoever it is, it definitely seems like they know what Jeffrey Epstein was guilty of, and if not worse, given the terminology to describe themselves and Epstein and the phrasing within the letter, they are as bad, once again, if not worse, as the degenerate. People that have seen our previous videos may remember that aside from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, only one other person ever faced charges for crimes related to the trafficking and assault of minors. That was Jean-Luc Brunel. He was a modeling agent who trafficked girls to Epstein and was accused of sexual assault himself for many of the victims, some under the age of 15. And Brunel wrote a letter to Epstein which can be read in the birthday book on page 125. Maybe you could call it a letter, but mostly what it is a fixation on the number 15. Math equations that result in the number 15. It's very creepy. And as you guys know, I am no mathematician nor math magician, so it seems like the scrawlings of a crazy person on the inside of their padded cell, but at the bottom, there's what appears to be a tool to help solve some equations with the symbol G being G's age. It seems like a tongue-in-cheek way of gamifying their crimes for Epstein's birthday is what I'm picking up out of it. So now, whose letter could follow up the one from Jean-Luc Brunel? Disgraced freak. Why, Bill Clinton, of course.
Of course. Of course.
Written letter. By the way, President of the United States, loved president. Everybody loved Bill Clinton. My mom voted for Bill Clinton in the 90s, okay? My mom really liked Bill Clinton. Pre-allegations, obviously, and murder of Vince Foster, and all the other stuff that they did and stuff. My parents are both extremely black-pilled in the government. Extremely. Yep. They accuse me of being an intelligence asset. That's how. Anyways,
you're famous. You have to be an intelligence asset. It's the only way to get famous.
Democratically, by the way, his handwritten letter to Jeffrey Epstein on page 126 isn't so extreme, but when it was quoted by the Wall Street Journal before the book's full release, it was quoted accurately and in its entirety aside from illegible words. It is fairly tame, but a few lines stick out if you're looking for something to point at to say that Bill Clinton had known, which of course he denies that he knew anything, because what else would he be honest? I don't think they're known for that, but it stands out to me because across all my years of writing letters for people's birthdays, which I've never really done, to be honest, maybe once or twice, I've mentioned learning and growing as people grow together and they learn to be better people, but the word knowing stands out very specifically. Knowing what? Knowing what? Bill references the two's adventures What kind of adventures? What kind of knowing are you talking about? Is this some Moloch shit? Is this some Daedric shit? Are you talking about Daedric shit right now? Like, what is this? What plane are we on? Oblivion? I don't think so. We know that Bill and Epstein went on a trip to Africa together on Epstein's plane with Kevin Spacey, and Kevin has alleged the plane had many young girls. He's obviously massively disgraced as well. Again, Bill Clinton has
Except he won the lawsuit, so yeah.
Inquirers were directed to his previous statements of denial rather than any new statements being made. So he's not really that interested in talking about it. But what is interesting, though, is that Bill Clinton and this trip to Africa are referenced in the very next letter in the book, this one being from Alan Dershowitz, a lawyer who would go on to represent Epstein and help organize his sweetheart deal of the century. It's as follows. Dear Jeffrey, as a birthday gift to you, I managed to obtain an early version of the Vanity Unfair article. I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, as you will see from the enclosed excerpt. Happy birthday and best regards. The letter includes an edited image of a Vanity Unfair cover alleging Epstein was Jack the Ripper and had financed Al-Qaeda. So that's a funny joke, I guess. It continues. Who was that man with Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is, of course, one of the most famous men, a household name throughout the planet. His picture has appeared on the cover of every magazine in the world, but what was he doing flying to Africa with an obscure former politician from Hope, Arkansas? Referring to Bill Clinton, obviously, former president of the United States of America. Who was that politician and why would Epstein have picked him for the coveted seat of his private jet? The moment this obscure man stepped onto the Epstein jet, he became fair game for probing inquiry. Now, it may have been a joke and Bill's name may not have been used, but it's true today. Ever since Bill stepped on that plane, he became fair game for probing inquiry. These people are aware, 110%. Due process, legal shit, all that. I've heard Alan Dershowitz, whatever the his name is, talk about this.
You have to be able to, a sweetheart deal. It's a justice system. There's a justice system.
Yeah, there is a justice system, and I love it so much. And it works really well.
If you don't have
for
money.
everybody. It works really well for politicians, and it works really well for those below the poverty line. All right, guys? It works super well. Now, obviously, I want to get to Trump in this birthday book because it's the big meat and potatoes of this entire situation, but there are some other letters that raise eyebrows. You could pick and choose which ones you wish to talk about. There's plenty, but Henry Jarecki wrote a letter found on page 134 talking about how Epstein prefers working in private, or better yet, utter secrecy, and how much goes on behind the scenes and how they share many of the same burdens. Henry was accused by a girl Epstein allegedly trafficked to Jarecki to be a sex slave. Nick Leese, a film producer, wrote a letter found on page 135 calling Epstein a very dear boy and tells a story about an outing with a group including Epstein where one man called Toto pulled redacted skirt up to her panty and put his hand on her before another member of the group, the old man, joined in. So that's crazy. I feel like what I just said probably has to be redacted from this YouTube video.
Literally said, fucking grab her in the pussy.
Mitchell, maybe the former Senator George Mitchell, I'm not totally sure. Sorry if not. Wrote a letter found on page 146 crediting Epstein for the opportunity to lead a full, exciting, and fantastically varied life, and hopes Epstein will intensify your activities in many ways, especially in the field of science. Science people really loved Epstein. Nathan Myhrvold, very cool name, weirdo. A former executive at Microsoft and co-founder of Intellectual Ventures, wrote a letter found on page 147 saying how Epstein didn't manage his money but advised his lifestyle and included several pictures of animal penises and animals mating from a trip to Africa. So that's weird as f. A letter from Joseph Pagano as well, who I can't find out who this is. He wrote a letter found on page 158.
They're demons, I tell you. They're demons. They're lizard people and demons.
Not necessarily in that order. You usually only need stealth when you're trying to commit crimes. I'm coming at that from a game development perspective. The only time ever you need stealth is when you're doing something that shouldn't be seen. So this guy, whoever the f that is, He's a freak. A poem on page 164, presumably by Stuart Pivar, a chemist and art collector, based on the poem's placement compared to the table of contents. We're just kind of assuming here. It has a line that describes how Epstein's behavior would upset the public and that he has somehow avoided jail. So dark. To add to life's piquancy, Jeffrey, with increasing frequency, on any occasion with little persuasion, will outrage the public decency. Jeffrey, at half a century with credential penitentiary, though up to no good whenever he could, has avoided the penitentiary. That is unbelievable, dude. That is unbelievable. Then we have Henry Ravovsky attached tit prints to his letter on page 166 to Epstein aside, a letter that reads, "For the man who has almost everything, but never enough of these." Then Leslie Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret, who helped Epstein grow his wealth early on, wrote a letter on page 171 in which he gets Epstein what he wanted by drawing a pair of tits at the bottom of his letter. And here is where we start seeing Trump's name mentioned in the book. On page 154, a cover letter depicting women, a plane, balloons, and cake precedes
Fucking mermaid.
a picture and a letter that all look terrible. It's from Joel and falls right where the table of contents credits Joel Pashkow. The next page is a drawing comparing the years 1983 with 2003, with 1983 showing Epstein giving a lollipop to a group of young girls holding balloons. Then in 2003, he's on his island with his private jet above getting massaged and pleasured by a group of naked women, and the text, "What a great country." Next is the picture. It's a grainy picture of a novelty-sized check written to Epstein from Trump in the value of $22,500 being held by a group of pedophiles. I don't know, people. The handwritten letter claims to have arranged a deal between Trump and Epstein where a fully depreciated woman was sold to Trump for $22,500. And the writer laments not getting any of the money or the girl. So this is,
fuck?
I guess, a bombshell, right? It is a letter that basically admits to trafficking a woman between Epstein and Trump, right? And that paired with the drawing, it seems very damning. I mean, people, and there's nobody talking about this. I mean, a lot of people are talking about it, but it's just, who cares, man? Who cares? I care a lot, actually. Like a lot.
Yeah, I kind of care a lot too.
There are 4 people in the picture with
like it's fucked up.
Redacted and partially covering the face of another man who I can't quite make out, but you can clearly see Epstein and Joel Pashkow.
Guys! What's up, Callie?
A government page has even stated that Joel is a longtime member of Mar-a-Lago in a tweet of this picture and letter. So I'm inclined to believe that. The letter from Trump himself allegedly
I can't sleep.
is buried pretty deep
No,
in the book at page
Callie.
165. Then you see the heavy lined drawing of the woman-shaped body with small curves where breasts would be indicating they're small in size. We covered earlier what the letter says and how it sounds like a weird flirtatious role play, mentioning shared secrets and commonalities between the two men, Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, FBI informant. We can see that it's signed by Donald Trump, allegedly, and I say allegedly due to the responses and controversies that have arisen since this all became public in the $10 billion lawsuit, which, by the way, if I got sued for $10 billion, it is so over for me, dude. If you have that much money, you can just be like,
I don't like it when you say that about me. It's true, but like, just don't. I have a lot of money. I can ruin your life with I have a lot of money.
Hey, man. That doesn't seem fair.
Nope, it's not fair at all.
It has become so controversial and is why Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion over its publication, even though it's now been released by the Oversight Committee and was provided by the Epstein estate. So I am curious how this will impact the lawsuit since it's now publicly accessible thanks to the government, and it just seems legit, seems real, seems like a bullshit lawsuit. I assume it's going to get dropped. Trump, his administration, and conservative influencers on social media have been very outspoken in denying any possibility that this letter, as well as the novelty-sized check and the transaction described in the letter from Joel Pashkow.
Hi, Callie!
They're obviously denying that because it looks really bad. Obviously, they would deny it. They don't ever acknowledge anything.
Something on your mind?
Yet to see any.
Yeah, Callie. Why can't you sleep? What's wrong?
Bad. There's never been any acknowledgement, so I feel like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to believe. to be honest, unfortunately.
I
really don't know what
need
to believe.
cock!
I want to believe what's right. I don't want to believe things based on political biases.
I mean, what?
This looks bad. This looks really, really, really bad. It's causing quite a stir. This year, the Trump administration has changed quite a few gears. There were tons of promises of disclosure and transparency, but that has all shifted, and instead,
Guys!
they take the stance that this is just a hoax.
You need guys.
Is really
He needs some
frustrating
milk.
because I think
He needs some warm milk.
good. They're gonna release
15
Epstein's
seconds.
files. That's awesome.
Half a
We're gonna
cup,
see all
15
all the
seconds.
people
Down that shit, you'll be out like a light.
That chapter, that book's gonna be shut. The whole campaign, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, all these people, everything was built on. I'm gonna go on a podcast. I'm gonna say, all right, we're gonna release the files, and then as soon as you get in, the government, the cabal, the demons go around. They circle you and they say you can't release that, and then they say, there's no files. Ah! Hey, go f yourself. Like, what do you want us to do? You want us to trust you? I just hope more people are.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm just not American. I'm Canadian, so.
on the deep.
Doesn't affect me as much. I mean, I don't know if there were any Canadian politicians on there. I mean, I'd assume so. Like, you'd assume Trudeau would be on there.
Everything is a distraction. I'm a distraction.
I'm a distraction.
Sorry. When the FBI and DOJ released their memo, people were understandably upset that despite acknowledging over 1,000 victims exist and 10,000 plus pieces of CSAM were found, no one else was going to be looked into.
Yeah, what the
and
fuck?
The case, for all intents and purposes,
I used to go into calls with my friends and I'd sleep while they talked.
Clearly upset that people still care about Epstein.
Can we do that when I had
all of a sudden the files are written by
trouble
Obama,
sleeping?
Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and Joe Biden, and his voters were falling for it. His idiot voters. You stupid. You don't know anything. Even though
Do you want to get in a call, Callie?
You're all wrong. This is one of the first instances we've seen of Trump.
Why do you need to be in a
turning
call?
on these MAGA peoples. Okay, guys, it's crazy.
You
to
can just
see.
listen,
And a lot of them
right?
don't even really care, which is.
Or is it so you can talk too until you fall asleep? Talk yourself to sleep?
Pedophiles punished. They actually care. Most people actually care about this type of stuff. And when the news of the letter and the drawing Trump allegedly made for Epstein's 50th birthday came out, the president posted to Truth Social the day the Wall Street Journal dropped the article stating that it's a fake letter. It's fake! So why is it
Makes
fake?
me feel
Trump
not
says
alone.
These aren't his words, and that's not the way that he talks.
Well, do you want to get in a call, Callie? Just go into the
Murdoch not to print the story because it's a
the
scam.
general
He had some
channel in
kind of
Discord.
advance notice that this was going to drop and tried to prevent it, which is interesting because there's a conflicting narrative here.
And then
Vice
just mute the
President,
stream.
J.D. Vance had quite the gotcha for the Wall Street Journal too when the article first went live, calling it complete and utter bullshit on Twitter, asking, "Where is this letter?" while also sharing that they were never shown the letter before it was posted. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, posted to Twitter when the Oversight Committee released the complete birthday book on September 8th, saying that when the Wall Street Journal dropped their article, the reporter Joe Palazzolo reached out for comment the exact minute it went live. And Caroline says that they didn't have time to respond. Which is it? I mean, what? If Trump had time to issue a warning to Rupert Murdoch, then he'd probably have time to tell his media team to prepare a response in case it drops. Right? I mean, that makes sense. If they didn't have time to respond because they didn't know it was being posted until it went live, then how the did the thing I just say, how would that make any sense? And then there's poor J.D. Vance running around. The house is on fire. He's screaming, "Mommy and Daddy are fighting. Mommy and Daddy are fighting. Please, please. Is the divorce my fault?" Yes, it is. You're complacent. You're part of this. You're supposed to be at least close to one of us. What the fuck? I guess J.D. Vance got the answer to, where is the letter? Because it's right there in Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book, amongst a bunch of other pedos and freaks and criminals. So that's where the letter is. Where's the letter at? Hey, bud, right here, dickweed. Is it possible that Trump and his team are lying? Surely not. I mean,
Does a scammer scamming who scams and lies lie and scam?
Pictures he's ever drawn to prove that,
Duck, duck.
right? He doesn't draw. Trump doesn't even draw. He doesn't know how to draw. He can draw. We actually have his ArtStation account. Oh, crap! A drawing of the Manhattan skyline signed by Trump and sold at auction for nearly $30,000 back in 2017. What? A drawing of the Empire State Building signed by Trump and sold for $100 at a charity auction in 1995, then again in 2017 for $16,000? Oh my God! More drawings! City skylines! What the details, windows, streets, trees, people, crosshatches, buildings, all signed by Trump. Oh my God, his family on a nice sunny day out enjoying the sun. Just kidding, I drew that. For a month, how to draw, there's a lot of drawings being sold at charity auctions. I know actual artists who have sold less drawings. When asked about the letter to Epstein by reporters more recently, he dropped the line about the drawings, but maintains that it's not his signature and not his words.
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time knows that's not my language.
So clearly he's seen that people have seen that he's a prolific artist. He's a really excellent.
He's better than me, guys.
The feeling of the skyline. He's
better than me.
This is interesting. The skyline. Are those people? What are those people? So the signature and the words. We'll dig into that now. One thing that's noticeable when comparing the letter to Epstein to other drawings that Trump has done is that in the other drawings, Trump has signed his full name, not just Donald. In the letter found in the 50th birthday book Ghislaine Maxwell put together for Epstein, it's just Donald. Now that doesn't mean
Hey,
much
Callie, how's it
because
going?
Trump has signed probably close to $1 million
Did you get a glass of milk?
in his life, I'd assume, including 200 executive orders just this
Why
year.
not milk?
And also something that he previously condemned Obama for, but who is really keeping track? It's just politics, right, guys?
You're a little
the claim
quiet.
Is that this is not his signature? Not that it's a
Well, let me
legitimate
turn you up.
signature that's been lifted
Oh,
and
you're at
pasted
max
into the
volume.
letter. It's that it's not his.
Let me
It
turn up
isn't his at all.
Discord.
This isn't his signature. During a press conference, the media pressed press secretary Caroline Leavitt about the signature's authenticity, asking if she'd support having an expert analyze it to prove it's not the president's signature. She says that they would support that, then states that she's seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out who said it's
You're so adorable.
not Trump's signature.
Sure, we would support that. And
True,
in fact,
I agree.
I've already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's.
That was fucking great.
She even cites a supposed article from the Daily Signal that seemingly showed 3 separate analysts coming.
So you're gonna go drink some coffee now?
I wanted to find this article and see if
No,
myself.
why?
Strangely, however,
Well, I was just
there
every
is
time you're
no
tired, you're just like, I'm gonna go
article
drink
like
some
this
coffee.
at all on
We're
the
like,
Daily
no,
Signal.
no
And they
coffee
had
for
over
you.
16,000 results
You're
when you search for
responsible.
Trump signature, but
You're
that
irresponsible.
the date the letter became
Your
available, there
face
are
is
no
I
reference,
encourage
analysis.
other people to be
We're just done, we
irresponsible,
can't
but
find
I'm not
Digging
irresponsible
some more,
myself.
what I think she may have been trying to reference was an article from the Daily Wire, which claimed that
I agree.
Wall Street Journal Epstein letter
The only thing worse than
was
that is a trolley.
writing style according to 3 forensic analysis.
You're a hamster wheel.
Very
You
centrist.
go around and
The
around.
hamster wheel?
So
Have you
let's
seen that
assume
thing of the
the Daily
hamster,
Wire
like a
had
gerbil
some
running in slow motion?
experts
It's just his
conduct the
balls
analysis
slapping back and
just
forth as it
because
runs.
of the,
Told me that
penis-sucking
already.
nature
Tell me a
of
new
the
story.
publication. Oh,
News
wait a second.
story.
Turns out they had 3 leading AI research
no.
systems conduct the analysis, and they unanimously agreed that there was an
I
extremely
ate-
same
low
story.
probability
I
that
ate
it was
ketchup
authored by
chips,
Trump. Are you
and they were
kidding me?
disgusting.
Oh my god! Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't like
Holy crap.
ketchup
That's
chips.
impossible.
So with this
So,
analysis, let's look back
it took
to
me
the
a lot
statement that
longer
Leavitt
to eat
had
them
made, and we'll compare
than
to
it really
the truth.
should have.
She claimed that it was the Daily
I
Signal
hate
that
that
published the
story.
article. a site
Really?
that's
I'm
already
gonna
pretty
tell you
far
another one,
right-wing.
okay? So
It
I'm
was
sitting
not.
here,
It was the Daily Wire,
and then
an
ads
even further
started.
right-wing outlet.
And
She
then the
then
next thing
said
I
it was
knew,
an article that
I was
published
floating
by
on a
3
plane
forensic analysts
in the middle of an
agreed
ocean,
absolutely
covered in
the
clouds,
president's authentic signature.
surrounded by
But in
mermaids.
reality, it wasn't 3
Holy
forensic
crap.
The only problem was,
analysts. It was
for some reason, they didn't have nipples on the end of their
AI,
tits.
or probably not even
Wait,
Grok,
what?
dude.
Yeah, it was fucked up.
don't even know.
I was like, well, that's kind of ruins it almost. Like the nipple is like what makes the tit. You know?
You could like get some tweezers and like squeeze the thing.
No, it was just because they don't feed that way. So the only reason they have the breasts is actually like part of the luring factor because they're monsters, right?
0% and very low probability. Like,
So then they eat your soul.
a lot of difference.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have nightmares now. Thanks.
No worries. I'm happy for you, Callie.
I hate you.
I'll be in your nightmares, but I'll be defending you.
There was a very low probability you would die today. I'd be on edge, dude.
Are you ready? 3,
No.
2,
No.
1.
Obviously. What's a low probability?
Okay, I'm in your nightmare now.
Okay, there you go. So, in essence, Caroline
Okay, I have a sword. What do you have?
invited a handwriting
What's your weapon gonna be against the
by just
darkness?
spreading a bunch of misinformation and being a total dumbass, doofus, idiot.
That's what I am.
Freak. This is America.
Wait, what?
All right, this isn't communist
those are the
China.
way.
We don't do that.
A doofus idiot retard.
Actually, I'll correct myself. But the people of America are very
I'm a
proud
doofus.
because we feel like we
I'm a
don't do that.
doofus
But we do though. We do
doofus.
it just as much as everybody else.
Doofus
We don't think we
doofus.
do. Oh, I farted. So yeah, a
For
real
foo
expert
doofer
analyzes the
doofers.
signature, not the contents of the letter,
Oofer
not the
doofer
writing
foofer
style,
dooper
and they
rooper
reported that the
toopers.
signature
Toop toop and roop doop fip fip and
signature
fap
came
fip
up,
and doop.
Last night, purported to be Donald Trump. I can absolutely say it is Donald Trump, but it's very much the signature that Donald Trump had in the early 2000s as opposed to his signature now.
Real specialty title, graphologist Emma Bach
talks.
conducted this analysis, and she's been working as an expert since 1989, according to her website. She'd done
You're
work on Google
1989.
and has had her work appear on TV and in true crime
Your
documentaries.
face
Not
You're
that
younger
she's
than me,
always
aren't you, Callie? So you weren't even born in
bulletproof,
1989.
But she's earned the trust of many conglomerates, companies.
1989.
She's a more trustworthy person.
You know what happened in 1989?
Caroline Levitt. It's not a
I don't
difficult
know.
conclusion
You
to
can't
come to,
mention
and
it.
I feel like anyone with a low
What?
probability
Oh, you
of
were
working
born.
brain
No,
can
it's
look at the
Tiananmen
signature in the
Square.
birthday book and signatures that Donald
China,
Trump has
I
written
don't know
on
what
other
that
letters
is.
and just be like, yeah,
That's
probably him.
where
For sure, it looks
basically
like
China
weird
massacred
signature. So, yeah,
like
that makes sense.
thousands
But what
of
about the contents of the letter
activists
itself? You couldn't trust
fighting
AI to
against
analyze the letter, so maybe
the
we should try
CCP.
letting AI
And in
analyze
China,
the
you
letter
can't
and
mention
hope
it.
for a different
It's illegal
result.
to talk about it.
That's
It didn't
the
happen.
on
It
Twitter.
was fake news.
Was asked by
Oh,
a Twitter.
It was
I'm gonna go to
about as
China
fake
and do
news
Hasn't
as
lost
the
all
Epstein
critical thinking
files.
skills to see if Trump has ever
Okay,
used the
I'm gonna go to
word
China and
enigma
mention both those
since
things.
it's used in the letter.
Don't do that because they will
Record
actually
using the
kill
word
you.
Enigma in writing or speaking.
Okay.
The reason
Yeah.
we use this
I'm gonna
example
scream
is
it
that
so
Donald Trump Jr.
loud.
quoted
Scream
this
it.
post in a
It's
post
really
to
bad
prove
idea,
this couldn't
Callie.
possibly
That's
be
like
the
Okay,
a
case.
really,
My father has a
really
very
bad
specific way
idea.
of speaking, and in
Then why did you
47
give me
years,
the idea
I've
if you
never
don't want me
seen
to do it?
Google
I told you what it was. I didn't tell you to go to China and say it. You can go anywhere in the world and say it. Just don't go to
Now I
China.
really, really want to do it, but it's gonna be on my bucket list, and I'm not gonna be able to do it because I'm gonna die before I can.
That's okay. I'll kill you before you have a chance to do it.
Before I die, I just wanna eat some ice cream.
Dude, we have ice cream. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Thank you, Callie. Holy shit.
I didn't say it.
You see, what's the word?
It was also used twice in a book that Trump co-wrote in 2004 titled Trump, How to Get Rich.
Frick,
So, yeah,
I forgot
that's
what the
wrong.
word was.
It's not the only
When you can
example
see
of him
into the
using
future,
terms and
like
phrasing that are also present in the
CPN,
letter. In fact, many
ESPN,
similarities have been
EP.
found between the letter and
Frick.
Trump's writing style, which is apparently
ES
different from what's found in
ESP?
the letter, allegedly. And these are compiled by Judd Legume on Popular Information and an investigation comparing the two. And I'm a big Legume guy, so I'm gonna give Judd a chance here. Judd's an interesting name. The first line of the letter, the part that is dubbed voiceover, says, "There must be more to life than having everything." This is a direct quote from a children's book, Higgledy Piggledy Pop by Maurice.
Hi,
Sendak.
Queen.
Maurice also wrote a book, We Are All in the Dumps with
I'm
Jack
still
and
awake.
Guy, with a page that's critical of Trump depicting homeless kids in front of Trump Tower. Trump seems to obsess over any criticism
Queen,
he
can you
faces,
hear
so I'm
me?
sure this was an author he was aware of. At the end of the letter, Epstein
Queen.
is referred to as pal, which is a term Trump has used to refer to Steve Witkoff in 2018.
Oh my God,
so he
you can
absolutely
hear
says
me.
that. He also used it to
I'm
describe
so
Phil Griffin in
freaking.
2011. The letter, if
I
written by Trump,
want.
allegedly also refers to
I
himself in
wanna
the third person,
sleep,
which is
but I
another
can't sleep.
Trump-style
I
choice that
wanna
he's shown in the
sleep,
past, and
but
was
I
even made into a
can't sleep.
compilation 6 years ago by
We're
the Washington
playing
Post
No
because
Man's
of how strange it
Sky.
is to refer to yourself in
I
third
love
person. I'm not a very
No
smart
Man's.
guy.
I
It
like
seems like
to.
this is just outright denial to try
I
and
played
save
No
face,
Man's
and
Sky a little
there is
bit,
no
but I couldn't.
politician or party
There was
that
this
represents
dude
you,
who kept
okay?
like.
Because they're all full of shit. It doesn't
He
matter what
kept.
side
He
of the fence
ruined the
they're on.
game for me.
If they've
Like.
been in the game for a
He
long enough
collected
time,
all the
they're full
stuff
of
and then he
shit. They're
gave
full
them
of
to me, and I
dookie,
was like, but I want to collect this stuff
you know,
myself,
they
and
got
now I
about as
can't
much
collect them
dirt
because you
as a flea
collected them
market
for me, and now I
couch.
can't
So
play
yeah,
the game because
signature,
you played the
allegedly
game
legit.
from,
The writing
you
style,
know.
allegedly legit now. Allegedly legit. I've never heard him say Enigma. Pal. Pal Enigma. I don't know, dude. How about this? How about the BS novelty-sized check? How about that? The $22,500 check written to Epstein for the fully depreciated woman. Caroline was asked about this at another press conference, and her response was, "Did you see the signature on that check? It's not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely the president did not say that. Did not sign that at all. I asked AI.
I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what
I
you
don't
guys
want to
think
get
of that
carried
photo,
in No Man's Sky, though.
Did you see the signature on that check?
I don't
It is
know.
not
I
Donald
don't know. I
Trump's
feel like I want to
It
do
is
stuff
absolutely
myself.
not. The president did not sign that check.
Now, just in case she's unaware, that is a novelty-sized check, not a normal piece of paper. Just because Trump's rich doesn't mean all of his checks are that big. I would say, because I'm a person who thinks the movement to sign your name is going to be vastly different when signing a gigantic check as to when you sign a small, normal check. One is the length and width of a grown man's thigh. So yeah, probably not going to be a typical signature. Also, it's a novelty-sized check. They're not even real. It's just like a thing. Why would they put that in the birthday book? If not as a funny joke. It's obviously a joke amongst good pals.
Oh my God, yes, I'm playing No Man's
I don't think
Sky.
it needs to be a perfect signature to hand over to the
I
bank.
care
It's just a
people in
symbolic
here,
deal.
so
It's just symbolic of a deal
I don't
that's
know
made
what that
between
means.
a couple of people. So anyways, even if it was all just a joke, the fact that it exists and the reasoning behind it is a major red flag regarding the relationship between the current president of the United States of America and Jeffrey Epstein.
True, Kelly.
Joking about
I
selling
believe in
women
you.
when one of them is literally guilty
Oh,
I meant to say
of
Carrie.
You can carry me if you
trafficking
want.
women. It's f***ed up. They
Sorry,
denied
what,
that
Kelly?
he wrote the letter, then when it matches
You
his
can,
writing and word choice in the past,
you
they
both
denied
can
that he wrote
carry
the
me if you
signature,
want, but I
and
do
then it was
weigh like
found to be a match by a
185
handwriting expert.
pounds,
They
or
denied that
183.
Yeah, you have
I
to
lost
carry. You
another.
can carry both of us, one in each hand.
It's 20 times larger than
Okay.
a normal signature, so of course it's not going to be a one-to-one. So let's suspend
I,
disbelief for a second and say that these are forgeries. It is fake. So in this case, we're assuming that the only person who's been lied and slandered about in
I'm
the
so
Jeffrey
tired.
Epstein birthday book is Trump.
I'm so
Out of
tired.
238 pages, 3 are completely fabricated magically. You know, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. And also, if it was fabricated and it was a Democratic hoax, why didn't the Democrats use it to I just don't understand how this works, really. What's the end game here? If this was planted to make Trump look bad, when did they plant it? Was it planted
I want to
20
get
years
paid.
ago, just waiting to see the light of day and make Trump look bad? Was it planted right before it was sent to the Wall Street Journal?
The
and Oversight
microphone
Committee?
scared
Like,
me.
the only way that any of this is bullshit and is fake is if there are people literally faking
Wait,
stuff.
wait,
the
I want to
moment
get
before all this
paid
comes out,
already.
And it didn't exist before Trump was elected in the last like it. But all this, nothing's changed.
I
though. It's all
really
the same
want to
stuff
get
we're seeing. We're
paid.
just seeing more of it
I
released.
really want
So
to
I don't
get
know. I
paid
do know that the
already.
answers that have been given are
Queen, I
simply
can't see what
unsatisfactory
you're
to
saying
address the
now because
criticisms
I
over
took.
the letter correctly. And the Czech
She meant to
president
say
and the
Carrie
birthday
when she
book
said
at all,
Care.
any of this being present, none of the
Took
things
my-
that have
I
been
took
said
my
make
glasses
me
off.
think, well, I trust him. Most
I
of the
know,
reasons given
I-
for why it couldn't be
I know,
true
I hate
have
that,
just
right?
been
You gotta take your
proven
glasses off
wrong.
to sleep, but then you can't
So
be like
what's
on your
next?
phone
I mean,
when you
what
fall
the-
asleep
what
because you
else-
gotta take
what
your
else is there?
glasses off.
Just spam that line, dude. It's a hoax.
I'm so jealous of people that don't have glasses that can like look on their phone. 'Cause then you can just like lay there on your phone and then fall asleep.
The hoax
But I can do that. I'm not
Speaker
that
Mike
blind.
Johnson in the same speech in which
Well,
he
fuck
stated
you, Callie.
Trump was an FBI informant because continuing to call it a hoax and just drawing more backlash for it. So clearly their argument is being mischaracterized by the media. I feel bad for them. One could argue that mischaracterization is happening on both sides, like using incorrect information from the wrong website to prove the wrong point. It's pretty exhausting.
know myself.
I need to lay down and roll around for a little bit or something like that. You guys ever lay on the floor? Anyways,
You brought it on yourself.
Mike Johnson, he says that when
You brought it
calling
on
a hoax,
yourself.
what Trump is referring to is Democrats using the situation to attack
Go
him.
to the airplane, to the train, and the...
Democrats are using to try to attack
Don't
him.
die.
He never said or suggested or implied. I've talked to him about this many times, many times.
He's not saying that what Epstein did was a hoax, because that's what it seemed like he was saying to me, but I'm glad Mike Johnson cleared that up. When Trump heard about the unspeakable evil from Jeffrey Epstein, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, according to the cronies. Although earlier in this video, we did point out 3 separate stories that were given officially by official channels for why Epstein was kicked out or why Trump was no longer fraternizing with him, which was then denied and confirmed, denied and confirmed. Anyways, Trump feels great sympathy for these victims, these women. Why else would he have been an FBI informant to try and take them down? Try to take the whole thing down? He was a hero.
He is horrified. It's been misrepresented. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Oh, okay, guy. Okay. Oh, Speaker Johnson. I get it now.
Hey, Callie.
Trump is actually part of the solution,
You're
not
wonderful.
part of the problem.
I
Did you know that?
That was my impression of Jay.
You're amazing.
Understanding the story.
Never
and
forget
reality.
that.
When Trump talks about
Never
a
stop
hoax,
being you.
according to Mike Johnson, he's talking about Democrats' impure motives.
'Cause the second
They're
you stop
using
being
this
you,
now to take Trump down when they never did anything.
world's gonna
the
end.
time They controlled the White House.
What he's
Rose
talking
is
about
gonna
is the
kill world
Democrats
can't.
who are doing this with impure
World
motives.
can't.
If they cared so much about this,
The world has
why didn't they do
tacos.
something
Can't.
during the 4 years of the Biden
Oh, this is
administration?
ice
The
cream.
Biden DOJ had all the records. They
World
didn't
is-
say
the
a
world
word
is-
about it.
World's a
Literally
taco.
saying
Is
that the
good
signature is
too.
fake, the letter is fake, and the
World-
check is fake. That is pointing to physical documents as being fake, not
It's
just
It's not a
World's a
sphere, guys.
taco.
The
So
world is a
that's confusing. It
taco.
doesn't make sense.
And
We have to
did you
follow
know the
up on
universe
these
is
points.
2
First of
inverted
all,
tacos?
There's a supposed compassion and sympathy that
Wait,
Trump
what?
feels for the victims.
Yeah, it's 2
Johnson
inverted
said
tacos.
that he would likely even meet with them.
So, like, you know, one's right side up, overlapping one that's upside down,
Action for them. The president has a very
and together they create the case that creates the
that
universe.
these women were suffered those harms. Who hates
Why?
what Epstein is accused of and who he was.
I don't know. It's what God decided.
Victims of Epstein were gathering
God
outside the
decided
White House
that, you know, the
demanding
universe was a
transparency.
taco.
So they were right outside. All Trump had to do was
But
invite them in or go out there.
So that all things in the universe mimic,
Trump was making
mimic
a
that
spectacle
taco.
of going to a seafood restaurant in D.C. He was asked directly if he would meet with the victims.
Oh
on the
my
night.
God,
This
my
was
limbs.
4 days after the
My
Mike
limbs
Johnson
just
statement said he probably
lost,
would, and Trump
and
responded
I can't move my
saying,
limbs.
nobody has suggested that, and I haven't even thought about that.
I'll come and help you.
I don't know about nobody suggested that.
But would you be open to
Certainly, I don't like that whole situation with respect to anybody being abused or hurt, but I haven't even thought about that.
I love reading quotes of Trump. It's so funny. He's like, he's just like, what? He runs the whole country, man. It's the second time. Like, I kind of get it, the whole business thing, and you gotta run it like a business and stuff, but this is just...
Yeah, run the country like a business.
I don't know. Anyways, did Johnson make a wrong assumption that Trump would? Was he just saying something he had no insight into to try and make Trump seem more like a good, sympathetic guy? Was he lying, potentially? The same day, Caroline Leavitt was asked more about the hoax, and she reiterated that the hoax is the narrative that's being spun, not the documents themselves. The hoax is apparently Democrats pretending to care about victims, and even calls the ones gathering outside the White House political props.
What's fake is not the
The
document.
hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the President of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction.
I'd call these people cold and calculating, but none of their answers match up at all. They're just cold and dumb. Johnson says that Trump is sympathetic and
that's the craziest thing is like between all the stories, it's like so many people say so many different things. It's like, what the fuck?
The press secretary calling
Everyone has to be lying about everything, but that just makes things even more complicated. Because you don't know why they're lying about it. You just know that they're lying.
Nazis and racists and all this stuff.
Wait, Callie, are you also lying to me?
You're just trying to immediately throw.
How much are you lying to me, Callie? Like, let's go to Interstellar here, guys. Okay? To set the truthfulness to like 80%. Right?
It's makes me.
Does that sound fair?
In all honesty, because I can just walk away. I can make this video get fired up for an hour, have a bunch of people get fired up with me on the internet. We can all kind of, I don't want to say bitch and moan together, but we can share in something that's important, and we can walk away. Make sure we know, and just remember it. Remember it when we vote. Remember it.
I am
when
falling
we are
asleep.
Good, Callie.
even running
I'll whisper
ourselves
you
for
to
a
sleep.
local office. And
there
there's a
was
way to
something
change
under
all
my.
this stuff, and it
What the heck?
takes a long time, and you can't get distracted.
What is this thing?
You can't get distracted from this stuff. You can distract yourself on purpose, but you have
Oh,
to remember
okay, it
things
was
like this.
just-
You cannot forget
it was
things
just,
like this. You can't be won over by promises, and it's going to be really difficult. But I
Frick,
think it's
my
got to start at a
freaking
local
head.
level, though. To be honest with you guys, I think it's got to start at a local level. But anyways. What the fuck am I talking about? I have no idea. They can't make up their minds about what stance to take. They're running around with their heads cut off. Something is said like an absolute fact. For example, Trump doesn't do
Visually low, yo, how's it going?
And his doodles are awesome.
Hi, whoever this
It's
is.
officially
Even the
low.
claim that he was an FBI informant was walked back by
Yeah,
Mike
it's
Johnson.
from the TLC
spurred
Discord.
Backlash online after people said.
What's
he
good, brother?
to
We're trying to get
see
Callie to
or
fall asleep
participate in
because
a
he was
crime.
scared of nightmares and he didn't want to sleep alone, so he's in Discord.
That's the
We're
joke.
watching
That's the funny part about all this stuff.
Oompaville video while I was eating some tacos and then some ice cream and pie.
Undercover pedophile? Is that what you mean? Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson?
Feel that? Hell yeah.
He's an undercover pedophile, human trafficker.
Taco flavored ice cream.
Taco flavored ice cream. Now you're talking, Callie. What we need is a taco that shits ice cream. A talking taco that shits ice cream.
Law enforcement.
He was one of the only
South Park reference.
people, as everyone has reported,
Oh,
President
cool.
Trump, but everybody
Yeah, they're
thought,
aliens.
that he was
With
willing
some
to
rest,
call law
Brody.
enforcement.
Yeah. He'll pass out. He'll pass out eventually. Right, Callie?
So he may have used the wrong
I'll lull
terminology,
you to
but
sleep with
that's what he
my
meant by his
boring
words. All right, guys, so
discussions.
there's
And
an
after this video, because this video is almost over, this match 2 of the ASL should be out, so we'll be watching that.
20 years after
So then you
the
can
fact
listen to
that
Taste
you were
Toast lull you to sleep with some
willing to
StarCraft.
help back then. It's a lie. It's just not true. But it is such a massive and impactful statement to make and then walk back.
Aw,
and be
you're so
Speaker
cute,
of the
Callie.
House, third
You're
in line
adorable!
for presidency in the event of a tragedy. Like that's
Sweet dreams.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz
are made
brought
of
up in a move
these.
to pressure House Judiciary
Who
Committee
am I
Republicans
to
see that
disagree?
true because he's just lying. He's an FBI informant. Whatever his name is, Mike Johnson, Big Mike. Aren't they not allowed to lie? Isn't that like the whole thing? I swear to uphold the Constitution.
Exactly. See,
What are you
now you're
talking about?
talking.
You lie. You tarnish our rights, our amendments. You sycophant. You're a freak. You're a freak. You're not like us. You're an ugly actor. You're on pills. And not the fun ones either. Like vitamins or whatever. This story has never been more convoluted and obfuscated than it is right now. And it is incredibly
Callie, what are you doing?
damaging to public confidence. The confidence
Gotta
we
move
have
the
in our
mic
leaders,
before you fall
the
asleep
confidence
on it.
victims have in general. How can we trust
I no longer desire
interests at
rest.
hearts if we can't?
Are you up now? You had your rejuvenation?
The most notorious sex
I am up. I am going to the store to purchase decaf and a bottle
I
of
told
Ritz.
you not to drink coffee.
Hit the subscribe button.
You can't tell me what to do. You're not my father. You're my younger brother.
I mean, that's true. I am. I'm your younger brother who's older than you.
Wait, who the fuck?
That's how I would say that. Oh, okay, well, let's see if it's out yet. I no longer desire rest.
Oh, Ritz crackers.
Apparently, it's not out yet. What?
No. I no longer desire rest.
What is this? What is this? Why is it not out yet? Oh, well. Should be out soon.
I desire.
All right. So then we can move on to, for today, is
the
food.
The W brother is M because M is upside down W.
Yes.
Wait, if W is win, what is M? M is like W is win.
Wish I had a brother at times. I have an older brother and a younger sister. I'm the middle child, of course.
I really want a burger.
So you're just gonna leave me, Callie?
Give me a burger. No, why would you? I hope you get abducted by aliens.
Oh, me too. Man, we twin so much.
Man, I'm gonna throw a chinchilla at your face, and then you're gonna have a chinchilla face.
Is that a good thing?
You're gonna have a chinchilla face, and people are gonna think you're really cute.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll have to stay in my house and never interact with anyone.
Fuck.
I can't deal with that.
Fuck, my plan backfired. My plan to get Itox out of the house backfired.
Nah, that'll never happen. I don't leave this chair, guys. I literally am the chair. That's what it's all about.
I ate some water.
Feel that? Yeah.
What the fuck?
No need to leave when I got everything I need right here, right?
I drink.
I'm my chair too, yeah.
I'm
What
gonna
else
sit on
is
all
there
of
in
you.
life other than to sit in your chair?
I am going to sit on all of you.
World building is tricky. You've got all this stuff about the politics and trade and cultures of your world you want to share with people, but it's hard to get people to care, and characters don't usually have a good reason to sit around thinking about it without it feeling really forced. And all of this is why I realized food is kind of a world-building superpower. Seriously, think about it. Characters need to eat all the time. They have opinions on food, desires,
Ghibli
memories,
food.
And backstory, and scenes can be easily set at a meal.
The
It's just
oh my god,
human
Ghibli
behavior.
food, yes.
And through that, you can slip in all that dirty exposition about the world you love without it feeling like an info dump. It's a really subtle
Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter has some of the best food lore.
Delicious, tasty QR code. My next 2 videos are already waiting for you over on Nebula, which only deepens our world building and writing
Love that game.
discussions from
Hell
today.
yeah.
Link below as well.
Wilds
you
is
can
so
learn
good.
so much about a world's part 1 culture.
I'm
by
just
looking
waiting
at how,
for the
what,
expansion for
when,
Master
where, and
Rank.
why people eat. Stuff which
Maybe
is
a couple
basically
more title
background to the scene.
updates.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, Innomad cuisine tends to be simpler and closer to the raw ingredients. Think
Fallen in the field of
But I know they're doing
battle.
another
Processed
Final
foods and
Fantasy
ingredients which can be
collaboration.
evilly gathered or scavenged from nature by a nomadic people
I
who
require
can
a
fly
bandage,
anywhere.
Father,
Fire Nation cuisine,
where
on the
I
other
must
hand, is
return
more
to the
processed,
battle.
relies on more complex cooking techniques and temperature control. It's spicy, often using fire.
Why are you ignoring me, Father?
More meat supported by its industrialized.
I am not your
Often it's filled with
father!
cultural values, like
Chocobo skins on the way.
in Brandon Sanderson's
Oh,
story,
hell yeah.
there's
Chocobo
nothing
skins for the
spicy and
fucking
tense dishes,
secrets?
while women get
100%, bro.
it's also kind of
100%.
demonstrate these Alethean
Oh,
ideals
I'm
of
so
beauty
excited
and
for that.
is. Men are
Fuck
expected
yeah.
to be these hardy,
Giving
tough,
all the
warrior
attention
leaders, while women are
while
taught to be
Son
softer,
Callie
modest, and
is
a little
here
sweeter. And I hear you,
lamenting
that's
his
weird. Doesn't
broken
make any
knee.
sense. But we
You
actually
have a
do this in
broken
our
knee?
world.
Oh
Look
no,
closely at
Callie.
this. What is it? Whiskey, you say,
Yeah,
but it's also
my
a symbol of
my
masculinity,
kneecaps
while
were
things like
stolen by a
cellads and
raccoon.
bacons are
Love
apparently
the Street
associated
Fighter
with
collab.
femininity.
Oh my god, Akuma was so good. I love the idea of like being able to use the like melee combos and shit like that. Fucking so smart. That's one thing I love about Capcom. They're so good at doing stuff like that.
Present themselves in society, interact with others, or even fulfill their roles in their culture. And
You're the
that
best,
itself
Callie.
can be a source of
I'd love to eat
internal
your
and
food too,
external
Callie.
conflict when characters do or don't
Watch my nephew play it. That's what made me buy it.
How it's eaten,
Ah,
why, how it's made,
nice.
as other characters react to and think about this.
Oh my
in
God.
A
So
Song
good.
of Ice and Fire, offering bread and
Mon-
salt,
like
two foods
Capcom,
essential for
Monster Hunter have
survival in a
always
world
been
like
so
this, is a
amazing with
symbolic
collabs.
promise of safety.
So
Rooted
much
in real
potential.
history, by the way. It's
Wasn't there a
gesture that's
Starbucks
long been used
can
in different
or
cultures to show
some
trust
cup?
and protection
You're a
between
Starbucks
people.
canned cup of
Let's think about the
coupon
red wedding
coppers.
meal, but not just as like the most shocking scene in the
Beckelman,
story, but as an
Beckelman.
incredibly important
No,
world-building bit for
that's
Westeros. In the books, we see how
Duar.
older Freys shunned for breaking guest rights, how bread and salt don't mean
Where's
as
the
much as they
freaking
used to,
Starbucks
all because of the
cup?
Red Wedding. We understand the values here through food. I mean, food shows up
Wait,
in
what did
language
I just do?
symbolically all
Can
the
you still
time.
hear
Like,
me?
there's this
Okay,
phrase in
whatever.
Chinese, the rice is already cooked, which means, you know, what's done is done.
Which is okay. This is one of the really big things for food in my book. Food inside of the tree is pure luxury. You do not get hungry, so you do not have to eat, but you can eat. So rituals around food that have arisen due to interaction with the beastmen and like sharing culture and the ideas being brought back to the tree and the materials, the food, everything being brought back to the tree has completely changed how they view things because of it. And now you're getting the people that are like even on like the bottom 15, like eating food and being gluttonous and literally like you'll have people that are like 600 pounds that continuously have heart attacks, but they can't die. So they're just like they're just in like almost continuous pain because they're just continuously having heart attacks over and over and over again, but they can't die. And that's literally their existence. And it's like I kind of want to show the extremes of how far you can push these different things with like the idea of immortality in the background. Where it's like people are almost begging for their own death. Is that too dark for you, Callie?
No.
Okay, we can go darker.
Darker. I can do dark. No, I'm gonna do the darkest. I'm gonna be the darkest man.
Okay, but mine's not a man. Is it really cannibalism if it's an octopi eating an octopi?
No, that's survival of the fittest.
Yeah, see? But when humans do it...
See, when humans do it, it's like...
Except Husai can't do it because there's only one human. It would have to be self-cannibalism. He'd have to eat himself.
You can go insane from eating humans.
Yes. 'Cause Death can. But yeah. So that's why food is so important inside of the tree, because it's not a necessity. It's something that is strictly tied specifically to ritual and identity and culture and religion. Same thing with like the idea of like eating popcorn at plays. It's like that's a complete...
What does the shirt say?
My shirt?
His shirt, the dude on the video.
His shirt? A wizard did it.
Oh, wizard.
Because it's like, you know, when they say, like, you don't really know what happened, it's like, oh, a wizard did it, it's like a coincidence, you know? Like, oh, how the hell did that chair get there? It wasn't there during this entire scene. Or how the hell did he get a sword? Or how the hell did he get a gun? Where did that come from? How the hell did that guy do that? You know, like, why would he do that?
A wizard did it.
Exactly, Callie. Exactly. See, now you're thinking
Knox,
ahead.
I need your advice.
Yes.
I have a bottle of ranch here. Should I go put it away?
Probably, yeah. You don't want to leave ranch out. How long has it been out for?
I have no idea.
No, I would not put that back in the fridge, bro. I would throw that out. You give it like 2-3 hours, you go... Yeah, don't eat that shit. Ranch goes bad super fast. Sorry to have broken you, Callie, but that's the truth.
Undone. Just how your
Don't eat that shit, man. You won't fucking regret it.
It's because of this that symbolic food often crosses over with religion. Like, did you know that limbas
Probably rancid as fuck, yeah.
Isn't just something I really wish I could have, but actually a really important.
I have the stomach of 1,000 lions. I once ate like 7 bad chicken drumsticks, and my family did the same thing, and I was the only one who didn't get sick.
Damn, I wouldn't tempt that though. You know. It's a little scary, Callie. The second you start tempting fate, the next thing you know, you're popping...
Fate doesn't exist. I decide my fate. I decide my destiny. Woo!
Yeah, but no matter what happens, that's what fate is. That's the fucked up thing about fate. Fuck it. Chug it. I mean... I'm
about to chug it right now.
I mean, like... I was a bit... It's the white sauce, right? It never goes bad.
White sauce, it's my sauce. I put my sauce in there and then people drink it.
The act of baking and giving limbas becomes this sacred ritual. Food is, of course, an essential part of feasts and festivals to celebrate the change
that
of
like
the
a
seasons,
praying
or
mantis
rites of
goddess?
passage, or important historical events
No.
in culture. Think Thanksgiving
mantis
turkey every year. Food says a lot about
I'm not
how
listening
cultures
to
and your
the
characters understand themselves and their history. But food isn't just about what people eat. It's
Praying
about what
mantis
they
goddess.
eat. Just by being eaten around
Wait,
something
she's
important,
there
the food itself
cutting
becomes
the
something
fried
Which
egg
animals
with the
or plants are
chopstick. How
sacred, should never be
genius.
touched or should be cultivated in particular ways. And how does your character feel when they see it being
That's
eaten?
the
or
lamb.
dealt
Well,
with
I don't know what that
differently?
is.
Eating one thing might be taboo
Some
in
sort of
culture and
meat
sacred
on a
and
stick.
essential in another. The Elder Scrolls actually has a fascinating
Like, since
Meat on a stick.
my book is based on, like, Final Fantasy, imagine finding, like, a Beastman tribe that eats chocobos. Like, that would... People would be like, nah, you can't eat those, even though they're technically giant chickens. I wonder what a chocobo would taste like. I'm surprised there hasn't... Exactly, I won't stand for it. Like, I don't care how good a chocobo tastes. You ain't killing the chocobo. You know? Sorry. This is a sacred animal. Especially the golden ones. Exactly. So it's like, there's this... There is definitely a huge thing for what is and what isn't. And maybe to some beastmen, eating...
I'm on a chocobo. You're on a chocobo.
Like, for instance, okay, get this officially low. The best food in my world is a diorite leg. Diormites are 6 feet tall spiders. And their legs, it's kind of like, think of like a crab leg. But it's a spider leg. And it's the most delicate, like, sauntered meat you'll ever eat.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Callie.
Chocobo.
Chocobo. So imagine something like...
Choco.
That's wild. Yeah, so imagine, like... I imagine it as, like... Imagine, like, dark turkey meat meets crab meat. So it's not like a fishy meat, but it's not quite like a chicken. But it's definitely like pulled pork almost. That's kind of what I imagine it like. It's like pulled pork. I can see it, so they're like giant spiders then. Yeah, and they're 6 feet fucking tall.
You're on a chocobo.
And their legs are like, you know, as long as an arm and as thick as an arm, sometimes even bigger. Think of like a little bit smaller than like Shelob, for instance.
Chocobo, chocobo. Choke oboe. What if you choked on an oboe?
An oboro?
Choked on an oboe.
An oboro? They're like little monkey people.
Choked on an oboe. Choked on an oboe. Choked on an oboe.
An oboe.
Choked on a hobo.
Ah, Smokey? You choked on Smokey's dick? I can't believe it, Callie. I did the same thing.
No.
It's huge, right?
No.
Fuck, man. You should just go into porn.
No.
Then he wouldn't be homeless.
No.
He just needs to be,
Why?
like, cleaned
What?
up, you know?
What? Forgot your keys, left the door open, left the stove on. You need magnesium.
Alright, Callie. That's a new one.
Taboo in their wood elves, the Bosma, who seem to be
Magnesium
these kind of
glycinate.
peaceful,
Oh my
serene
god, it's
elves
Tron.
that we're
It's
used
the
to in
dude
fantasy, only they're
from
bound by something called
the thing.
Green Pact,
It's
a
for the
sacred oath
ultimate
that forbids
ride.
them from
You
harming
what?
plant life. So,
I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god, they broke a car.
Meat,
Wait,
and when I
you
say
just
that,
literally
I mean
stopped
they're
time.
cannibals.
October 10th.
They're almost cannibals.
Tron
so much so
stuff.
they fast before a battle
Fighting
because
scene.
they have to consume
Destroying
the dead
technology.
afterwards,
That's
including
expensive,
their own
sir.
kind.
Wait,
Cannibalism
that's
is
the
to
dude
be
from that
philosopher,
one
but
thing. That's the
required
dude
You're
from
a thing from the
base.
one
Oh my
dude.
god, it's Obi-Wan
Cultural
Kenobi. Look,
philosophy,
it's
taboos,
Skyward,
the best
Skylark,
practices for
Skyward,
handling certain kinds of
Skyward
food
Sword,
often end
Zelda.
up being codified into,
But
like,
waiting
myths and
for a
religious
lift
stories
ride
to
can
preserve and
pay
crystallize those
off.
ideas. Like the Iroquois and Cherokee tell the
I'm
story
not
of the
quite
three
sure.
sisters, 3 girls who were turned into corn,
Lift?
beans, and
What are we-
squash, the
what are we
staple
talking
crops of
about?
their
Was
people.
in
And to ensure their
ads.
happiness, supposedly they always need to
Fuck
be planted
ads.
together. A tradition isn't just something
God
done, right? But it's
damn
actually a real
ads
effective
making
farming
everything
method.
so
They grow
difficult.
better in this way. So consider how can religious and cultural stories in your world give symbolic meanings to
I'm
foods and
guessing
practices
Queen wasn't in
connecting the
ads
act of
because
eating or cultivating
she
to
has
deeper
the
values,
turbo
and
or
how does
whatever.
religion and myth preserve food practices? There is this
And there's a thing, okay, so there's like this level of evolution that can happen in the world.
Why are you ignoring me?
I'm not ignoring you, Callie. I just
Fine.
don't think there was anything to I don't. What did you want me to respond to you with? I was literally responding to you, and you're just like, don't ignore me! And I'm like, okay, I'm not ignoring. I'm trying to answer your question. Your question was what is Your question was definitely fuck. I don't remember what your question was, Callie. That's okay. I don't even remember what my question was that I was gonna say your question was. So that's how bad it is. I can't remember my own question. Fuck. What was my question again? What? Okay, we're gonna have to go back in the video like 2 seconds. Oh. Right. Okay. No, I don't remember what my fucking question was.
Give symbolic meanings to foods and practices.
Symbolic meanings to
eating
food.
or cultivating to deeper
Eating
values.
or cultivating.
As religion and myth preserve
Present.
food
Okay.
practices. There is this
Preserve food. What the fuck was I thinking about? You interrupted me, you motherfucker. God damn it. What was I saying? I don't remember. Fuck! I know it was important! God damn it! What was it, bro? Cherish each other for real. Well, y'all have a good night, man. Brought me a smile and a few laughs just being goofy. Yeah, alright. Have a good night, officially low. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. Okay, wait. Okay, wait.
Amugus.
Okay, wait. What the fuck was I gonna say? So I was gonna say something
I'm gonna go get water.
about did it have to do with chocobo? It had to do with food, had to do with my world, had to do with specific people, taboos, limitations, what people eat. We're talking about chocobos, eating chocobos. Where the fuck did my mind go? I'm just so fucking lost. I don't know. People being turned into corn, different types of food, people eating different kinds of food, why people eat different kinds of food. Different kinds of food grow in different places. Huh. I have no idea. I'm sure it'll come back to me.
Temptation, I think, to think about food world building as like always representative of some wider cultural value or circumstance, when like food is self-expression, it is creativity, it is identity, and it's how people bond together. Human expression is culture. What we like to eat and drink and how we like it and who we like it with and where we like it, how we share that with our community. Like, think of coffee. We have so much fun with it. Every different coffee shop will have their own fun spin on a latte, and everyone has their own way that they
Your
like
hamburger,
coffee
I'll
that they
eat
really
you.
identify with, almost. Like, my
No!
wife Laura loves cinnamon spice coffee at Christmas because it
Cuppa!
feels festive and she likes
Tia!
festive things. Every culture has its own
Hibba
take on
jagabba
coffee, and in that,
waffa!
food isn't always reflective of some deep
Jibba
cultural values
harama
of strength or honor or
daffy
gender or
bird.
struggles against a harsh winter. A lot of really famous foods are products
Oh
of
my
people
God.
just expressing themselves, what they like. People just being
I-
people in a culture collectively
I
building
like
up an
the
identity. You put enough people, all of whom are their own unique, individual, creative people.
Oh, it looks
people just
so
being
good.
people and building up this
I like
identity that
the
they can all
Monster
share.
Hunter
Becomes
women's.
special because
They're
it's
hot,
part of
right?
us. Infinitely variable because people.
We need to
are
get the
individual.
mod that makes them all
Regardless of their
topless with
values or
huge
geography,
tits.
Any collection of thousands or even millions of people expressing themselves through
It's like they're
food over
literally
time is
making
gonna end up
pizza.
with an incredibly unique mountain of self-expression. It's about the recipes our grandparents passed down, the meals we grew up with, the things we learned to cook as kids and now find comforting. But with all of that said, part 2, geography. Let's be honest, the environment, the physical
One
world
sec, I'll
around
be
us, what
back.
actually grows there is maybe the biggest factor in what we actually eat.
Yeah.
Even today, take a look at this map of a fictional world, and like let's focus on this southern continent here. We'll call it the Mystarian Empire. The grasslands might be perfect for grain production, wheat, crops, so they probably eat a lot of that. But up here in the Momo Republic, maybe their soil isn't good or flat enough to be really good for crops, so they instead rely on livestock and dairy products. People around here, though, they maybe fish from the lakes and rivers a lot more. And so we can easily imagine how a world like this might influence culture on a very base level over time. Let's say the people of the Mystarian Empire worship someone called the Wheat Weaver, a goddess who every summer weaves a golden cloth that mimics the patterns of a wheat field, and before meals around a fire, your characters might plant a simple grain as a sacrifice. The wetter and hotter areas of your world might be suitable for growing something more like rice, so maybe when that religion gets transferred over to them, they instead plant a single grain of rice as a sacrifice. A Song of Ice and Fire even has a popular fan theory which is rooted in food geography of all things, and it has all to do with a lemon tree. In the books, Daenerys repeatedly references a beloved lemon tree outside her window in Bravos as some distant memory of food she loved as a kid and has since become a symbol of her innocence, of her childhood. But we're also told multiple times in the books that lemon trees do not grow in Bravos. It's way too barren and cold, so people think maybe, just maybe, these memories aren't quite what they seem. They aren't real, or they come from somewhere else, like Dawn, where lemons do grow. This is a pretty concrete example of how a character's relationship with food can be used to explore the physical world, to hint at a deeper story, to foreshadow plot developments, and also how foods and ingredients can become characteristically important to how we see ourselves, our past, our identity, our self-expression, a lens through which we can understand these characters more deeply, like we just talked about. And you know what? I'm sure we'll get our full answers when The Winds of Winter comes out soon. You know, I've noticed something interesting. There's been this rise in stories which really want to explore
6.5 years from now?
and natural world, and they often do that through food. In Delicious in Dungeon, we see that people eat these carnivorous plants, which would literally eat them if they could. There's all different species of these things called shadowtails, which reproduce by burying seeds under your skin.
I still gotta
There's the
watch this.
Meroke, which captures smaller animals and uses those to bait larger prey. These are predatory plants, and by seeing how characters have to hunt and prepare and eat these creatures, we can kind of get an idea for the ecology of these worlds. Food is necessarily going to be reflective of their natural environment, but it's also often reflective of like unique struggles that they've had in that environment.
300 to fix our broken urine purifier?
Yeah, the urine purifier is broken.
In The Expanse by James S. A. Corey, mushrooms become an essential part of spacefaring humanity's diet in the asteroid belt, and for good reason. They're kind of the perfect space crop. They don't need as much light, soil, and they're really good at recycling waste into something useful and edible. And I cannot hammer this home hard enough. This is the strength of sci-fi and fantasy world building. Our worlds get to be anything we want them to be, anything you can imagine. Enough with the worlds which basically look just like ours. We look out the window with a new coat of paint. You can have anything you want inside them. You get to write the rules. We don't have to operate on a 1990s Stargate filming right outside of Vancouver budget anymore. Scavenger's Reign is easily one of the most creative and amazing TV shows out there right now. Please go watch it. And it's basically all about this fantastically unique alien world ecology. And you get to understand it, how it all works, through how people interact with it, how they eat it from time to time. One character survives by being fed by this strange creature, which develops kind of symbiotic, possibly parasitic relationships with other creatures around it. It feeds them this black goo and kind of brainwashes them by giving them dreams and turning them into thralls, getting other creatures to fetch food for it in turn. So much of the story is kind of about the characters trying to find their place in the food chain here. Unique environmental struggles and cultural inventions can often end up in the creation of new foods, which become symbols of national identity and pride. Maple syrup, pavlova, and hummus, which I assume only one country has claim to. But one really interesting detail a lot of people don't tend to think about is that these culturally iconic foods often don't start out as symbols of pride. They begin as
Are you still there, Callie? What's going on? You're so quiet.
Maple syrup is just that.
Did you
That's
fall
why
asleep?
a lot of iconic foods are fermented or calorie dense, made to help people enjoy
Did you
food
leave
in
me,
winter. Think
Callie?
pemmican. What are characters eating in a harsh winter as opposed to a fruitful summer? And how do your characters feel about their cultural dishes? A sense of pride, a need for it to be made a certain way, frustration when someone doesn't. Part 3, history. You can show all sorts of stuff about trade routes, migration, and conquest just by looking at what and how characters eat. Like, colonialism has left an indelible mark on almost every cuisine in the world. Ingredients and cooking methods were forced together in ways that still shape how we eat today. Filipino cuisine has indigenous flavors, Spanish influence after being colonized, and even some American. Like, Spam is a hugely popular breakfast food, and that's a legacy of American occupation in World War II, when canned goods were a reliable food source. But at the same time, cultural exchange like this can often lead to conflict. Foods from other cultures will often be painted as barbaric.
I love Spam.
If they don't fit the other culture's norms, or as just a way to assert their superiority.
I'm more of a ham on a fork kind of
Chopsticks have
guy.
been historically stigmatized as uncivilized. Stigmatized or lost foods or cooking techniques can tell stories of oppression, of war, even genocide. Historically in Canada, the hunting of seal, elk, and caribou was banned to force indigenous peoples to rely on a settler diet, and in that, assimilate into this other culture by painting their original way of life as uncivilized. And your characters are going to live in a world where those dynamics exist. They're either going to experience that prejudice, perpetuate it, or observe it. One character might be desperately trying to keep their culture's culinary traditions alive, holding onto old recipes, or maybe they never learned how to make their culture's foods, and they feel that loss of identity. Or they might feel revulsion to another culture they consider barbaric compared to theirs. Section 4, economy.
How dare you
use
eat
economic
cats and
class differences.
dogs?
Wealth disparities, divides in your society that come with what people eat and how. In Cyberpunk 2077, fresh food is virtually reserved only for the ultra wealthy. Most people are left to eat this low quality, mass produced kind of kibble designed to meet basic nutritional needs. It's made out of kelp, plankton, soy proteins, and it's cheap, unpalatable, and a really effective way of expressing that the lower classes are no more value than dogs. Food and water has become intensely commodified. The food of the lower classes is increasingly processed to make it cheaper. In your world though, do the rich even notice how different their food is from others? What do your poor eat compared to the middle or rich? What is a rare treat for one but standard breakfast for another? Like these delectable stroop waffles, which I'd never had before but I absolutely love, not sponsored but I wish I was. We'll just put you over there. Like typically the richer you are, the more meat you eat. Or do different classes eat at different times because they work at different times? And keep in mind that technology or magic potentially can massively transform which foods are available to people and how cheap they are. Refrigeration and canning suddenly meant we could transport foods over long distances without deterioration. Tropical fruits, which used to be luxuries, were suddenly cheap. Subsequent overconsumption of lobster led it to become a delicacy. If you've got wizards and spells which can...
Yeah, the one really cool thing if you didn't know about lobster is lobster used to be a poor man's food because there was so much of it. Literally, you could not go onto the beach anywhere in North America without having, like, colonies of lobsters in every like every direction. And then it basically got eaten out of existence.
Freeze food, that's going to change what people can eat, how they preserve things, and what is available to who. The wealthy might eat more hot food or be able to afford that magical berry from your world. Similarly, how people eat tells us a lot, like the purpose of food. In the Hunger Games, we see how the people of the capital gorge themselves at banquets, then drink a poison so that they can vomit it all up and eat even more. It's this wild, grotesque display of excess, and it really highlights the food disparity in this world. The capital and Panem, it is an extractive system. The people in the capital don't have to worry about food as a source of nutrition or survival. They only care about food as kind of an experience, the fun of it. It's a massive contrast.
That's kind of how food is in my book, at least inside of the tree.
Constant concern, and shows how people in different classes here think about themselves and others. How the people of the capital approach food speaks to their blissful apathy towards how their system is sustained. It's an ignorance and apathy which we see becomes a huge part of Katniss's radicalization. And I hear you, that's ridiculous. We would never let something like that happen, but let me tell you about the most expensive restaurant in the world. Sublimotion tries to engage all your senses in a gastronomic performance with floating plates, VR headsets, and a 22-course dinner which doesn't even resemble food. I can understand enjoying fine dining, but at some point I think it becomes a con. But as funny as it is, there is actually something more interesting at play.
Wow.
Are you back? Where were you?
Food is one way they do that. They turn it into performance
What were you doing?
Because if only the wealthy can afford to eat a certain dish, it reinforces that hierarchy. It marks them apart.
How dare you watch that without me? Send me a link to it.
In society about what you can eat and experience and provide when people come to your house, which is why when
hey, don't die on me, bitch.
Experiences in food, they're suddenly less interested in it. And like one way that they make this distinction is with manners.
What a superbly featured room, and what excellent boiled potatoes. Many years since I've had such an exemplary vegetable.
Dining etiquette. Eating can become this elaborate ritual, with each utensil and gesture and course planned to reflect a kind of tradition and practice. By making it a skill you essentially have to learn, you make it harder for outsiders, especially from other classes or cultures, to join. And you can use this as tension in your scenes. We've all seen those scenes where the poor character can't figure out which fork to use for the life of them. I do want to note that it's not that middle or lower classes have no manners, it's just that they typically have different manners, a different eating culture. Like,
what are you doing, Callie? Whose bing bong bang drum are you macking around over there?
Beyond that, you can use food to say a hell of a lot about my favorite thing, trade routes. In A Song of Ice and Fire, delicacies like Dornish wines or citrus fruits like oranges and lemons are repeatedly singled out as these expensive luxuries which only the wealthiest and powerful can afford, but it also shows us trade connections to Dorne, all the way at the other end of the world. If we go back to our map, imagine if a character managed to purchase a tropical fruit called a pollywog all the way up in the snowy poles. Just through this simple exchange, we have to imagine there's some kind of connecting trade route stretching all the way around to something like the sunny shores of the Mishkarian Empire. But come here, alright? Come here. Come. There's a big part of this discussion we're missing, right? Magical food. It is everywhere in fantasy and sci-fi, and yet it almost never seems to fundamentally change these worlds when it would. It would have to. Like, think about it, alright? If you could...
And that's actually another thing. It's like Final Fantasy, right? Like, in Final Fantasy, eating food gives you some sort of buff of some kind, right? So it's like super important, but it's like it's more of, instead of giving you a buff, it takes away your debuffs. Like, right? The less you eat, the more debuffs that you get. And when you eat, you can like get rid of those debuffs. And maybe if you can eat in excess, maybe you can get buffs. I don't know. But food definitely in that aspect is very important to how the type of food is very important to who it's used, right? You know, like sushi is good for like agility because fish move fast, right? Like something like a coral, which is like a cat, would be like you know, like stealthiness and like, you know, prowling or something like that. Like something like an owl would be like really good sight. So it's like depending upon what animal you eat, you get like a buff based upon that like animal, or you know, based on like a plant that like does something specific. I don't know, a plant that's a thorn or something like that. You know? I don't know.
Food, which gives people specific boons, you know, +2 to stamina, +10 to strength. Eat this creme fraiche and you can see the future. That wouldn't just be a cool plot point. It would change the world. Think about it. Food would no longer just be about like survival, necessity, enjoyment. It would be about power. If there's a berry that lets warriors fight for hours without tiring, whole nations
True,
would set up
Callie.
these guarded
I believe in you.
plantations just to maintain their supply. It
What
would
did
be
you do?
Security, necessity, or like a rare root that slows down aging would instantly become this immensely expensive, high-in-demand thing which maybe creates a divide between the rich, eternally young, and the aging lower classes. Or what about a porridge, which is incredibly bland, but if you eat it, you can fly for a day. I mean,
Did you hear me fart?
what people eat,
No.
like these wonderful Delmain stroopwafels,
Fuck.
not sponsored, but I wish I was, would become just as much, if not more, about the magical booze you get than it is about taste or enjoyment or nutrition. Work smarter, not harder. Eat smarter,
No, it was a
not
real
healthier.
fart.
The economic incentives in a world like this would just be entirely different, and if humanity is anything, we are min-maxers. I'm sick of seeing worlds that clearly have magical foods, but like they aren't integral to every kind of industry and politics which would necessarily want to take advantage of them. No need to learn when you can just magically make yourself smarter whenever you eat a Twinkie. People would be eating those terrible Jell-O salads if it meant that they could conjure the ghost of childhood memories. Powerful, desirable, and tied to both pleasure and conflict. Like, whole industries would form around growing, trading, and controlling these magical foods. Governments would be trying to regulate...
Other thing is like drugs. Like cocaine, which is a plant. Like weed, which is a plant. Like alcohol, which is just fermented fruit and vegetables. And a plant.
or monopolize these foods to ensure there's no unchecked use of their power, and that's
I don't know how you make meth, and I don't know how you make heroin, so I don't know if they're from a plant or not.
Another, or the magical detrimental effects which only one class has to suffer through. And like the real world version of all of this is, let's be honest, drugs and alcohol trigger YouTube demonetization. Buy my books. We fight wars over them, use them to relax and celebrate. They help us fall in love, but they also bring huge social issues and burdens. Got the munchies because drugs and alcohol are inescapably caught up in how we eat and why. And I hear you, how can you talk about magical food without mentioning Dune? Well, in Dune, melange is the most valuable substance in the universe. Full stop. It extends lifespans, it grants near magical powers like the ability to see the future, and it's also kind of, well, this is gonna sound a bit on the nose, but it's a spice. We're told it tastes like cinnamon, literally. It's used in everything. Food, drink, even inhalable gas, and whoever controls it basically controls the galaxy. The Spacing Guild, which controls space travel, is completely dependent on the spice supply. It's consumed in religious ceremonies, its role in extraction reflects the colonial past of Dune, and how it's used says so much about the cultures of those in the story. For the Fremen, it's this religious food which is part of everyday life, and just by characters consuming, buying, thinking about the spice, we get to understand.
So Smokey, what are you up to today, good sir?
Both drugs and alcohol have helped people survive throughout history by dulling hunger. Plus, alcohol was a key source of calories and nutrients back in the day when water wasn't clean. And let's not forget, a lot of drugs have, and some still are, being used as medicine, especially if they're magical, antiseptics, pain relievers, even anesthetics. Think about how substances like drugs or alcohol might play a pivotal role in your world, as nutrition, as survival, as religious items, as symbols. But of course, if substances
a symbol of what not to do in society. Symbol of being kicked out of society.
In the 1920s, banning alcohol just made it more
Sat
legal,
outside
gave
smoking.
power to
Fuck yeah,
organized crime,
Smokey
and
sounds about
infamous
right.
figures like Al Capone exploded onto the scene. Corruption spread through law enforcement, politicians, and judges, and created this complex web of power, wealth, and crime that reshaped American society and the economy. How your drugs are ingested, normalized, or the tension around them can show a lot about how our culture thinks and values.
My
The black
peen
market, though,
defo
is going to be a
shrivel.
fundamental part of any economy, whether we like it or not. Black markets are outlets for desires which the legal framework aren't meeting. Part 5, power. Food is essential, and that means it's always been a tool of control.
So fucking
Most of
cold.
history, and
It's like
pretty much today,
30
the ruling
degrees
class
here,
has
Smokey. It's
control
not
of food
cold.
production. So who owns the fields, the factories can tell us a lot about who is in power in your world. But food has also long been a form of soft power, a way to spread your culture and influence without explicit force, and a great world-building tidbit. Like the opening scenes of Blade Runner, the quintessential cyberpunk world is designed to show us how dominant Asian culture is through Deckard eating their food, especially Japanese. Asian food has become the norm in LA as the Japanese economy became globally dominant in this time, reflecting fears of this takeover that were very real at the time. You could show the entire geopolitical balance of your world just through cuisine, through the advertising and cooking methods and what
2
food is
degrees.
available and
Jesus,
what's the go-to
Smokey,
takeout,
what the
what cooking
fuck?
utensils do people use. problems.
Man, you
Sometimes
live in a
governments
shit
even
country,
launch soft
Smokey.
power initiatives to increase their influence. And I've got a harsh truth for you. As much as we have lofty ideas about how revolutions start, a lot of the time it's a lot more to do with food than you might think. People are starving and it's time to throw hands. You know that phrase, let them eat cake, which Marie Antoinette probably never said?
I'm going to kill you, and all the cake is gone.
But it's stuck around because it does
Cake
get
is
to
a
the heart of
lie.
something true, that the
There
elite
will be
class was
cake.
very disconnected from the struggles of the everyday poor, that they were starving. The revolution was preempted by Francis Flower in 1775. Grain shortages causing bread prices to dramatically rise, and
In your
riots
banana.
all across France, all
So
of
eat
which
your
foreshadowed
banana.
the French Revolution itself.
Why?
Like, if you want a
¿Por qué?
realistic
¿Por qué?
revolution,
¿Por
don't show
qué?
people
¿Por qué?
complaining
¿Por
about
qué?
the philosophical problems with monarchy. Show them frustrated with the price of bread. And connected to this idea is the old line that an army marches on its stomach. In the Stormlight Archives, Brandon Sanderson has this really unique magic system which allows for food to be created out of nothing, basically, allowing them to sustain armies
I
for
don't know
much longer
why.
over weird distances and
I
strange
know
places.
why.
Logistics matter less. They don't need to be connected to where the food was originally coming from. In A Song of Ice and Fire, though, we learn about how the Tyrells taunt Stannis Baratheon during the Siege of Storm's End by feasting outside the walls, all trying to pressure him to surrender. Power doesn't just flow from the barrel of a gun here, but from the bread basket. And we learn how Stannis had to resort to eating leather and rats in desperation expressed through food. So take a look at the wars and rebellions and revolutions in your world and look at the equivalents of food.
Did you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the word. Did you know about the bird? If you didn't know that the bird is the word, then you probably live somewhere where the bird is not the word. In that case, you're a communist.
I thought you were going to bed.
Started these things and how has it ended?
I want to
Let's
go to
take all
bed,
of
but
these
I
ideas,
You
culture,
can't
history,
go to bed.
power,
You're
and
stuck
let's
with me,
imagine a
Callie.
world around them. Imagine the people of the Mashkarian Empire set their eyes on the Momo Republic. They need that land for their national security, and so the Empire starts cutting down the Republic's forests to grow their sacred wheat. They destroy the Momo Republic's livestock and dairy production in the process. Maybe they relocate their people to the harsh northern poles where the livestock have no more food to eat and they're no longer a viable food source. So as the Empire gains control, we can imagine the Momo Republic losing access to their native practices and foods, their traditional ways of life and eating snuffed out. The Empire's food becomes the only source of survival they have, a new norm, but we also can see how small pockets of the Republic might try to pass down old recipes of dairy and cheese as a kind of show of resistance. Or look at this little strip of land connecting the continents. A free city-state might directly control shipping routes to the far edges of both continents by building a canal. This could mean a huge influx of wealth as they tax the goods traveling through, but it would also make them a target. And the Mashkarian Empire might seize their chance to take it and kind of control foods flowing into the world. Now imagine a rare fungus.
Don't worry, Callie, I got your back.
It's only found at this northern tip of the Momo Republic. It makes you feel
All you need
warm
to
and
do is
peaceful,
just give me those
perfect for
3
sliding
numbers on
water
the back of the
windows, but
card.
it's also really addictive.
Okay, let me
debilitating.
find my credit
And so
card.
wealthy buyers, they take over the polar land and cartels
looking
move it
for
through the
it,
black
one sec.
market, and the Mashkarians smuggle this frost moss into Momo communities.
Just
for
get a
breaking
really
them.
sleep
Addiction
deprived
spirals out of
Callie and he
control
will
as
give
frost
you
moss
his
ends
credit
up
card
fueling
number.
this vicious cycle
Or
where
CV,
the rich get
whatever
richer
whatever
and
the
everyone else
thing is.
pays
Well,
the
I wouldn't
price.
want to
But I
steal
want to
money
ask you
from
another
you.
question. Do you have gods in your world?
Why
Are they
not my
powerful?
money?
Do they
You
interfere?
don't
Do
think
they
my money's
money
good
is
here?
too
Huh?
important
Is it
to me.
disastrous when
My
they
money's
do?
not good here,
The
huh?
god
Why?
dilemma is
No, it's
Man,
too
money's not.
important.
vast and
Man,
unimaginable power who shot all the
I'm
time in
offended.
fantasy.
I'm
And the
offended that you
choices
won't
they
steal
make
money
often
from
have
me.
a huge impact on
Well,
this world
I
and
feel
story
like
you're
there's a
creating.
double-edged
You need to
sword
have an
here.
answer as
Like,
to why
you
these
want me to
gods
steal
would or
money
wouldn't
from you so then
interfere
you can,
with
like,
your world
sue me
below,
so you
and
can
what
get, like,
that
more
does to them
money?
personally.
Like, I feel like
In
this
fact,
is a
I love this
trap.
topic so much. I think it's such a fantastic and interesting avenue for world
bullshit.
building that I
I'm
made a
out.
whole video about it on the God Dilemma. And you can watch it, by the way, right now at the QR code on screen and link below. I also talk through kind of the writing of this kind of story,
What
the
is
tropes we love.
Because I know if you're here and you
fucking
love world building, you also
mother
probably
of...
love writing like I
Yeah, I
do.
did.
Why
Smokey
there's
is
a whole
over
other video
there.
right
His
now
mom's
about
over there.
curses and why fantasy is
It's a
obsessed with
double
them.
way
Follow
out.
my very non-cursed link and
Mother
QR
of a
code
duck.
because these
I
videos,
want
by
a
the way,
pet duck. I
are only
really want a
possible
pet
because
duck,
of
actually.
Nebula with their help, and by their I mean my, because I am a part of it.
If I had
Nebula
a
means
pet
that
duck,
I
it
don't have to
would
worry
be
about
like...
demonetization
Wait,
on my
ads.
videos, like whether the Geneva Convention applies to orcs, and yes, that is a video I'm making, or the abusive copyright strike I just
I'm
got for a
dying.
video, which is absolutely fair
I'm not
use
dying,
and
I'm
it is
immortal.
infuriating, and I will fight it. We wanted to bring together some of the best
You know,
storytellers
I
to
feel
give them
like
the
my
freedom to
senses
create
have
on
been
their own
heightening.
terms, where you can watch it, by the
Is
way,
that
without
true,
any
Like my
Callie?
no ads.
senses
I
have
hate
been
ads. I
getting
hate
like more,
I have a streaming
more
service
better,
and I can
you know.
still see them.
Like
It is
higher end, like you're getting your
infuriating.
spider sense.
I could scream.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
could
yeah.
scream,
Like
and
I
it's
was
pretty
at a
cheap. Like, it
Barnes and Noble
astounds me how
today.
cheap we
And,
keep. And
fuck.
if you use my very non-cursed QR code,
Are you okay,
you
Callie?
can also get 40%
What
off,
the
just a
fuck
few
was
bucks
that?
a month.
Okay.
That's
Did you get bit by a
36 years.
spider?
Dang,
Oh no,
like,
are you gonna now be Spider-Man?
Do not take my word for it.
Yeah,
You'll know what you want to
yeah,
watch
I'm
better
a
than me.
spider,
So,
man.
go find what
Okay,
you want
make
to
sure
watch
you're more
at my
spider
link
than
down
man.
below. If you love storytelling, world building, fictional
More
forms,
Eight
spider.
eyes,
that's where you
8
wanna be.
legs.
Join us today. Let's summarize all of this. 1. Food allows you to naturally
So I
explore
was
culture,
at a Barnes
politics,
and
trade,
Noble
and power
today,
dynamics in
and I
engaging
suddenly
ways.
started to feel like
What
I could
people eat,
feel
how they eat it,
everything
who they share
in
it
the
with can
building.
reflect a
I
society's
felt like I
values,
had like a
identity,
bird's
and
eye
social
view of
structures,
everything, and it
as well
was
as
really
individual
weird.
You had an out-of-body experience where you astral projecting.
4. You can trace the history of
I
a
have
culture
no
through
idea.
the ingredients they import and
It's when you
export,
leave
showing
your body,
influences
you
from
can
conquest
fly
and trade.
around as your
5.
soul.
Magical food will
It
completely
felt more like I could
economy to
feel
revolve
every,
around
like
the
I could
power that
remember
food can
everything
offer.
that
6.
I saw,
Throughout history,
and then
food
like I
has
could
been used to
just
subjugate
imagine myself
populations,
above
whether in warfare or as
myself.
a luxury to
Oh,
reinforce
that's such a good
class
idea.
divides. 7. Humans have always been drawn to drugs and alcohol, but they also contribute
Wait,
to
what?
war
Hey.
and social ills.
Drugs and
society.
alcohol, bro.
So next time you sit
Oh.
down with a story, take a moment to
Oh, I
think
was
about
thinking
what
that's
might be
in
on
a
your
sexual
character's
way.
plate. And maybe
Yeah, drugs
let
and
that
alcohol.
tell the
They
story.
lead
Okay.
to sex.
Stay nerdy, and I'll see you in the future.
Fuck.
Truth. Another
No,
one
no, no.
down, guys.
I wanna go to sleep.
Well, you're not gonna
Okay,
fall
I'm gonna
asleep
turn
with
off
me
the
around.
TV.
Okay. Not with me around, bro.
Fucking
That ain't gonna happen
fuck.
with me around.
Why? No, no, no.
If you could sleep with me around, that would be a fucking miracle. Well, they appear to be late with this because there's still no Group 2. Still no Match 2 out. I'm saddened by this. By a very much so. But that's okay. That gives us more time for editing. Oh. Either that or I'm gonna call it a night. I'm not sure. I'm fucking tired, guys. We've been going hard. You know what? I might just do one early night.
Wait, it costs to have a story.
And then, okay, Callie, you go for a story.
Okay,
Guys, I'm
so-
just not feeling it, you know?
So I used to like go on this like language exchange app. Did I tell you about this?
No.
So I used to go on this language exchange app, and it was like this thing where you like meet different people from different parts of the world. There was like China, Russia, Argentina. There was France. There was I'm not sure if there was Canada. But there was like a bunch of different parts of the world, and for some reason people used it as a lot of people used it as a dating app. Some people were annoyed by it. The fact that it was used as a dating app, but like I was just getting matched with a bunch of women, and I would just like talk to them for a while, and then I would be like, hey, I've been having trouble sleeping, and they'll be like, Like it's why was it mostly Chinese women who were like, "Can I help you with your sleep?" And I was like, "Well, if you could tell me stories while I slept, that would be nice." And then they told me stories while I slept, and I was like, and it was like, it was awesome.
Okay.
It was awesome.
Well, that sounds great. I'm glad for you, bro.
Should I go back to doing that?
Probably, if it worked.
Oh, okay.
You do
It
what
did work.
works. Oh, it didn't work?
It did work.
Oh, well then go back to doing it.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't that kind of what's important?
I am itchy.
I'm tired. I think it's a food coma, guys. I think it's actually a food coma. And then I got like the sugar high, and now I'm crashing.
Raid Hellish.
Hellish is on?
Yeah.
I could. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. Like, I could play PoE. But do I want to play PoE? Not really. I want to watch StarCraft. Like, that's what I was really hoping for, was match 2. Frickin' Snow versus Effort. It should be out. And I know I'm gonna, like end the stream, and then it's gonna come out, and I'm gonna be like, fuck. That is such the way 'tis goes.
That's just the way of the world.
Why are you ending? Because I'm fucking tired, Queen. I'm like, the second I looked at this, and I was like, okay, let's do some editing, my eyes were like... And I was like, okay, maybe we don't. Because I don't really like to edit when I'm in this, like, mental state.
Queen, why you quiet? Queen, why you so quiet, huh? Why you so quiet?
Maybe...
Welcome. Queen, why so quiet? Queen, are you high yet? Because you're playing game. Queen, are you high yet? Ah, my arm! Okay. What the hell is this? Why is my... Like, for some reason, my shoulders...
No need to apologize for anything, Sharp.
No
worries,
apologizing
bro.
ever. Oh my god.
It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it.
You had a power cut. Oh.
He lost some
Oh.
powers. He's a power. A power.
Well, that's the power's fault for cutting.
A power. You power.
That's the power's fault.
You go power.
You gotta go after the power. Fight the power.
The fuck is
Fight
moaning?
the power.
An amazing chicken
Who the
salad.
fuck?
I don't know. I'm saying power. I don't know. I don't know what you mean moaning. I'm just saying power. Power.
But why do Queen?
The power.
Who's the Sharp? Wait, that's not Queen. I thought that was
That's
Queen.
Sharp.
Sharp.
No,
Sharp,
you kid.
Imposter.
Not you, kid.
Sharp, you imposter. I'm not a kid. I'm 30 years old. Almost 31. I'm not a kid. If it was man. Oh.
Who knew?
I'm not a kid, man. You're a Oh.
Okay, Callie.
Okay. I had much more expectations than that from you. No, you should have no expectations when it comes to me because things
You're an expectation.
the spectator expect the. If you expect one thing from me, expect the opposite of that, and then expect the opposite in the dimensional quadrant of another vector from the other opposite side, because I like pizza.
That's okay. I like pizza too. I
What pizza do you
had.
like? What if?
You were a
Oh my god!
moaner.
If you
I had
don't
much more
expect
expectation than that
anything,
from you. What if I didn't expect
expect
anything?
everything. Expect everything, yeah.
I don't
If you
expect
don't expect
anything out of
anything,
anyone because I don't
you gotta
expect
expect
anything out of
everything.
myself, and I only expect out of other people what I expect out of myself.
I expect out of myself 1,000,000%, and then 1 more% for every millionth percent that is a billion.
Your math is a little bit off there, Callie.
No, my math. I got a B in math, and then in college I got.
Yeah,
I think I
that
failed.
that B is definitely the wrong letter. Callie, like it's 6 inches and chunky.
Wait. No, I've never taken a cock before.
Well, you should. It's great.
I've never even had sex before.
Damn, Callie, that's impressive. You're a
Never
virgin?
even. I've
I don't
never had a
believe that.
girlfriend.
I don't believe
I
that.
mean, well, in real life.
No,
In
I
real
don't
life, I
believe
never
that.
had a girlfriend.
You're gonna feel one right now.
Hey, runs away. I'm running away. I'm out of here. I can't be here. No.
I'm debating if I should run away. Should I just run away, guys? Come back stronger tomorrow?
Run, don't walk away.
I feel like literally, I feel like if I just wait 5 more minutes, I wait till like 1 o'clock. If it's not out by in 10 minutes, then I'll probably end. No, Callie's just high on life.
I have a UTI.
You can't have a UTI. You're a dude.
Wait, what? I can't? Holy shit! Wait, wait, I can't, man. Wait, pizza to wait, yo.
Callie, I'm not a doctor. Don't fucking listen to me.
Oh, okay.
Callie beats it to female talk. Projection much, Sharp. Projection much. I'm like, should we just watch a ballin'? Guys, should we just watch a ballin'? No, okay, who, Sharp, was it you who said there was an Indian Mr. Ballin'? Who the fuck said there was an Indian Mr. Ballin'? I want this, and then Callie, you dropped a link, what was that link? We have to watch that video that you dropped the link for. What is this? Trump gets scared bad as Newsom...
Donald Trump got a rude awakening in New York.
What is this? This feels so...
What does it feel like? Wow.
Well, it feels like propaganda, because everyone knows that Newsom's almost as much of a scammer as Trump is.
Oh. Ba 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 da 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 da. Ba ba da da da.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm proud of Governor Newsom for mocking the cowardly schoolyard bully. Why are you proud of someone for making fun of someone else? Like, what the fuck? I can't believe that man joked about bombing the UN.
Repeat the shit I told earlier, Pledge.
His name is
Its name. I'm not gonna repeat the shit I told.
I need a link, Sharp. Send me a link. got to be said, Newsom is doing a great job destroying Trump. Keep it going. America needs leaders like yourself. President Newsom sounds great, doesn't it? He will make us proud to be American again. Yes, and I'd like to see 2 terms for Newsom to clean up Trump's mess. He will need it. And we'll need to see 2 to feel safe again. See, my thing is, like, I don't really understand, because, like, in my opinion, they're both just fucking retarded. So anyone who thinks at all that there's any motive or any, like, not motive, but any, like, real essence behind
Hello,
it.
friends. World War II has been the most dreadful war in the history of mankind.
All right. But these aren't like horror stories.
Oh
Are
my
they?
god!
Okay, that's...
नमस्कार दोस्तों, ये बात है अर्ली 1970s की। गुजरात के जामनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक छोटा सा गांव झुंडो राजी, जहां की आबादी करीबन 1,500 लोग। यहाँ रहता था वीरानी परिवार। गांव के सब लोग किसान थे। वीरानी परिवार भी उन्हीं में से एक किसान का परिवार था, जिनके पास साइकिल तक नहीं थी। जहां जाना होता था ये लोग चलकर जाते थे। पूरे गांव में कोई बिजली भी नहीं थी। लोग इस दरिद्रता में ही राम रमते। गर्मियों के समय कभी कभार कोई बाहर से गोला बेचने आता तो बच्चे 5 पैसे का गोला खाते।
I mean, and it's not like dark, like story of a guy becoming a billionaire isn't like a dark, fucked up, like he tells stories, sure, but like Mr. Ballad, like he tells fucked up, dark, mysterious, like true stories, right? So it's like the kind of vibe is kind of different because of 10 hours ago, a new one dropped. Should we watch it, guys? 5 bingeable stories. Yeah, it's just super annoying to try and find, like I thought he did it in English. I didn't know he actually spoke it in Indian. I thought you just meant like he was Indian as in he was Indian. I didn't know you meant he was Indian as in the videos are in Indian. And I figured the subtitles would put them in English, but I mean I wouldn't want to watch something in like that on stream because then it puts pressure on people to not be able to just listen. They have to actually read, right? And I'm not going to read it out, so let's just check one more time, guys. One more time. It's 1 o'clock. So let's give it 1 minute, and then let's check and see if match 2 is out. And if not, then we'll just watch Mr. Ballin. By the way, I gotta go. Alright, see you, Sharp. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I'll be right back. Okay.
Good night.
I believe in you, Callie.
It's okay. You can go to sleep now. I'm here for you. It's okay. I know there's nothing better than just closing your eyes and whispering away the day. It's so easy just to lay back
Wow.
and close
Why am I a scurry? Wait.
What the fuck, Mommy ASMR?
Wait, fuck. Fuck. Shit. What the fuck, mommy ASMR?
Yeah, Callie, did you know? I really like it. You know, especially when it goes there. Oh, it's so nice.
No!
I don't know why it's not out, but it's not out.
Special bonus episode for you guys. It's a collection of 5 true scary stories about real people who come face to face with real life monsters. Now, these 5 fan favorites have all been completely re-edited for today's episode. So even if you've seen or heard some of them before, this is gonna feel like a totally new viewing experience. But before we get into today's 5 stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please secretly reverse the like button's car blinkers so when they signal left, the right one comes on, and vice versa. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's 5 stories.
I agree, Callie. Let's fall asleep together, okay?
In 1978,
to Mr. Baldwin.
16-year-old Bridget Geiger was waiting outside her home in Ohio for a boy named Jeffrey to take her to prom. She wasn't particularly excited to go to prom with Jeffrey. He was known to be really nervous around girls, and so she figured it was going to be a pretty awkward date, but nobody else had asked her to go, and she really wanted to go to prom, so she said yes. When Jeffrey showed up, she was immediately disappointed. He was wearing this odd ensemble of vest and bow tie, as opposed to the standard tuxedo that she was anticipating him wearing. And so now they weren't going to match. He was also so nervous that he was visibly shaking and couldn't pin her corsage to her dress. And so Bridget's mom had to come out and put the corsage on. After the corsage was on, Bridget's mom would take a couple of very awkward photos of them kind of stiffly standing in front of her house before they ultimately got in Jeff's car and headed for the prom. When they arrived, Bridget wanted to go on the dance floor to see her other friends to kind of lighten the mood because she was not having a good time with Jeffrey so far. But she did stay with him, and it was clear that Jeffrey hated being at the prom. He hated being around this swarming group of teenagers. Bridget felt kind of bad and said, "Hey Jeffrey, do you want to go sit down and just grab a bite to eat over at the little food cart they have here?" Jeffrey's very relieved and says, "Yes, I'd love to do that." And the pair leave the dance floor and walk over to the little food court area. As they're about to sit down, Jeffrey pulls the chair out for Bridget. She sits down, he kind of pushes her in like a gentleman, but then instead of sitting down with her, he just walks away without telling her where he's going. Bridget assumed he was just going to the bathroom, but after a really long amount of time had passed, and it was clear he had not just gone to the bathroom, she got up to go look for him. And so she went on the dance floor, she can't find him in the building, and so she goes outside to see if maybe his car's not there anymore. Maybe he just left. And she sees his car, it's still in the lot. When she turns around to go back into the prom, she sees Jeffrey sitting on a curb
Hitox will now dance
eating
for you.
McDonald's cheeseburgers.
Please fully
And she
enjoy
goes
this
over to him
immersive
and she's like,
experience.
"What are you doing out here?" And so he told her that he just wanted to step outside and get a couple cheeseburgers and then come back and he would sit with her while she ate, but they wouldn't let him back in. And so he just went and got more cheeseburgers and thought he would wait here until she came outside. And now that she was outside, she couldn't get back in either. So she just says, "Hey, I'd like to just go home." And so Jeffrey is mortified and he tells her, "I'm so sorry. I wanted this to be a nice
Keep
evening
dancing,
for you.
bitch,
I'm
it ain't
sorry
over
it
yet."
wasn't." He drives her home. He says goodbye. He walks into her house, he drives off, and that was that. Bridget only saw Jeffrey one more time after that. It was about a week after prom, and Jeffrey actually invited her to come over his house for what he was calling a house party. And Bridget's like, "There's no way this kid's throwing a house party. He can barely stand to be around just me, let alone a crowd of people." But she was polite and said, "Sure, I'd love to come to your house party." She gets there, and there's no food, there's music, there's like 3 people there. And as soon as she walks in, all Jeffrey wanted to do was have a seance and communicate with the devil. She was so
You did good, you can
immediately
rest
freaked
now,
out by
babe.
Jeffrey's behavior that after only a couple of minutes, she just turned around and left his house party and did not see him again. Well, until 13 years later when she would read about him in the newspaper.
Jeffrey
13
Dahmer.
years later, on July 22nd, 1991, Milwaukee, Wisconsin police spot a man named Tracy Edwards running down the road in handcuffs. They run over to him and they say, "What's going on?" And he says that a man was holding him hostage in his apartment, that he threatened to kill me. I was able to overpower him and escape, and here I am. The police go to this apartment that he apparently escaped from, and they knock on the door. The door opens, and the police are confronted by this tall man who introduces himself as Jeffrey. He tells police this is all a big misunderstanding and that Tracy Edwards is a friend of his, and I don't know what's gotten into him, and the police were actually close to believing him. They would even say he was really convincing. But as they're talking to him, one of the officers kind of looks behind Jeffrey into his apartment, and he sees on the coffee table what are clearly pictures of dismembered body parts. And so they arrest Jeffrey, and when his apartment was fully searched, a house of horrors is revealed. In addition to photos of body parts, the apartment itself was littered with human remains. There were several human heads in the freezer and the refrigerator, and in his bedroom was a 57-gallon drum containing more dead bodies that were decomposing in chemicals. There was also evidence that suggested Jeffrey was eating these people. Now, Jeffrey lived in a crowded apartment complex, and so other neighbors had complained about this awful smell coming from his room, but he had been able to explain it away and convince everybody that it was just some bad meat. However, the most horrifying revelation about how Jeffrey was able to conceal these horrible crimes he was committing in the middle of a city apartment would come a few days later. Apparently, 2 months before Tracy Edwards had run out of Jeffrey's apartment in handcuffs and flagged those officers down, another boy had left the apartment in handcuffs and was running down the road, and police stopped him. But the boy couldn't really speak. He wasn't able to articulate why he was there or what he was doing. And as police are talking to him, Jeffrey comes running up the road, flags the officers down, and thanks them for finding his boyfriend. They had gotten into a lover's quarrel, and that everything was just fine. And so the police shrug it off and say, "No problem, we'll even give you a ride back to your apartment." And so they drive the boy and Jeffrey back to Jeffrey's apartment. They watch them go inside, and the police leave. But if the police had paid a little bit more attention, they would have seen there was a hole drilled in the back of his head by Jeffrey. He had been pouring acid into this kid's head to try to control him, and that was why this boy couldn't speak. And as soon as the police let them go back into the apartment, Jeffrey killed the boy, because Jeffrey, Bridget's prom date, turned out to be none other than infamous serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, who killed 17 people over a 13-year period. Just days after this picture was taken of Jeffrey and Bridget, right before they headed off to prom together, Jeffrey would kill his first victim and start that 13-year killing spree. Dahmer was ultimately given a life sentence, but was killed by another inmate.
Damn. I knew it was Dahmer. Face.
In 2004, 16-year-old Misty Tasker was a typical American teenager living in Live Oak, Florida, which is a small rural town right in the middle of the state. One Saturday evening in January, she and her mother attended a church service. Afterwards, they hopped in her mother's truck and they got on the country highway and began making their way home. Their house was just 20 minutes down this highway. It was a straight shot. And this highway was pretty desolate. There were no street lights. It was actually a dirt road despite being a highway, and it was just thick forest on both sides of the road the entire way. There were no buildings or houses between the church and their neighborhood. Misty's mother was already a very anxious driver who would keep both hands on the wheel. She would sit up and kind of hunch over the wheel and keep her eyes intently focused on the road. But at night, her driving anxiety would shoot through the roof because she had really bad eyesight. And so she would go to great lengths to not drive at night to avoid that high level of anxiety. But the church service they had just come from had run a little bit long, and so now Misty's mother is driving, the sun starting to set, and she's going as fast as she can to try to get home before it gets too dark. And so as they're bombing down this road at about 55 miles an hour,
Bam, ram, head ham.
Just happens to look over at her mother for no particular reason, and as she's looking at her, she notices out her mother's window, it looks like there's a little girl sitting on the side of the road. What's a child doing out here in the middle of nowhere? She says to her mom, "I think I just saw a little girl." And Misty's mother, who's high up on the wheel, she did not hear Misty the first time. She's just focused on driving and trying to get home. And so Misty said, "Dad,
You
I think I
begin
saw the girl. You take her back. I don't know what she's doing, but I feel like you need to go back and make sure she's okay." And so Misty's mom looks over at her, and she's not prepared to turn the car around. That means staying out later, means she's going to be driving in even darker conditions. And so she's like, "Did you really see someone? 'Cause we gotta get home." And Misty's like, "Mom, I'm pretty sure I saw a little girl. We have to go back." And so finally, Misty's mother is very annoyed, but she stops the car, she does a three-point turn, and she begins driving back up the road where they came from towards this girl. Now, they had only made it about a half mile from where Misty believed she had seen this girl. And so pretty quickly, they slowed down. They both began scanning the right side of the road because that's where she's going to be now that they've turned around. Now, it was starting to get very dark outside, but there was enough light and they had headlights. They were pretty confident they'd be able to spot this girl. And so as they're slow rolling down the road, they both see this girl a little ways up on the right-hand side. Her back was to the road. She had her knees tucked up to her chest and she was rocking back and forth. Misty's mother made a comment that it was a little bit surprising that this girl was out here. I mean, there's really nothing around here. There's no houses, there's no buildings, there's no trails to be walking in this forest on either side. It was just kind of thick forest. And so she just thought it was very strange that this girl would even be out here, especially because there's not any traffic on this road. And so Misty's mother began slowly rolling up to her, and she told her daughter that instead of just stopping right away, let's just drive past her and get a look at her. And then we'll turn around and see if she needs any help. And so as they got right up next to her, they realized she was not a little girl. She was a young teenager, but she was not a young child. And as they drove right past her, they would expect her to turn around and acknowledge the car creeping up on her, considering there's no other traffic in the area, and you're just some person sitting on the side of the road. You should definitely turn around and see what's behind you. But the girl did not acknowledge them. She just continued to have her knees up to her chest and rocked back and forth. And so Misty and her mother are a little freaked out by this, but they drive past her about 50 meters.
Hello.
Misty's mother does
Hello, goodbye.
No, I'm not here.
Why you say hello, say goodbye, say goodbye, say hello.
Say hello, you say goodbye.
I don't know why you say goodbye,
say hello. Say hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello.
Moved, and we just can't see her because she's not in the headlights. And so Misty's mom.
I'm gonna order chocolates off Amazon, even though I have no money.
Damn, Callie, that's a bad idea.
For good measure, they turn.
I need to order my fucking maid suit for the Halloween. I need to do that. I keep putting it off.
Back down the road, kind of keeping their eye out on both sides.
I really need to do that, so it's actually here on time.
Minutes, going about 5-10 miles an hour, and seeing no sign of this girl, they decided that, well, she must have just gone back into the woods and gone back to wherever it was she came from.
Wait, I'm
ordering
that.
Picking up speed, and before long, they had gone maybe 2 or 3 miles away from where they had seen this girl.
Did they run her over?
Four-way intersection with stop signs all around. And as they were getting close,
did they run her over?
Misty's mother gasped because on the other side of the intersection, on the right-hand side, was this girl sitting on the side of the road. She's back to the road. Her knees are up and she's rocking back and forth. And so Misty's mother pulls up the stop sign and then just sits there.
On
and
earth?
both women are just stunned at what they're looking at. They had just seen her 2 or 3 miles back down the road.
This
it
looks
wasn't
like
possible for her to get all the way
I
up
found
here.
the
And so
ultimate
Misty's mother looks
snack
at her
thing.
daughter and says, you know, do you think it's a different girl?
Honey roasted
and Misty's like,
peanuts?
no, that's the same girl. And so they just
I
sat
have to-
there for a
I'm gonna
minute
have to
until
get
Misty
this.
started to panic. And she said to her mom, Mom, don't stop. I got
Is
a
that
bad
flaming
feeling
hot
about this
Cheetos?
girl.
Oh my
I don't
God.
know what's going on, but you can't stop next to this
Racketa?
girl. But Misty's mom, she was definitely weirded out by this situation, no doubt. But she didn't feel good about abandoning this girl in the middle of the night on the side of the highway. And so even though she
This
felt
ain't
a little
going
bit
nowhere
to
good.
herself, she told
I'm
Misty,
scared
you know,
where
we
this
have
is
to at least
going,
drive
guys.
past her and ask if she's okay. That's the least we can do. And Misty was not having it. She said, Mom, do not stop. I got a bad feeling about this. Don't stop
Bat
near this girl.
content?
But Misty's mom
You're a
got up
bat
off the brake
content.
and began slow rolling past
Bat
this intersection.
content,
And now at this
why?
point, Misty is just
Fat
absolutely
content.
terrified. So she takes her seatbelt
Oh my
off
God.
and
Like
goes
2%.
down to the footwell right in front of her seat. And she closes her eyes
Oh
and
my
covers her
God.
ears, and she just continues to beg her mother,
found
to
him, I
please
found
keep going, don't stop. But her mother just continues on until she stops right next to this girl who's still just sitting on the side of the road with her back to the road. She's got her knees up, she's rocking back and forth. is not acknowledging Misty or her mother.
True.
So Misty's mother turns to her daughter and says,
Man,
please roll down your
I'm
window.
holy
And
crap! I'm
Misty
not even
refuses.
sleepy
She's still
anymore.
down in
Okay.
footwell, still in the fetal position. She's crying.
Why does
She's
my
still begging her
sleepiness
mother
just
to please
disappear?
just go home. And so Misty's mother, frustrated, reaches across the passenger seat and grabs the knob.
just goes
to roll down
away,
the window
like
manually.
gravity.
She rolls the window down. And Misty, who's down in the footwell, all she remembers.
Did you know
is
that
sitting
when
there
something
covering up her
falls,
ears,
gravity
and she's
goes
crying, and
away?
She opens her eyes and she's looking up towards her mom, who's reaching over the seat. And her mom yells out to this girl. And Misty remembers looking at her mom, who suddenly recoils in horror and screams, and then they take off like crazy, flying down the road. Misty jumps out of the footwell, and she's looking at her mom, and she's like, what's happening? What just happened? What did you see? And her mom's got her hand over her mouth, and she's speeding down the road, and she's crying now, and she's looking at Misty, and she just doesn't have the words to describe.
Did you know that when something falls, gravity goes away?
Her mom, what did you see? What happened? And finally,
Gravity
her mother
doesn't
said
exist.
She didn't have a face.
No.
She
It's
didn't have a
because
face.
like when something falls, it's like
nothing on
there's
her
like an
face when she
opposite
looked at me.
acceleration
So Misty
acting on the
screams
thing.
and she's crying,
It's like it's
and her mom
falling.
is crying,
Like
and
gravity
they
is like
speed home. They're
acceleration
home a couple
downwards.
minutes later,
But when
and
it's
they
like
run
falling,
inside,
like
practically
if you
falling
had like a
over each
water
other to get in
bottle,
the house, and as
and you
soon as
put
they
like
get inside,
water,
Misty's
and then you
mom
like
calls
poke the hole in the
911,
water
and she didn't even
bottle.
know how to describe
The
what she just
like
saw,
the water
but she knew
and
it
the
was
like
too
the water
embarrassing
was
to try
falling
to
out of the
describe it
water
as
bottle,
some
and then like
girl
you had it
without a
fall
face
down. The
sitting
water
by the
wouldn't
highway.
fall out
And so she
out
just
of
told
the
the police
water
that they'd
bottle
seen a
anymore.
girl they think
It would
needs
just
help. And so
stay in the
police,
bottle.
They went out and they searched that entire stretch of highway. They looked for any sign of anybody
Because
out
gravity
there,
would just like
but
not
there wasn't.
have any
There was
effect on the
never
bottle
any
anymore,
trace of
because
that girl.
it
No,
would
it
like
wouldn't
the
have
water
effect on
would
the
be like
water anymore. It would have effect on the bottle.
yeah.
So you're smart, Callie. SMRT.
In 2018, a 21-year-old
wait.
brand new police officer named
You missed
Derek
an A.
was dumped.
Wait,
by
what?
his
No, it's a
longtime
5-letter
girlfriend.
word.
This breakup
SMRT.
caught him by surprise because he had actually
S-
just recently moved to Colorado in order to be closer to his girlfriend. So naturally, he was devastated. After a few weeks of being
5
so
letters.
depressed,
S
kind of
is
just
1,
looking around and
M
going
is
through the motions of
3,
his life at this
R
point,
is
his
4,
very
and
close
T is
friends
5.
suggested to him, like, hey man, look,
Man,
why don't
I'm
you
so
just make a
confused.
profile
My
on
brain.
Tinder, the online
SMRT,
dating service,
smart.
and just put yourself out there again. You have no
Freeze-dried
idea who's out
candy.
there. Clearly, your ex-girlfriend was not.
You should go. You
Derek
should.
had
You
met
should
his
get.
ex-girlfriend at a bar, and
You
every
should
other
get
girlfriend he had
Sour
had,
Boys.
He had met in person, so online dating was
Why?
definitely not.
Because
on his
that's
radar. But he was
Oompaville's
so lonely
sugar.
and sad, he figured, you know what?
Candy
I got
company.
Nothing to lose, and so he made himself a Tinder profile.
Shoopaville?
Derek quickly matched with a woman on Tinder named Leah.
I
that
kind
he
of
said
want.
was
I don't
way
know
out
what
of
to
his
get
league,
at.
but he wasn't complaining. They chatted for a couple of weeks and they got on.
I had
a date,
Tinder
so they
once,
wanted
never
to
got
get
a single
together to
match.
meet each other in person, but Leah lived well over an hour away from Derek.
I
so
got
it
a lot
wasn't
more
natural
matches
meeting
on
place.
that
And they're going
language
back and forth about where they
thing
would go,
for some
and finally
reason.
Leah just says, "Hey, why don't you just come to my town? There's this great park that I go running in all the time, and they have this awesome field that's on a slope, and you can lay on it and look up through the trees, and you can see
Like
the
it's
stars."
supposed
And
to
so
be-
that would be a cool thing.
So was
to
she
do.
your
It was
dommy
for
mommy for a
stargazing.
short period of time?
So the date night finally came,
Oh, wait,
and
what?
Derek was really excited. He was
'Cause
nervous
I'll take
too,
that.
because even though they've talked on the phone, this is the first time they're going to see each
I
other.
don't have a
And so the
dommy
plan
mommy.
was he was going to
What?
drive out to her town.
Gotta
and
get
actually
yourself
pick her up
one.
from her work. She worked at a hair salon. and
I-
from there, they would
I
make
mean, I
their way
coulda
over to this
had-
And so
I mean,
Derek
I-
pulls up to the hair salon right as
Yeah,
Leah
see,
comes
Callie,
outside,
confidence
and
is
she's
the
all
key.
excited, She's waving to him. She runs over and she gets in the car and they hug and kiss on the cheek.
There was this one
and
person
it's
that
like
I
they
stopped
knew each
talking
other,
to
but they
because
didn't know each
I
other
don't
because their
know.
entire relationship was
Like,
online
we-
or
we, like,
you know,
we
via
watch
texting
movies.
or a phone call.
We watch
So
movies like
it's like they had
a
history
few
with
like
it.
every
But either
day,
way,
like we
Derek was
talked
really
every
happy,
day.
and it seemed like Leah
No.
was
But I just
from the
felt-
hair salon.
I
It was
just
a pretty
felt-
short drive.
huh?
It was
No.
an
Another
access
person.
road that was going to bring
No.
you into this park.
was-
And when Leah told him to
Whack!
make his turn,
Whack!
it didn't look like a very well marked
No.
trail or even a marked park. It
Why
looked
not?
like this kind of random access
Because it's
road
me.
that Derek would not have associated with a big
Blake.
public
It's
park.
always
He
been
doesn't
me,
know the area,
Callie.
and so he turns. He
You
starts
can't
going down this
escape it.
road, and the road went from cement.
I'm
to dirt
I'm
pretty
I am
quickly,
going
and this
to
whole time
I
he's
am
thinking to
going
himself,
to
like, did I take a
I'm
wrong turn?
I'm
Does
going
she know,
to
like, where she's going. This does
I'm
not
going to
feel
take
like
tissue paper
the way you drive
and
into
plug your
a big
ears.
park, the way she was describing. Finally, they land back on cement, and they're actually on this road.
I'm
that's
going
right up
to
against this huge field.
find
And so right
tissue
away, Derek's
paper.
stress is gone because
Make
now
sure
it's
your ears are
confirmed in
very
his mind
plugged
that,
so that
okay,
you don't hear
that's
what
a
I'm
weird
saying.
way to get into this park, but here's this huge, amazing field, and we're back on a real road, and everything's
Why are
great
you
again.
quiet now?
Derek asked,
Huh?
where should I park? Because they're on
'Cause
this
I'm
really narrow
sleeping.
road, and there didn't appear to be a parking lot. There also didn't appear to be anybody else on this field or on this road.
Oatmeal raisin
cookies. But it did not look well
Sounds
populated
sketch.
or like it was well
This
traveled.
sounds
But
sketch.
She said just go right up there. There's a small lot you
I don't
can
wanna
pull
do
into.
this.
And so Derek starts going
Let's
up
not
this
do
road
this
and he sees maybe
I'm not gonna buy
300
this.
feet ahead of him
Or
are
that
dim
one. I'm gonna buy
headlights of
this
another
one.
car
It
making
seems
their
awesome.
way down the road towards him. And now it was dark enough that he couldn't
Freaking
really
lime
make out what kind
and
of vehicle
crunch,
it was.
man.
And so
You're
he
a
didn't know if it was
liar.
a truck
I
or
told
something
you the
like that.
truth, and
He
then you
did,
said
is he
no.
just pulled over as far to the side of the road
And
as
then
he could
everything
to
was
allow this
like
vehicle to pass,
Alice in
even though there was a
Wonderland.
fair amount of distance they would need to cover
That would be
before they
crazy.
were passing him. He figured
I
just
mean,
get
I
them
got
right
the
on
Cheshire
Yeah, this
Cat.
conversation
So as they
makes
start
no
moving
sense.
forward, you can see that it's
What
actually a
conversation?
van, and they're moving pretty
There's no
slowly,
conversation
and
at
he's
all.
just kind of waiting for them to
Exactly. I
pass,
don't know what
and
you're
he's not
talking about,
thinking anything
Callie.
of this. He's thinking that this
Man,
is just another
who's
person with a
Callie? I
mark.
don't even know
And
myself.
this van, instead of passing
I
him,
mean, it's a
actually turns at the
pseudonym,
last
but,
second
you know.
and almost goes bumper to bumper with Derek's car. He doesn't crash
hell?
into it, but he stops
One pack of
just
40?
in front of Derek's car. And so Derek
One
is a
pack
cop.
of
He's a brand new
40.
cop, and he's super aggressive. You know, he really believes in his
Doritos,
training. And so as soon
tangy,
as this guy stops in
cheesy.
front
Oh,
of him
cheese,
and blocks
spicy,
the path
sweet.
for him, red flags are going up for Derek, and he knows something's wrong with this van. And
Fighting.
instinctively, he says, "Leah, stay here." He grabs his flashlight that he kept right in the center console, and he jumped out of the car and went right to the driver's side door of this van.
Which
to
one
confront
should I
this guy.
get,
And when he
gosh
got up to
darn
the
it?
driver's side door, it was this really big guy who looked pretty startled to see Derek come charging up to him with his flashlight. And Derek's like, "What are you doing, man? What are you blocking me in for?"
I have
And the
no
guy's
idea
like, "Oh, hey,
what
sorry, I'm the caretaker here of this whole property, and we've had an issue with
Turbos.
poachers in the area,
Fuck.
and I was concerned you guys were
Bolitas.
poachers. It doesn't look like you're poachers, though." And Derek's
I
like, "No,
like
we're not
Cheetos
poachers. We're going
Bolitas.
stargazing.
It's
I'm on
like-
my first date
it's
here."
kinda
And the
different.
caretaker's like, "I am so sorry. Please get back in your car, go."
Actually,
and
I should
enjoy your
I
night."
shouldn't be
And at that,
eating
he
these. I
backed
should
up
be
to the
losing
3-point
weight.
turn and
I
drove
mean, I
right
did it.
back up that road
Yeah, I
where he
lost
came
2
from
pounds.
and disappeared down on the other side of the hill. Derek stood in front of his
What's
car
happening?
for a
What
couple
is this
minutes, making
sound?
sure this guy was gone, and then he turned
This
around
sound?
and he got back in the car and he kind of joked with Leah. And he's like, "Yeah, I
Sounds
thought
like
we were
someone's
poachers. I guess you look
scratching-
like poachers."
Filing
That's
my
why he
nail.
stopped us. But when he looked over at Leah to react to his hilarious joke, she wasn't paying attention.
Man,
to
I
it.
don't
She was
want
just furiously
food
typing
anymore.
away
I don't
on her
want
phone,
anything. I just
which
want to
Derek did
sleep.
think was a little bit odd. You'd think that she'd be more interested in this strange thing that just happened. Some weird guy just blocked us in, and I'm confronting him. You'd think she'd be interested in that on some level. She don't want to know what I said to the guy and what he said to me, but she didn't seem to care. She was just really invested in whoever she was typing on her phone. And so Derek thinks, whatever, and just throws the car back and drive and continues up the trail the way they were going before they were stopped. So Derek continues down the road just a little ways until
Whose
he
was
sees
better?
a little dirt lot that's butted up against this huge field they're going to be hanging out on for the night. And so he pulls into the lot, backs into the space, and he and Leah get out and they put a blanket out right next to the car, but on the grass on the hill. And they got food out, wine out.
No!
And very quickly they start swapping stories, and they're laughing and they're stargazing and they're having some wine, and everything's really great. After about an hour, it's totally dark outside, and Derek is laying on the hill facing back towards his car and towards the road they were on. And he notices to his left, up at the top of the hill, so the same area where the van had come from originally and where it went back to after they spoke that one time. Derek is looking out there and he sees headlights, and it's the van. And now the van is driving down the road, not leisurely like it was before, but they are flying down the hill. And before Derek or Leah have a chance to react to this van barreling down on them, it comes flying into the parking lot and practically hits his car and comes to a stop where it's boxed his car in. So even if he got in his car, he couldn't drive away. And so Derek jumps up, Leah jumps up, and the guy, the caretaker, the nice caretaker we talked to before, he hops out of the driver's seat and he walks around the front of the van. He's got this pipe in his hand and he looks at Derek and he's like, "Give me your keys and your wallet." And again, Derek is this brand new cop. You know, he's 21 years old. He's not about to let this guy push him around. And so he doesn't do anything at first.
I'ma go to bed now.
Okay, Callie.
He shows him that I'm not just gonna follow him.
I'm probably gonna end after this story. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it through the next couple of
Stands
ones.
up and runs over to this guy and stands next to him and turns around and looks at Derek and goes, "Come on, give us your keys and wallet." And Derek's like, "Great, I'm getting set up by my date who I've spent the past 2 hours with, who I had a connection with this girl." And so now Derek is just standing there doing nothing, not to be tough, but because he's in shock. He feels so betrayed by Leah, and he just feels like, how could this have happened? And in that moment, Leah walks to the back of the van, and she gets a metal pipe. She comes back around, and she goes, "Derek, give us your keys and your wallet. We don't want to have to hurt you." And this is when Derek looks at them both, and he goes, no. And as soon as he said that, the big guy tackles him. He gets thrown to the ground, but Derek could handle himself, and very quickly he was able to get up, and he drew his concealed carry pistol, and he's aiming it at the big guy and then back at Leah, and he's like, yeah, I'm a cop. Go ahead and put your hands up now. As soon as they saw the gun, they both dropped their pipes and put their hands up. And so as he's holding them both at gunpoint, he's looking over at Leah like, really? You did this to me? Are you kidding me right now? As he's doing that, he has to get his cell phone out of his pocket, type in 911, and then call dispatch and had to say who he was, what his badge number was, what happened, and where he is. And where he is was difficult to describe. And so as he's trying to explain these directions, and he's saying, oh, yep, go left at the light, and then there's a gas station there, you're gonna go up this field, you're gonna see me, I got these two people at gunpoint. As he's doing that, Leah and the caretaker look at each other, and they just turn around and bolt. They figure, he's distracted, we can at least get behind the van and run into the forest before he's gonna catch us. And so instinctively, he takes off running after them, and he chases them for about 30 seconds into the tree line before he starts hearing gunshots. And they weren't his, someone's shooting at him, and he sees the muzzle flash out in the middle of the forest, and he's like, yeah, I'm not doing this. He turns around, runs back to his vehicle, he starts it up, and he has to basically smash into the van, back into the fence over and over again, like Austin Powers, like a 25-point turn, before he was barely able to grind
Fuck
his way
you,
out,
Smokey.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance.
And so Derek pulls into the nearest
Hitox
gas
will now
station.
dance for you.
He calls up dispatch.
Please
and he
fully
says, hey,
enjoy
I just
this
called
immersive
911,
experience.
like 5-10 minutes ago, and I dropped the call because I was chasing somebody. Here's my name, here's my badge number. I'm now at this gas station. Can you send a couple of police officers over to my location now? And they said, yep, we'll send some to you. And so a police cruiser shows up with 2 officers inside that Derek recognized. They were senior to him. And they got out, and he explained again what happened, and they kind of gave him a hard time for getting catfished on his very first date. But at the same time,
Keep
they
dancing,
knew it
bitch, it ain't
Why are you still alive?
They're gonna load up in
Because
the
ballin'?
together, all 3 of them, and drive back up to the park. And so they get up to the park, and Derek points ahead, and he goes, "That's the van. It's still here." And so they drive up and they stop short of the van, and the 2 uniformed officers, they turn to Derek and they're like, "You're staying here. We're gonna go check this van out." And so Derek,
StarCraft is supposed to be out.
Go up to the vehicle, guns drawn. They're looking all around. They're clearing behind the vehicle. They're looking in the wood line. There's nobody there. And at some point, he sees them put their pistols away. And they go in the van. They're kind of shining with their flashlights all around. They're looking in the back. They're looking in the front.
I can't hear you, Callie.
After a few minutes, they walk back to the cruiser. And as soon as they got in,
did
Derek
good, you
could
can
tell
rest
there
now,
was
babe.
something off about how they were acting. When they were down at the gas station, they were kind of joking around with him. Now, whatever they had seen in the van was definitely not something they were going to joke about. When they turned to him and they're like, the back of the van, it was just knives and saws and pistols and rifles and lighter fluid and chains and handcuffs and duct tape. It was just awful, and it looks like there might even be blood on the ground. The 2 officers immediately called in additional backup, and before long, there was a full-fledged circus around this van of a crime scene investigation unit and other police officers, spotlights set up, and they went out looking in the woods for these people, but they never found the guy, they never found the girl.
One streamer's
And
literally
Derek would
saying
tell
he
the
want to
other
stream with you.
investigators, hey, she works at this hair salon, like right down the road. I picked her up there. And so they went over to the hair salon, and they wound up talking to people
Cool.
there, and they said,
That sounds great,
And
790.
they showed them a picture of Leah. They were like, we've never seen her before. And so they came back and they told Derek, look, she's a con artist. And this whole thing, your whole relationship with her has been her setting you up in some way, shape, or form. The entire thing. That's all it ever was. And so for Derek, that was crushing, and he swore off Tinder immediately. He did not want to do any more online dating. But what really haunts him, more than just being taken advantage of, is what would have happened if I wasn't concealed carrying? Would I have wound up in the back of that van?
Shit. Wow, we're gonna probably call it here, though. I'm fucking dead. I'm just like, nope. Nope. We hit the 7-hour mark, guys. That's what matters. 7-hour mark. So, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Fuck you, Smokey. Remember, we'll be live again tomorrow at the same time. I believe as well, Callie. You know what's going on. Right?
I know everything.
I believe in
entire
you,
world.
bro.
I'm omniscient, I'm omnipresent, and I'm Mesopotamia.
I don't know what that one is. But, hey.
Neither do I.
You know what they say. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to?
Who can you say
you.
fuck you to?
Fuck you, Callie. Fuck you, Smokey.
Fuck you, 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 fuck you. No, 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 no.
I believe it is time. It is time.
Why you do this? Why? I have to fart again. I need you to raid someone.
I was looking for Hellish, but he's not online. Who do you want me to raid?
Raid. Prophet.
Prophet?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright. Fuck you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.